but we can't do any of that if they catch us. The only thing that will happen is they take the two of you into custody, and we will have absolutely nothing to bargain with." He pointed to the frosted glass doors. They shuddered as someone on the other side tried to open them. "Mr. Knight," Rupert was saying, "I'm going to need you to open these doors."
"Tucker, should we open the doors?"
Ronnie stared up at him.
"If you think we should talk to them, I'll come with you."
Like River had tried to go with Jax. The trouble was, Jax had earned his wife's loyalty. All he'd done so far for Ronnie was leave her alone and pregnant, and now he'd managed to separate her from their child. They were going to have to run through London's underground like rats in a maze, and Ronnie didn't even have a pair of shoes. All because he'd been impatient. He glanced at the monitor, and sure enough, the man outside the door now had several friends who looked ready to break it all down. He didn't have a choice. He had to put her first. He leaned over and shoved his arms under her knees, hauling her against his chest. He might have put her in this position, but he could make sure she didn't have to walk the path alone. Lead the way. He carried Ronnie toward the back of the hall where Damon proved he was always prepared. As Tucker followed Ezra into the dark tunnel, he vowed he would find what they needed, even if it killed him. Chapter 9. Ronnie looked around the gorgeous country home 3 days later and wished she could enjoy it on an aesthetic level. She knew she should appreciate the stunning ceilings and the stained glass windows, but all she saw was a million ways they were unsafe. The smell of coffee permeated, hitting her nose and reminding her that she had barely eaten in days, much less had a decent cup of coffee. But then, what mother ate when she didn't even know where her child was in the world? She stopped just before the hallway opened to the large great room. She could hear the sound of people talking. Ezra and Nina. They were saying something about how no one seemed to have followed them, and Ezra had reprogrammed the security cameras to watch all the possible entrances. They'd even placed some new ones to watch the woods around them. "Hey, I was going to see if you wanted some breakfast. Nina's making omelets." Tucker walked out from what appeared to be the kitchen. "I know it's been rough these last few days, but this is a safe place." It had been beyond rough. First, there had been the harrowing escape through London's underground tunnels. Despite the fact that Ezra and Nina had promised her no one would be able to find the hidden door unless Damon talked, she still had held on to Tucker like a lifeline. All through the long trudge below, he'd carried her, and she'd watched over his shoulder for signs that they were being chased. Every footstep Tucker had taken had put distance between her and Violet. They made their way to the small flat that served as one of McKay, Taggart, and Knight's safe houses. They'd stayed in the tiny one-bedroom flat until late last night, when Ezra and Nina had decided it was safe enough to move to this massive house in the English countryside. She'd been told it was owned by a member of the Garden, and was as safe as they could be. "Have you heard anything about Violet and my mom?" It was all she'd been able to think about for days. She hadn't seen or talked to her baby since they'd fled the Garden. The half-smile that had been on his face faded. "I checked the message board we're supposed to use. Ian's got them on a plane back to the States." "Without me?" They were going to be so far away. She'd never spent so much as a night away from Vi until 2 days ago, and now there would be a whole ocean between them. Tucker's voice dropped low, as though he didn't want the rest of them to hear what he was saying. "I would do anything to get you on that plane. Anything. Say the word and I'll turn myself in." That was the problem. There wasn't anything to do. She took a deep breath, trying to quell the emotions welling inside her. She knew they'd done what they had to do. Knew Tucker giving himself up wasn't going to help, but it didn't fix the anxiety and fear festering deep down in her gut.
No, of course not. That's absolutely not an option.
Nina's head popped around the corner. The former Interpol agent looked far cheerier than she had the last few days.
Hey, we have actual food that doesn't have to be reconstituted with boiling water. Do you want any veg in your omelette? Got onions, tomatoes, and spinach to go with some lovely ham I intend to thank Clive Weston for the next time I see him. Truly, the aristocracy lives so much better than the rest of us.
Weston. He owned the house they were staying at, and she'd heard it mentioned he was some kind of earl or something.
I don't know that I want anything.
She wasn't sure she could eat. Tucker frowned. Come on. At least you can have some toast. You need to keep your strength up. That was funny, because she wasn't sure she'd shown a lot of strength the last few days. She'd cried and felt sorry for herself. She'd asked endlessly about her daughter, but not about anyone else. These people had been kind to her, but she'd been caught up in her own misery. He turned and followed Nina into the ultra-modern kitchen. The rest of the house looked like Downton Abbey, but the kitchen was sleek and technologically advanced. There were big windows that let in the light. The kitchen felt normal, and that made her wary. Solo was pacing outside, walking back and forth in front of the windows, her cell phone to her ear and talking animatedly. Again, normal. Normal scared her right now.
Shouldn't she be inside?
The first day she'd gotten a massive lecture on why she couldn't leave the flat. Ezra glanced up from the laptop he'd spent endless hours on the last few days. It was supposedly secure, and their only line of communications, besides 2 burner phones they were only to use in extreme emergencies. She'd thought her life in Germany had been restrictive. Her mother had nothing on Ezra Fane. She's under the awning. See how she stays close to the house? She's doing that so she can't be picked up on satellites. She knows what she's doing. Trust me. If there's one person in the world who knows how to take care of herself, it's Kim Solomon. Nina sighed as she flipped over an omelet.
I could be back at the garden, but no. I had to go downstairs after a workout to grab a water because I was too lazy to stock my flat. Listening to the two of you bicker has been a life lesson, I tell you. How did you ever stay married for years?
The faintest hint of a smile hit Ezra's face. Because when she's good, she's really good. He seemed to shake the feeling off. It will be better now that we've got some room. We won't be on top of each other all the time. How are you this morning, Veronica? Did Tucker fill you in on what happened last night? She was hungry for all the details.
He said Ian moved Vi and my mom. They're on a plane now. Will he tell us when they land? Is he with them?
Tucker nodded. Yes, he got them from London to Dublin. I have no idea how, but he's got connections. They're going out on a private plane his sister-in-law sent. They're going to land at a private airfield in New York and stay with Drew Lawless. That's Case's brother-in-law. Ian will go on to Dallas, but he's got bodyguards in place and a whole legal team waiting to see if anyone shows up on Drew's doorstep. They're safe, and Ian's going to find a way to let them call you. It was far better for them to be on U.S. soil. They had rights in the U.S. they didn't have here. Tucker stared at her for a moment. I'll ask him to send the plane for you in a day or two. I don't think that's a great idea, Ezra said.
For me? Not you?
She kept her attention on Tucker. He would be safer in the U.S. too. I can't leave. I need to be in Europe. There's every probability that I'm going to go to Paris as soon as Ezra and Nina decide it's okay to go, he explained. I'll make sure you're safe first. Did the clothes fit? He was good at deflecting from the real point. She'd learned that over the last few days. That first night he'd held her while she'd cried, but then he'd slept in the living room, offering the bedroom to her and Nina and Solo. She would rather have been on the couch with him. The previous night he'd tucked her into bed after the long drive and told her he needed to talk to Ezra. It had been hours before he'd crawled into bed, and he'd seemed so intent on not waking her, she'd pretended to sleep. He was feeling guilty. He thought he was the reason they were all in this position. She wasn't stupid. It was there in his every gesture, in the way he fell over himself if she wanted so much as a glass of water. She knew what his problem was. The trouble was, she felt guilty too, and she hadn't been handling it well.
"I don't know that I should leave you," she said, "especially since it puts our daughter in danger again. I don't know what I would do if I lead them straight to the safe house. They're looking for me. Asking about my mom and Vi was incidental. They're safe. You're not."
Neither are you. He put a hand on the table as though he needed it for balance. This was the other thing that had been happening. He was getting sicker and sicker.
"Is it another headache?"
She moved to his side.
"It's nothing."
That was what he'd been saying for days. She'd missed the signs that he wasn't well. She hadn't noticed Tucker wasn't eating until the night before, when he'd refused the sandwiches Nina had made. She tried to move in, but he dodged her, keeping the table between them. "I think I should go lay down. I didn't get much sleep last night. Tell Solo I'll be ready if she needs me." He strode out of the kitchen. Her heart sank. He was drawing away from her, and she might have missed her shot to keep him close.
"No matter what he says, he's not okay."
Nina put a plate in front of Ezra.
Watching Jax get taken into custody gutted him. It's what they've been desperate to avoid.
Yeah, well, knowing he's the reason his daughter is in hiding can't have been good for his state of mind, Ezra added.
It wasn't his fault.
That was the one thing she was sure of. Ezra took a drink of his coffee. Actually, when you think about it, it's Solo's fault. If she'd left you alone, Kronberg probably never comes after you. Nina's eyes widened in what couldn't be mistaken for anything but righteous indignation.
"You're the one who asked Solo to find her."
"No, I didn't ask Solo for anything," Ezra said with a shrug. "This is one more of her crazy stunts to try to prove to me she's changed. It happened to also lead to us being on the run and Jax in jail. That's how it goes with Solo. Everything she touches tends to turn to shit."
"I'm trying,"
a soft voice said. She turned and Solo was standing there, her cell peeking out of her pocket. Ezra frowned and hopped off his bar stool, flipping his laptop shut. "You always do, Kim, and it always ends up going wrong. I've got a secure call with Damon in 5. I'll be in the office. Thanks for breakfast, Nina." Nina looked back, one hand on her hip.
"Not that you actually ate it,"
she sighed.
"I don't know why I try."
"I'll take it." Solo slipped into Ezra's seat and picked up the fork he'd left behind.
"I've been living off scraps with him for years. Ronnie, I'm sorry. I was glad to hear Ian thinks he's got a safe spot to stash your mom and daughter. The Lawless building is secure, and Drew Lawless has enough government contacts that the agency will think twice about even approaching him."
That was good to know, and even more reason why she shouldn't go. If they were safe, going to the States could only give the agency or any of the intelligence groups a reason to think about upsetting the balance. And Ezra was wrong.
"I don't blame you."
Solo smiled faintly.
"It's okay. Beck can blame me enough for both of you." "Why do you call him Beck?"
"Because that's his name.
Beckett Kent. Ezra Fane was his half-brother. He was on a special operations team, and he died on a mission I sent him on over Beck's very vocal objections."
She said the words without a hint of emotion, as though she'd been over and over them so often, she couldn't quite feel them anymore. Guilt. It seemed to be a thing today.
Well, I don't blame you for coming to find me. I know it might have been the catalyst that started this fire, but I think it was always going to start. Has anyone considered the fact that it's not Veronica that upset the fragile balance? Nina asked, setting a tray of toast on the island. But they raided the garden only a few days after I showed up, Ronnie pointed out. It takes more than a few days to plan something like the other night. I should know. I've been involved. It would have taken a while just to get MI6 and German intel on the same page. Nina sat down beside Solo. I think the turning point was when the lads broke into Kronberg. That was when Kronberg realized they were sitting on a bomb that hasn't gone off yet. But it will. I think having Tucker walk back into that building is what made them move, and fast. The fact that there was an agency team there would have been icing on the cake. Solo held up her fork. Then see, still my fault. Although I would like to point out I was hauling in a rogue agent. And you coordinated with BND. Nina looked expectant, though it was obvious she knew the answer to the question. No, Solo admitted. Nina pointed her way. See, there it is. But then Ezra wouldn't have either. It's the nature of your job. Secrets and obfuscation. I worked in a far more transparent place. I like the world better in black and white. But that's neither here nor there. The point is the lads woke this particular sleeping beast, not Veronica. Levi Green pushed them to do it. So I say we stash the guilt and deal with the problem head-on. That's what I'm trying to do, Solo said. Now that we're here and have some space, I have a plan. But I need Tucker for this plan, and that means he can't make himself sick. He was doing it for her. For her and Violet and Jax. He was trying so hard to fix the problem, but this wasn't something he could plow his way through. And being apart wasn't helping the situation. He was spiraling, and there was no one to catch him. From what she understood, he'd had the support of his brothers through everything. Since the moment he'd been rescued, he'd had those men to surround him and understand him. Then in the last few weeks, he'd lost 2 of his brothers, one to betrayal and the other betrayed. But he had to feel both deaths. And now he felt like he'd abandoned Vi. He had to feel close to losing her, too. In some ways, he wanted to. Sending her away would be the final blow. Sometimes there was a relief that came with knowing you couldn't lose anything else. She knew that feeling, but she couldn't let him push her out because losing her would be freeing. She'd been in a state of numbness, where only her own grief and panic had stirred anything inside her, but it was time to take control. Her mother would have already poked her enough that she would have to come out of her shell. Her mother never backed down from either challenge or tragedy. Even when Katie had been killed, her mom was the one who'd realized the threat and acted to protect her daughter and unborn granddaughter. Her mother would do anything to protect Vi, and honestly, she would put Sandra Croft up against a CIA team any day of the week. It was past time to be more like her mother. Her mother would never let a person she loved drown in guilt. She loved him. She'd loved him when he was Stephen Reeser. She loved him as Tucker Jones. She just loved him. What's the plan? She reached out and grabbed a piece of toast. She might not be hungry, but she didn't want to get weak, and that meant normalizing. It was time to be strong. Solo looked up from her eggs. Are you in now? I was worried you were going to be dead weight. I'm in, and I assure you I might not be dead weight, but I will be a pain in your ass if you get Tucker into more trouble. I don't care what the American government wants. I only care about getting Jax free and finding a way to clear Tucker's name. Whatever his actual name is.
Nina's lips turned up in a grin.
Thank God. He needs someone to take him in hand.
Solo passed her the butter.
It's good to have another team member. I'm afraid the guys are super emotional. We need more solid logic. So yes, I have a plan. Now that we're in a safe location, I've called in some favors, and I'm bringing in a couple of people I think can help Tucker remember. Rebecca told me she thinks the cure Levi gave Tucker is actually working, at least partially. He's been remembering more and more. Yes, he has. And before all that crap went down, he was handling it quite well. He was doing everything Ariel and Rebecca had taught him to do. He was letting it flow. He would talk about it, but he wouldn't try to force the memory, she explained. The only times he would be tempted to was when he thought about his brother.
Solo sat up a little straighter.
His brother? I haven't heard he thought he had a brother.
She sat back again.
Maybe you should wait to talk about this. You have to understand that I'm here on Ezra's sufferance. He might not want me to know everything. I trust you.
Solo had done nothing but reunite her family. Nina nodded her way.
Go on. I'd like to hear about it too. And Solo's here. She's part of this, and she didn't have to be. She could have walked at any moment. Is she doing it to try to get her husband back? Probably. But the good news is her husband would be super pissed if she betrayed us. Ergo, we can trust her. Your way with logic is spot on, Solo said, before turning back to Ronnie. Now what's this about a brother? He remembers a brother. He said his name was Ace. He can't see a face, but he knows Ace was older than him. I don't know if this helps solve the mystery of whether or not he stole that intel, but I know it's on his mind a lot, she explained. Is there any way to find his family? MacDonald was excellent at covering her tracks.
Nina crossed to the coffee pot and filled a mug.
We actually know what Robert's name is, and we haven't been able to find his mother or brother. His wife has a small footprint, but it didn't lead to Robert. According to Levi, Robert's family might still be alive, Solo said, but he's not talking about that to me. He got the data Jax found at a highly secret black ops site called The Ranch. I wasn't allowed to study that data. I suspect it had a ton of information on MacDonald's subjects. It could be how he knew so much about Robert's family and what Tucker was doing. Or it could be complete bullshit. Levi lies, and often. But even the devil knows that the best lie contains a hint of the truth.
Nina offered her the mug. Ronnie was more than happy to take it. She needed some caffeine.
So you think these people you're bringing in might help him remember? That's what Big Tag thinks, Solo replied. It's a gamble on my end, but it's one I've got to take. I don't care what Nina says. I don't think Jax gets hauled in if I hadn't brought you to the garden. I owe River a lot. I like Jax. I can't let this stand. I have to fix this. And honestly, it was my agency that allowed MacDonald to work. I want those names. I want to know who sold out Robert and Jax and Tucker. And all the rest. Justice might have been served on Hope MacDonald, but there are still people out there who haven't paid their debt. I'm going to be the bill collector.
Solo's voice had gone cold, and Ronnie was happy she was on that woman's team.
How do I help Tucker?
There was still a fear in the back of her mind that Tucker remembering who he'd been could have terrible consequences, but she couldn't let fear rule her. He cared about her now. He'd cared about her then. She had to have a little faith. Solo seemed to think about that.
Mostly you can get him to relax. It's going to be a rough afternoon, and I think if he goes into this with a bad attitude, it might not work.
Luckily, she knew exactly how to get that man to relax, and maybe it would help her, too. Tucker stood in the bedroom he and Ronnie had been assigned to. He should have taken his own. It wasn't fair to ask her to sleep with him, and there were plenty of rooms in this massive place. Ezra wanted them all in one wing, but he could just deal with it. She'd only had sex with him once. She shouldn't be forced into a relationship she probably didn't want. Couldn't want, since he kept fucking up and getting her in trouble. He'd promised her he wouldn't lie to her again, but how could he know if he was lying now? How could he truly know what he'd been doing that day? What if he'd been using her as cover to do something nefarious? He'd spent hours going over and over everything that he could have been doing the day he'd been taken. Everyone was optimistic that he'd magically seen the light and realized that what MacDonald had been doing was wrong, or that he'd somehow gotten recruited by Green either before or after he'd gone to work for MacDonald. What if he'd been covering his own ass? Or worse, what if he'd been selling MacDonald out for cash? Didn't that sound more like something a man with the nickname of Razor would do? Hey, are you ready for that shower you promised me? He turned, and there was Veronica standing in the doorway. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. It was one of 3 changes of clothes she had in the whole world. The only reason she had those was Clive Weston had his assistant drive them out before they arrived. She'd been forced to sleep in one of Tucker's t-shirts. It hung to her knees and made her look soft and sweet, and he'd wanted to wrap her up and promise her everything would be all right. Then he'd remembered she'd spent the last 2 days crying because she missed her baby, and her own future was in question. Wait, what had she said? I'm sorry, did you need to take a shower? I can leave. She gave him a sunny smile, a thing he hadn't seen out of her in days. I wasn't asking you to leave, Tucker. I was asking you to join me. You promised me a lot out of that shower, and then the world blew up, and it seems to me you forgot. She crossed the room, walking to him and going up on her toes. Her head tilted, and her lips hovered close to his. His cock responded, tightening and stretching like the fucker wanted to play. He couldn't play right now. Could he? No, he couldn't. It wasn't fair to her. Ronnie, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of you. You don't have to offer me sex. She was suddenly flat-footed again, and her eyes had gone from soft to hard as emeralds and twice as cold. Excuse me? Fuck. What had he done wrong? Because he'd definitely done something wrong to put that look on her face. Ronnie was always sweet. She never lost her temper. Well, she hadn't before. She'd always been patient. I was trying to explain. Go on, she said as if she hadn't interrupted. I would love to hear this explanation since what I heard was you saying our sexual relationship was based on me giving you my body in exchange for your protection. Like a hooker. No, baby, not like a hooker. All the hookers I've ever met wanted cash. I don't have any cash. I can't offer it to you. He knew the minute the words were out of his mouth that he'd made another mistake. Her eyes went wide, and that wasn't wonder in them. You've been self-aware for like 2 minutes, but you already figured out how to hire a hooker? They all looked like you. She turned and her shoulders shook, her hand going to her mouth. God, Ronnie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for you to know, he said, his voice hoarse. I'm such a dumbass. Please don't cry. She turned and she was laughing. Sorry, it's like when your baby's first word sounds an awful lot like shit, and you don't want to encourage her. I blame my mom for that, by the way. She's got a potty mouth and she won't even try to fix it. Was she playing a game with him? He stepped back. What's going on, Ronnie? She wiped her eyes because she'd laughed so much she'd cried.
You're a little crazy, you know. So hookers. I was raising your daughter, and you were running around with hookers?
That wasn't the whole story. I was also getting shot at and trying to remember who I am. I got the shit kicked out of me a couple of times. And I have bad dreams. And sometimes I didn't actually sleep with the hookers. They can be nice to talk to. Her expression softened.
Tucker, you didn't remember me. I can't exactly yell at you for cheating on a woman you didn't know existed. But I can get upset that you seem to think I'm using you for protection. I assure you, I can get protection. I'm not exactly without skills. I grew up with G.I. Jane as a mom. Do you know the only thing worse than a soldier? A soldier who also happens to be a nurse.
You can't protect yourself from these people. He knew Sandra was capable, and she would have taught her daughter self-defense, but they were up against highly trained operatives with connections they couldn't even understand.
I'm not sleeping with you because I think that's the only way you'll protect me. I know I've been a mess the last few days. I haven't been apart from Violet before, and I didn't handle it well,
she said, an unnecessary apology in her tone.
You shouldn't handle it well. You shouldn't have to handle it at all.
She moved close to him again.
I don't blame you.
How could she not? It's my fault. Her hands found his chest, gently touching him like he was fragile, and she didn't want to break him.
Did you ask for this? Did you ask the universe to take all of your memories and torture you? Because I'm damn straight sure I didn't ask for the father of my child to be taken away from me. I didn't ask for my sister to be killed and to have to hide for years. So the way I see it, it's neither of our faults. But the way we're acting now is.
The way I'm acting? He took a step back, because if he didn't, he was going to get his hands on her, and then they wouldn't have this very necessary talk. I assure you I'm not acting. And you can't possibly know that this isn't my fault. We don't know what I was doing. She sighed, an exasperated sound.
I don't care what you were doing.
You aren't listening to me. Her head shook.
No, you aren't listening to me. I don't care what you did then. If we find out you were leaving me behind, my question to you is going to be, what do you want now?
That was the real heartbreak of the situation. He knew exactly what he wanted. You. I want you. I want you and Violet, and hell, I want your crazy-ass mother as my family. But that can't happen because I'm going to ruin you. I'm going to ruin all of you. I love you so fucking much, but everything I touch turns toxic.
I'm not toxic.
Your situation is.
Only if we let it be, she insisted. And I don't think Robert or Jax or Owen would say they're toxic either. I heard you saved Stephanie Carter once.
That seemed like so long ago. He'd felt worthy that day. Right until the moment he'd learned he'd been called Dr. Razor because he cut so deep. It was then he'd realized how arrogant he'd been, thinking he could be the hero. I was dumb enough to let myself be taken because I had a microchip. They had to chip me like a dog so they might be able to find me. I was nothing but a homing beacon. A frustrated groan came from her mouth.
A homing beacon doesn't make the choice to save someone. It doesn't have to think about whether or not they'll die in the effort. Do you know what I've done the last few days?
Hidden in a too-tight apartment and cried because you didn't know if your daughter was dead or alive. She rolled her eyes.
Before that. Since I came to the garden, a couple of times a day, someone would show up wherever I happened to be, and they would plead your case. Oh, they didn't come out and say that's what they were doing, but I caught on pretty quickly. Robert talked to me about how loyal you are. Owen told me the story of how you helped him in those first days after he was dosed with McDonald's drugs. You took care of him, and you didn't even know him. He hadn't been in the compound with you for more than a day. Ariel and Rebecca tag-teamed me with how amazing you are. Jax said he doesn't survive any of this without you. She was forgetting a salient point. Jax was in hell because of him. He still might not. They love you. Even the big guy and the scary Brit. You're worried that you're going to remember and you'll turn back into the cold, selfish, evil person you used to be, but I'm telling you, you were never that person. You were real with me. I don't know why you put on that act with everyone else, but you were real with me. He wanted to believe her so badly. How can you know that? She moved in again, putting her hands on him and looking up, her eyes intent upon him. Because when you were at the bottom, when you were in hell and every moment was agony, you weren't selfish at all. You sacrificed. You gave. You made a family for yourself in the worst conditions, a family that still loves and supports you. Tucker, we're not defined by how we behave when times are perfect. It's who we are when we're half dead on the ground and everything seems hopeless that counts. I've been a mess for days. But it's time to take a cue from my mom and get up and fight. It's time to follow in the footsteps of the best man I've ever met. I'm not going to roll into a ball and forget that there are people who need me. At my worst, I want to be open and kind and strong and compassionate. I want to be like you. Emotion welled deep inside him at her words. He wanted to be that man. Wanted to know deep inside that he could be the kind of father and husband Ronnie could be proud of. He hadn't even known he wanted to be a dad, but now that he'd met Vi, he knew he couldn't fail her. He let his head drop to Ronnie's, the contact piercing through the veil of self-loathing that had threatened to swallow him whole since that moment he'd realized what he would cost them all. I want to be good enough for you. I want it more than anything. Then come to the shower with me, and let's take a few hours off. There's nothing we can do. You trust Ian Taggart? He nodded. None of us would be alive without him. He and Damon, they risked everything to protect us. He won't let anything happen to our daughter. Then be with me. I'm going to go and get ready for whatever today holds. I would like very much to do that with you. If you can't, I understand. But you should know I'll ask you every day. Being together is a choice. I choose you, Tucker. I hope you can do the same for me. She turned and strode into the shower. Brat. She'd just put him in an impossible position. She'd basically said, I choose you, please choose me too. Like they were kids, and it was as simple as checking a box on a note he would pass back to her friend, and they'd giggle about it and everything was easy and innocent. What wasn't innocent about the way he felt about her? The easy part was a given. They weren't kids, and honestly, it wouldn't have been easy if they were. They were human, and that meant everything was complicated. He heard the shower turn on, and a wave of longing hit him hard. Was he treating her the way Tag had accused him? As some prize to be won? Earning her love had more to do with how he treated her, the priority he placed on her, than martyring himself. Why would it be wrong to take what she was offering? If he gave it all back to her, what was wrong with accepting the comfort that would come from being close to her? He hadn't even answered the question in his head before he was standing in the doorway of the magnificent bathroom, watching as she stepped into the shower. Steam was already pouring through the room, and she'd swept her hair up. She was naked,
her skin luminous in the natural light. It had been morning. Soft light flowing into the conference room. No one had turned on the overhead lights, so there was practically a halo around the head of the woman staring out at the cityscape, the Frauenkirche's twin towers in the distance. She'd turned, and he'd stopped. Stopped breathing. Stopped thinking. Stopped doing anything but looking at her.
Hi. I'm Veronica, the new intern. Everyone calls me Ronnie.
It had been right there on the tip of his tongue to tell her his name. His real name. He'd been ready to reach out his hand and introduce himself when the lights to the conference room had flickered on, and that voice banged against his comm.
We don't need interns in this meeting.
Hope MacDonald had strode in, every hair in place, and wearing a Chanel suit that likely cost more than his mother made in a month.
I was looking at the skyline. You've got an amazing view here,
Veronica had said. Ronnie. Everyone called her Ronnie.
Yes, and we've earned it by being the best in the building, MacDonald said. When you've worked your way up, you'll be welcome to stare as much as you like. Until then, your place is in the basement.
Her smile dimmed, and she nodded, holding her notebook against her chest as she walked to the door.
Of course, Dr. MacDonald.
I'm Stephen, he said as she brushed past him. Dr. Reeser. She gave him a hint of a smile and a nod as she exited the room and started back toward the elevators that would take her down where the sun wouldn't caress her skin.
Interns. Well, we'll have to watch that one, MacDonald said.
Yes, he would have to watch out for her. She didn't know it, but she was stuck in hell, and that demon in front of him could tear her up. He had to make sure she didn't.
Tucker?
He came out of the memory at the sound of her voice. For a moment, he'd been there. He'd not simply had a sliver of memory, he'd been there, like it had happened to him. It had happened to him. The first time I saw you, it was morning. You were in the conference room on the 5th floor. You introduced yourself to me. MacDonald walked in, and she was a bitch to you. Ronnie stood in the entryway to the shower and seemed comfortable with her nudity, a soft smile playing on her lips as though she remembered too.
She sent me to the basement because I wasn't one of the big boys. But I remember that you stopped me and introduced yourself. Everyone had warned me about you, but you were nice to me. You didn't look at me like I was something less.
He'd known even then that she was more. I wanted to protect you from her. I knew she was bad. I wanted to tell you my name. My real name. Stephen Reeser isn't my real name, but I can't. She stepped out and put her hands on either side of his face.
Don't. You don't have to know right now. It will come to you or it won't, and forcing it will only make you sick. You're remembering, and it's exactly what I said. You were always you. It's a puzzle that doesn't completely make sense yet, but when we put it all together, you're going to be you, Tucker. You're going to be the brave, sweet, amazing man I've come to know.
He'd wanted to protect her. He wasn't sure if that meant he was innocent or if he'd simply not wanted a pretty girl to get hurt, but he would take it. He might have become Stephen Reeser at some point, but there was someone else beneath it all. Someone who cared about her. He lowered his mouth to hers and let the memory slide away as their tongues tangled and his hands found her silky flesh. He didn't care that she was damp from stepping into the shower and she was plastered against his clothes. He wouldn't be in them for long. She was right. They needed this. He'd been wrong to think for a second that they should be apart. He kissed her over and over, backing her into the shower. He managed to get his shirt off, tossing it to the side. Ronnie stepped back. going under the spray from the shower and managing to look both shockingly innocent and like a sex goddess all at the same time. Because there was nothing not innocent about sex. Not when it was about pleasure and joy. Like all things in the world, it could be corrupted, but it was a joyful act. It was a necessary act, because he wasn't whole if he couldn't touch her. He shoved his jeans and boxers off. She didn't care about the scars on his body. She liked him. She wanted him. It was all he could ask. He stalked into the shower after her, his sorrow and self-pity rapidly morphing into hunger. Days had passed, and he hadn't felt close to her. He needed more than close now. He needed to be inside her, surrounded by her. He needed to know she was still his because he wanted so badly to be hers. His cock was already hard and ready to go. He didn't care about anything with the exception of her. He felt feral as he towered over her. Ronnie's hands came out, stroking down his body like he was a predator she could soothe. And she could, because something in him eased the moment she touched him. I know things are stressful, and you feel like it's all on your shoulders, but I'm with you. You're not alone. We get through this together, she said. She'd made her choice. He'd given her every out, and now he would take her at her word. She wanted him? Oh, she would have him. He would give her everything. He kissed her again, bringing their bodies together. The water was warm, but she was so much hotter. He gripped her ass, grinding his cock lightly against her belly. Her nails raked against his back, and he happily took the little pain. She was here with him. She was right. They were in this together, and she was his partner. He owed her everything, and that included faith. Faith in his team, in them as a couple. Faith in himself. Tucker, I want to play, she said as he kissed his way down her neck. I want to touch you. I didn't get to explore the way I wanted to. Please. We've only made love a few times, and it was always about me. I want to explore you, too. I want to know every inch of your body. She was going to make him crazy. He wanted to know exactly what she was talking about. You want to touch my cock? She nodded. Yes. Because if you touch my cock, I'll want you to suck my cock. I've been too impatient. You know I've wanted that always. I needed to show you how much you mean to me, and that meant giving you everything. He'd tied her up in the privacy room because he'd wanted to show her how he would treat her, like she was a queen, and he worshipped her. Then give me this. I need to show you how I feel, too. Her eyes were on him as she dropped to her knees. His whole body tightened in anticipation. She licked her lips as she wrapped her hand around his dick. He forced himself to breathe. Lick me, Ronnie. He'd felt such attraction to her that first day. It had shocked him, as though he'd thought there couldn't be anything good in the place he found himself in. She'd been sunshine in the gloom. She still was. She stroked him and leaned forward, brushing her lips over him. Her tongue came out and dragged over his cockhead. His eyes nearly rolled in the back of his head. Her mouth was soft. So fucking soft. His cock was rolled in hot, wet silk. Her tongue moved all over, not missing an inch of his dick as she moved her head up and down. He hissed as her teeth lightly scratched against him, the tiny pain immediately flaring into pleasure. She started to move away, likely to apologize. He caught the back of her head and directed her to continue. Give it all to me. I can take it. Don't stop until I tell you to, he growled and flexed inside her. Her eyes flared, and she settled in again, her hands coming up to cup his ass. Her nails dug in lightly as though she'd figured out he didn't mind a bite of pain. He didn't. He kind of craved it, but only coming from her. It meant she was involved, so involved she wasn't thinking about anything but being in the moment with him. She deep-throated him, and he knew he wasn't going to last. "Baby, I'm going to come." Her hands tightened on his cheeks, and she sucked him harder. She wanted him to come in her mouth. The thought of her drinking him down brought out something primal in him. She was his. She was making the conscious decision to put off her own pleasure so he could have this moment, give him this moment. She stroked him with her tongue, lips caressing while her hands pressed on his ass, directing him to give to her everything he had. The orgasm spiked through him, making him shudder, even as she groaned around his dick. He let go, thrusting into her mouth and letting the sensation flow through him, binding him to her. He was weak in the knees by the time she stood. There was the wickedest, sexiest grin on her face, and she pointedly licked her lips. "See, that was fun," she said, her voice going husky. He was so in love with her. He kissed her, tasting himself on her lips. "Let's see if we can have even more fun." Chapter 10. Tucker walked into the great room as quietly as he possibly could. Something was going on. He'd heard a bunch of movement as he'd walked down the hallway, doors opening and closing, feet scooting across the floors, and harsh whispers. Whatever drama was going on, he wasn't a part of it. How the world had changed. A few short weeks ago, he would have gone looking for the drama. He would have popped some corn and found the best seat he could to watch whatever was going on play out in front of him. Now he didn't have the time. He was going to sneak into the kitchen, grab a couple of waters, and hope no one saw him before he could sprint back to their bedroom. He'd left Ronnie napping after a long session in bed. She hadn't slept well the past few nights. "It's better when your arms are around me." He probably had the stupidest grin on his face. He ducked into the kitchen, and Nina was sitting at the table, a book in her hand. She took one look at him and shook her head.
"Well, at least one of us is getting some. You know the worst part about being on the run? There's nothing to do except eat and watch telly and have sex with the incredibly handsome billionaire you happen to be on the run with."
She gestured to the book in her hand.
"And read a bit. For a stuffy nobleman, Clive's got some fun books. I'm on my third romance since I got here. Why can't I find my own hot, needs-a-woman-to-fix-him billionaire?"
He was going to keep Ronnie away from the library. He could totally give her a guy to fix. He was the king of broke-down guys, but he was also pretty actually broke, and she didn't need any ideas. "Maybe Damon can put you on bodyguard duty. You know, once we can all show our faces in the world again without getting arrested." "What's going on out there?" Nina glanced at the great room. It was open to the kitchen.
"Not sure. Solo walked in about 10 minutes ago and asked to have a word with Ezra. Then there was some door slamming and whispering on mobiles. Now they're both out in the garage. Maybe they're having sex too. Everyone's having sex but me."
Another change. Weeks ago he would have been offering himself up to the lovely operative. He would have been giving her his most seductive smile and trying to coax her into giving him a try. The thought was distasteful now, and not because Nina wasn't wonderful. Because he belonged to Ronnie, and even flirting was off limits now. Do we have any word on Jax? Should he be this happy when Jax was potentially being tortured? Nina seemed to sober too, as if Jax's very name was enough to bring them all back to reality.
"He's still at MI6 headquarters, and they're allowing Damon to see him. I believe that's Solo's doing. Apparently she's cut some kind of deal with them. Damon isn't being accused of harboring a fugitive at this time, but I get the feeling all that changes if we take too long. Solo can only hold out while they've got some patience. We're all at a standstill until she can deliver.
Until he could deliver. That was what she really meant, but was far too polite to say. What Solo was trying to deliver existed only in Tucker's head, and his head didn't want to cooperate. Is Ariel coming up? Ian mentioned something about wanting me to try hypnosis again.
I think that's what all the drama outside is about,
Nina explained.
I heard Solo say she's bringing someone in from London.
Maybe Rob would come with her. It would be good to see him. Rob had a strange way of balancing him out. Jax might be his best friend in the world, but Rob was a steady influence on him. Rob always felt safe. It would be good to talk to Rob about everything that was happening with Ronnie. Rob would probably talk him out of doing stupid shit like asking her to marry him right now. Rob would convince him he should wait until he could at least get a ring, and until he didn't have cops across the globe looking to arrest him. River knew what it felt like to have her husband dragged away in handcuffs. That thought sobered him entirely. I'm going to sneak back to my bedroom. Ronnie's napping, and I don't want to leave her for long, he admitted. Let me know if you need help with dinner.
Can you cook?
He shrugged. Not at all, but I can add much-needed sarcasm. Ronnie could cook. She'd made dinner at the garden. It had been simple but filling, and he'd adored those nights when they sat around a table together and talked about their days. He missed Violet. He missed her sweet face and how she clung to him like he was worthy of being her dad. He'd barely known her for a week, but there was a hole inside him now that only she could fill. It was the same with Ronnie. He wanted his family together. Was River sitting somewhere in London wishing she'd never met Jax? He seriously doubted it. She was at the garden holed up with her big mutt, Buster, and praying for her husband's well-being. She would be grateful for every moment they'd had together, and work hard to have more good days with him. He wasn't going back to that old thinking. Ronnie had made her choice, and now it was up to him to be worthy of her. Are you fucking crazy? Ezra walked in from the hallway that led to the garage. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, boots on his feet. He immediately pivoted and turned to face Solo, who walked in behind him. Do you know how dangerous this could be?
What other choice do we have, Beck?
The normally exquisitely dressed lady was dressed down, due to the lack of a handy mall to outfit her for their hideout. She was in yoga pants, a t-shirt and sneakers, her massive blonde hair in a high ponytail.
I have to do something no matter what the risk is. I've been prepping for this for days.
There is no way to truly prep for this, Ezra shot back. Unless this is all some scam. Are you in this with him? He should have moved way faster. The last thing he needed was to get caught in an Ezra Solo throwdown. They happened way too often and went on far too long. He started to try to ease his way into the kitchen. Maybe there was another way to get back to Ronnie. But a third person walking into the room made him stop in his tracks. Nina was suddenly beside him.
Is that who I think it is?
Nina whispered the question. The man who walked in would likely command whatever space he occupied. He had dark blonde hair cut at a fashionable length, but there was no denying the man had a military air about him. He strode in, brown eyes focused on the argument playing out in front of him. His expression was completely shuttered, as though he didn't truly care about the outcome of the fight. He was merely waiting to see what he would need to do next, and he would carry that mission out with the same ruthlessness that had likely kept the White House in the current president's hands. Connor Sparks. Tucker whispered back like Sparks was Voldemort, and no one should say his name aloud. Though Sparks had always played for the good guys. At least that was the way Big Tag explained it. When they'd first joined the London team, they'd been given a thorough class on the key political situations around the world, and part of that had included the men close to President Zach Hayes. He'd paid particular attention to Connor Sparks, since he was not only one of the president's closest friends, but an intelligence officer.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What has Solo gotten us into?
Nina stared at the scene in front of her. Connor Sparks was a legend at the agency, mostly because almost no one at the agency would admit he'd ever worked for the CIA. That's what happened when a CIA operative also happened to be close friends with a man who'd ended up being the President of the United States. Of course, the rumor was Solo had been working for President Hayes for a long time. "You can't mean to do this," Ezra was saying. Solo crossed her arms over her chest. "Do you have any idea the hoops I had to go through to bring him here?" Ezra wasn't backing down. "Do you have any idea the hoops I'm going to throw him through? Hint, they will all be on fire, and there will be a vat of acid at the end of them." "Maybe we should talk about this, Solo," Sparks said with a frown. Solo waved him off. "He's good at hyperbole." "He's also not an employee," Sparks pointed out. "He was let go. He has no security clearance at all." "I believe the word you're looking for is burned." Ezra turned on the newcomer. "Yeah, thanks for that, buddy." Sparks held up his hands as though pushing back on the claim. "Hey, that wasn't my call. I don't technically work for the agency anymore. I'm at the White House for the time being, and work directly with the president." "Then what are you doing here?" Ezra asked, staring at the guy. If Sparks was intimidated at all, he didn't show it. "I handle things for the president from time to time, and this is a special case. President Hayes has taken an interest in this one. He doesn't like the idea of these drugs being out in the world. This happened partially on his watch, and he wants it cleaned up before there's a scandal and the world knows our soldiers were used as lab rats. The Brits and the Germans are willing to work with us." "So you want the data in order to sweep the whole thing under the rug?" Ezra sounded like he wouldn't believe any answer he was given. "We want to know who worked with the McDonalds. German intelligence wants to know who from Kronberg knew what was going on," Sparks explained. "There will be repercussions. They won't be public. Yes, we want to keep this out of the press, but we're not going to allow anyone to treat our soldiers this way." German intelligence brought a Kronberg employee with them. Tucker stepped out into the great room. He didn't like the idea that the agency might sweep it all under the rug. He certainly didn't like the idea that they would go into this wide-eyed. Sparks's expression softened, and he stepped forward, holding out a hand. "You must be Tucker. Connor Sparks. It's good to meet you. And let me assure you the president is working on clearing your name." "I don't know my name." He sighed, but he shook the man's hand. "But I appreciate anything you can do for me and my brothers." "Jax is fine," Solo said. "I'm trying to make sure he stays that way. Damon is checking on him, and they let River visit him yesterday." "Jax is in a holding cell," Ezra pointed out. "I assure you he's not fine." Sparks stepped back. "Unfortunately, I can't get involved in freeing Mr. Seaborn. According to all our records, he doesn't exist. Neither do you, Tucker. It's why it's so important we figure out what happened and how she hid your identities." "And if the CIA helped her do it?" Nina stared at Sparks. "Then the agency will have a shake-up they won't see coming," Sparks promised. "From the accent, I'm going to assume you're Ms. Blunt, former Interpol. You have to understand why it's important the president isn't involved. Your own organization is actively looking for these men." "Former organization," Nina replied. "And yes, if Interpol knew the President of the United States was even thinking about harboring men with red notices, there would be a scandal. I understand that, but I would be careful with MI6 and the Germans."
I'm sure they're telling you Kronberg is helping with their investigation, but that's a major German corporation, and that means they'll protect them like the asset they are.
They don't want the list of names out any more than we do, Sparks said. We can work with them or against them. Allies are funny things. They can turn on a dime, but sometimes it's best to keep them close. This is Solo's op. The president has complete confidence in her. He glanced down at his watch, and then back to Solo. You're sure you want to do this? I don't like the look in your ex's eyes. You know we expect him back in one piece. Then you should take him right back to the U.S., Ezra swore. Because I can't assure you that he'll leave this house alive. Tucker knew he was missing some important part of the conversation. He didn't think the he they were talking about was Sparks. Solo sighed, a long, suffering sound. I'll keep them apart. I've got a room ready for him. The owner of this place has some interesting hobbies. There's an actual jail cell in one of the rooms. I checked it out, and it should hold him nicely. Hold him? Something was going on that he didn't understand. I thought you were bringing Ariel up so she can put me under hypnosis. She's on her way up here now, Solo said. She and Robert are bringing up some more people Ezra won't like. Ezra's eyes were like laser beams focused on his ex-wife. What the hell have you done? Have you forgotten that these men are my responsibility? She frowned his way. Talk to Damon and Tag. They approved the plan because it's the only way we keep MI6 from pulling out the big guns. They already raided the garden, Ezra shot back. How much bigger are those guns going to get? Sparks whistled. You said he was a do-gooder, Solo. You didn't tell me he was naive. I didn't know you could work for the agency for that long and still be so innocent. Solo turned to Ezra. A lot bigger, and you know it. I promise you that everything I'm doing is to protect Jax and Tucker. And you. All he knew was he wanted to work with Ariel. If this was about her getting to come up here, he was going to weigh in. I need to figure this out. We know the intel is probably somewhere in Paris. At least, we're certain that's where I lost it. I need something to spark my memory. The drugs Green gave me seem to be working, but it's not fast enough. Because you were never patient, a deep voice said. A chill went up his spine, and he watched as Levi Green was guided through the door by two men he'd never seen before. Guards. They were probably CIA agents, and they'd been sent to transport Green here. His hands and feet were locked in heavy chains, and he'd lost weight from the last time he'd seen the man. He looked lean and hungry, as if the past few weeks had robbed him of his ability to pretend to be anything but the predator he was. He'd never understood how much of Green's mask came from the clothes he wore. He normally was very stylish, presenting himself as something of a hipster with his pork pie hats and suspenders. He had a cool vibe he cultivated. He hid behind. This was the real man, and his eyes practically ate Solo up. His hair was longer than usual, and it tumbled over his forehead as though he'd recently thrashed around. Hello, Solo. I knew you would come for me eventually. You know, darling, you didn't have to put me in chains. I would have come willingly. Don't I always help you when you need it? When you're lonely and wanting, I'm always there for you. Fuck. Ezra had gone still. Not the kind of still that happens when someone's tired. It was the kind that happened right before a man committed a vicious murder. Solo stepped between the men. Spare me, Levi. You know why you're here. And I've got a nice cell with your name on it. Gentlemen, if you'll follow me, we can get this exchange over with, and you can head back to the States. I'm serious. Sparks was watching Ezra like he might lose his shit at any moment. If you can't protect him, I need to take him back with me.
He's been working with the agency and he's got a surprising amount of intelligence we need.
Because he's been playing everyone for years, Ezra said between clenched teeth.
And you know as well as I do that if he's got the right information, he can buy his way out of a lot of trouble, Sparks said with a sigh. He's got a deal. If he can help Tucker Jones find the information we need, the agency will be willing to reconsider his incarceration.
A completely humorless laugh came from Ezra's throat. Isn't that handy? He causes the problem in the first place, and now he's also the solution. That sounds about right. Sparks stared at Ezra, his eyes sharp as he took the former operative in.
He doesn't know?
Solo's jaw went tight.
I haven't talked to him about it. Mr. Kent, or Fane, or whatever you choose to call yourself, Sparks began. You should give her some more credit. She held the line on this one. She wouldn't give up your location so we can get this done unless we agreed to give you your job back. If this mission goes well, you'll be back at the agency with full pay and benefits. You'll get your old job back and the records will reflect that your firing was in error.
I don't want my old job back. And this is a mistake. He's got something up his sleeve, and it will all go to hell in the end. Ezra turned and walked away. Solo took a long breath, as though banishing whatever it was she felt.
The deal still holds. I'll get you what everyone wants, and Ezra, Tucker, and Jax get their records erased. They get a clean slate. What they do with it is up to them.
Agreed. Sparks shook her hand. But that man has problems. Problems you can't solve. She sniffled slightly and a smile curved her lips up.
You only say that because your wife wants to set me up.
A brilliant smile came over Sparks's face. It completely transformed the man from dangerous to joyful.
She's got lists. I promise I'll go through them and weed out all the crazies.
His smile dimmed.
Be careful with him. Beck or Levi?
Solo asked.
Both,
Sparks said with an almost pitying smile, as though he knew what it meant to be in a hopeless situation.
When this is over, come out to the house. Laura's quite good at matchmaking. It's time to move on.
He started toward the door he'd walked in through. When he turned back, the friendly guy was gone, and the operative was back in place.
And Solo, you know what happens if he gets out.
She nodded.
You have to disavow any knowledge of the mission, and I get to be the bad guy. The good news is I'm pretty good at that role. Just ask Beck.
Sparks nodded at the two men who had hands on Levi Green. At Sparks' nod, they released him and fell into line behind the boss, leaving Green standing there in chains, a smirk on his face. He's right about moving on, but he's wrong about letting his wife fix you up. Laura Sparks can't possibly know what you need, Levi said, but I do. And I forgive you for hauling me in. You were only doing your job, and I've been a bad boy. Tucker, it's good to see you up and about. I knew you would come through. So ye old memories aren't coming back as fast as we would like. We can fix that. Or should I call you Stephen now? That's not my name either. All in all, he would have preferred hypnotism to having to work with the man who'd pretty much tried to kill all his brothers. Green's eyes flared.
Ah, so it is working. If that man knows everything, why doesn't he tell us what we need to know, and we can all move on with our lives? Nina asked.
Where would the fun be in that? Levi asked, holding out his chained-together hands. Hello. We haven't had the pleasure of being introduced. I'm Levi Green. You can call me Levi. Nina didn't take the proffered hand.
The fun would be in us all getting to go home. And miss spending time with my best girl.
Never. This is foreplay for me and Solo. I'm a patient man. Why don't you take these things off me, baby? You know I'm not going anywhere. I intend to give you everything you want, and then I'll get what I've been waiting for all these years. Levi promised.
I'm not letting you out of the chains, and I swear to God if you touch me, I'll make you regret it.
Solo stalked over to him.
You're here for one reason and one reason only. You're going to help Tucker remember what happened and where he left that intelligence he stole from Kronberg. You'll do it, because you were there.
Oh yes, I was. I was there far longer than anyone imagines. I was there in the beginning, Levi replied. But merely telling him who he is and why he did what he did wouldn't spark his memory. We have to do this my way, or no way at all. His past was standing right in front of him, and all he could think about was the fact that he didn't want Veronica anywhere near this man. Levi Green was toxic. He was like the devil, always looking for a way in, and once he got there, he corrupted everything he touched. I have a way for you to get everything you want. You'll be doing a service to your country, too. You've seen what she's doing. You've been affected directly by it. What would you do to get a little revenge? The words floated through his brain. Insidious. They'd been insidious. He'd wanted to walk away, but Green had gotten him. Green had convinced him he could get everything he needed if he only did this one small favor for him.
Are you okay?
Nina put a hand on his arm. Green's chains jangled. See? Being in the same room is helping, isn't it? You need me to walk you through it all. I can't simply tell you. You need to experience it, because I have no idea where that intel is. I only know that you had it. I was meeting you that day, he heard himself say, but he was doing exactly what he wasn't supposed to do. He was looking deep inside. It was right there. He could feel the wind on his face, know how excited he was because soon he wouldn't have to lie to Ronnie anymore. He was going to get his life back. He was going to get his... He'd been looking for something. Something important. Something... or someone. You're close, aren't you? Green was staring at him, a fascinated look on his face. Dig a little deeper. It's right there, man. I gave you the drugs that should rebuild the connections. His gut was starting to clench, pain pulsing through his head.
Hey, you don't look so great,
Nina said.
Tucker, let it go, Solo ordered. Ariel taught you how to handle this.
You're almost there, man. Green egged him on. But the problem was, he was right. He was almost there. It was so close he could taste it. Reach for it.
Tucker, what's happening?
Only one voice could bring him out. Ronnie? A low chuckle reminded him they weren't alone. Well, that explains a lot. I assume this is Solo's doing? Hello, Veronica. Long time no see. Ronnie gasped beside him, and her face flushed.
Louis? What are you doing here?
Solo looked to Ronnie.
You know him?
Ronnie nodded.
He was dating my sister when she died. Was killed. Did he have something to do with my sister's murder?
If I did, I probably had help, Green said with a wink. Shouldn't we find out who that was? Tucker's heart felt like it sank to his stomach, because Green was staring straight at him. Like they had a secret. God, had he had a hand in killing Ronnie's sister? His knees buckled, and he stumbled toward the bathroom. He was going to be sick. 2 hours later, Veronica was still shaking as she sat down at the table in the dining room. The world seemed to have upended, and she wasn't sure she liked where she'd landed. Tucker reached out and slid a hand over hers. He was still pale. She'd chased after him, leaving Solo and Nina with the man her sister had introduced her to as Lewis Green. Her mind was still whirling, but at least Tucker seemed to be better now. "All right, let's get this over with, since we've got more company coming," Ezra said as he took a seat. "Did Solo tell you she's letting MI6 and the Germans send a rep up here?" Tucker's hand tightened on hers. "What? Why the hell did we leave the garden if we're inviting them to hang with us?" Solo sat beside Ezra. From what Ronnie could tell, they'd spent most of the last 2 hours yelling at each other when Ezra wasn't yelling at Big Tag on the phone. "We left the garden so we would have leverage. We're now using that leverage to force better conditions. MI6 and BND have agreed they do not need to question Sandra Croft. She's being issued a new passport as we speak, and we'll handle the records of her coming back into the country. Also, we'll deal with Violet's citizenship. She'll be granted dual citizenship and 2 passports, 1 U.S. and 1 German. You understand what this means?" Despite how upsetting it had been to see that man again, something good might come from it. "I can talk to my mom?" Solo gave her a smile. "FaceTime with her. Let Violet see you. The deal I've worked out is that MI6 gets to keep Jax for now. We keep Tucker. All 3 agencies get to interview Levi Green. Robert and Ariel are on their way up here with a couple of representatives. They don't know where the location is, and they won't have freedom to roam while they're here. I've taken down any pictures or mementos they might use to identify the house. It's not perfect, but it's all I've got. And with any luck, between Ariel and talking to Levi, we'll figure out where that data is." "And if MacDonald took it with her?" Tucker asked. Solo's eyes darkened, as though she'd gone through that nightmarish scenario in her head way too many times. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll figure out something that will satisfy them. I'm not going to let them take Tucker. And honestly, Ezra already knows how he's going to break Jax out." Ezra's lips quirked up in a feral smirk. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "I'll help you if it comes down to that," Solo promised. "But if I can avoid a worldwide execution order on your head, I will. Now Nina's babysitting. I gave her noise-canceling headphones so she doesn't have to listen to Levi talk." "You should have given her a cattle prod." Ezra seemed to perk up. "Hey, Weston's got some crazy shit in this place. It's like his dungeon in the woods. I bet he's got one." "I bet he does," Tucker said with a smile that kind of scared her. She shook her head. "Will someone tell me who this guy is? I met him twice when he was dating Katie." Solo and Ezra shared a look she didn't understand. "What?" she asked, a knot in her gut. Once again, something was going on that she didn't quite understand. She was on the periphery, with no real knowledge, except whatever that look meant. It would likely rock her world. Solo's face cleared. "Nothing at all." "They think your sister might have been CIA," Tucker explained, his eyes tired. He'd had a rough afternoon. After throwing up for a while, he'd lain in bed with the lights off and a cool rag on his head, trying to get rid of a migraine. She'd lain next to him, changing the rag every now and then, her head resting on his chest and listening to the steady beat of his heart. Katie wasn't a CIA agent. It was completely ridiculous. She was a journalist. She had a degree and started working freelance as soon as she graduated. "When did she meet the man you knew as Lewis?" Solo asked. "It wasn't anything serious, at least not according to what Katie told me," she explained, trying to remember everything that had gone on at the time. It was a swirl in her brain. "She said he was a freelance journalist too. They met while she was working on one of her corporate corruption stories. My sister had this crazy belief that the world was being run by this group of corporations, like an Illuminati thing. I blame my mom.
She's been into conspiracy theories since we were kids. I'm afraid my sister fell into that trap. Not that there aren't conspiracies in the world, but my sister can get a little crazy."
Tucker sighed. "It's called the Collective. Kronberg was a part of it. We're pretty sure Big Tag neutralized them the last time they tangled," Ezra continued. "He took out the head, and we're hoping it takes them years to reorganize."
"Are you telling me the Collective was real?"
She tried to make sure her jaw didn't drop.
"Yes, and I think Levi likely had some connections to them," Solo explained. "It wouldn't be the first time an agency employee worked for the Collective. He could have done double duty, reporting back to both the agency and his corporate bosses. If your sister was getting close to the Collective or what was really going on at Kronberg, they might have sent him in to keep an eye on her."
Now she was the one whose stomach threatened to revolt. Tucker squeezed her hand again.
"Baby, you couldn't have known. And if she'd told me the same thing, I would have thought she was crazy too."
How much had she missed? And how much had she been played on all sides?
"We've already established that I was likely hired because my sister was investigating Kronberg. They were going to use me as leverage against her. But they never threatened her. Not that she mentioned. If you're looking for her old notes, I don't have them. Mom and I went through her things, but we couldn't find anything of value. Her apartment was burglarized 2 days after she died. Naturally, the police don't have suspects."
"So we can assume Kronberg did it," Solo said.
"They would have gone in and cleared anything that might have implicated them. I've tried to get Levi's records from the agency, but what they sent told me nothing. He was definitely in Europe around that time. I don't know what he was working on. I know he was meeting with key assets during that time frame, but the names are redacted. Dating Katie could possibly have been his way of hiding the fact that she was an asset."
"Also, we can't believe a word that comes out of Levi's mouth." Ezra sat back. "He lies like the rest of us breathe."
"He'll tell the truth if it buys him something,"
Solo insisted. But the words were flat, as though the speaker knew she wouldn't be heard.
"In this case, finding that intel buys him a lot."
"And if what it buys him means the truth never getting out?" Tucker asked.
She hadn't thought about how that would affect him. He'd been tortured for years, and his pain might be weighed against governmental secrecy and corporate profits.
There was a knock on the door.
Solo pushed her chair back and stared at Tucker, her expression completely open. "I don't know that letting this particular secret out does anything but hurt the country. I don't know that it was ever going to be allowed out in the open. But I promise you'll be free. I might not be able to give you the justice you deserve, but I can give you your freedom."
Somehow she didn't think Solo was merely talking to Tucker. She turned and walked out.
Tucker leaned over. "Are you okay?" Her heart ached for him. They'd had such a good start to the day, but reality was already infringing. She let her head rest against his. "I'm fine. It was a shock to see him again. I hadn't thought about Lewis in years. He disappeared after Katie died. I'm more worried about you. They want you to remember what happened, but it made you sick."
"Did I thank you for taking care of me?" His hand found her hair and he stroked her. I'm usually the one playing doctor.
"You're not playing, babe. You are a doctor, and an incredible one at that," she replied. Sometimes she forgot how much he didn't know about himself. It wasn't natural, and she needed to remind him. "You're smart, and you know a lot about the workings of the human brain."
"I don't think neuro was what I wanted to do." He kissed her forehead and sat back up.
Now that she knew this side of the man, she was fairly certain he'd been honest with her that day in Paris. "You didn't? You wanted to be a GP like your grandfather. You told me you wanted to go back to the States and find a small town and be a general practitioner like he'd been. He was still for a moment, and he let go of her hand. He took a deep breath and stood. I'm going to grab some water. She looked back at Ezra. Did I say something wrong? I think he's trying to avoid getting sick again, Ezra replied. You gave him a big dose of information, and he wants so badly to chase it down in his head. I would bet he got a flash of something. It's okay. He knows how to handle it. Trust me, this is not his first time. But it's worse today because Levi's here. He can seem perfectly reasonable, you know. Levi, that is. When he wants to, he can be very convincing. That's why he's good at his job and he got away with it for years. He's going to keep getting away with it if Solo has her way. What are our other options? She wanted what Solo was offering. Solo offered her a way to get out of this tangle and get back some normalcy. She wanted it badly. But maybe she should ask some questions. Ezra huffed out a laugh and ran a hand over his hair. Our other options are running like hell, getting every single person we love into legal trouble, and probably getting shot at the end. I know she's offering us the best possible way out. The trouble is, I don't trust that she can make it work. Solo... She means well, but things go wrong. She trusts the wrong people. Like the president? It was hard to believe, but according to Tucker, Solo worked with the president and his closest allies. Apparently, she'd missed meeting one of the mysterious, perfect gentlemen who surrounded the president. I think Hayes will back her up as long as he can, but he's a politician. He'll do what he has to do. Solo is being Solo. She's tilting at windmills, trying to be the hero, and I worry it won't end well. But I don't have another play, and being stubborn hasn't worked for me so far. I'm going along with it because there's nothing else to do. She's doing it for you, too. Tucker returned, a glass of water in his hand. She's trying to get your job back. I don't want my job. Ezra sounded wildly stubborn again. Why would I walk back into a nest of snakes that bit the hell out of me already? Even if you don't, if the agency restores your good status, you'll have options you don't right now, Tucker argued. You'll be able to work in the open. By the way, when you hire on at MT, negotiate with Charlotte. Big Tag tries to pay in French fries. It almost worked on this guy named Boomer. Ezra smiled, an expression that made him look years younger. I'll remember that. But I don't think I'll go that route either. I don't know what I'll do. She's trying to give you options, Tucker said. She's trying to assuage her conscience. Ezra shook his head. Hell, I don't know what she's trying to do anymore. I don't know what I'm doing either. I'm not this man. I can't think around Kim, never have been able to. She's a force of nature. When she's around, it's like the rest of the world falls away. But then I remind myself it's hard to see anything through hurricane winds. When it goes bad, Tucker, I need you to come with me. If it goes bad, you know what I value, Tucker said with a solemn air. Ezra nodded. We all do. He seemed to shake something off. I'll try to set up a call to New York tonight. It's going to have to be later. She would get to see Vi. The thought brought tears to her eyes. I'll look forward to it. And I'll try to remember anything I can about Lewis's relationship with Katie. My mom might know something more. I'll ask her about it tonight. She glanced back at Tucker, and he'd gone stock still. What is it? Are you okay? He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Well, hello, Veronica, an oddly familiar voice said. The German accent was soft, as though the harsh edges had been rounded out by speaking all those other languages he spoke. I didn't think I would see you again. And Stephen, I certainly didn't think to see you, since you were supposed to be dead. It seems Dr. MacDonald stole much from you both." A chill snaked along her spine, and she turned. Arthur Dwyer stood there in his tweed jacket and pressed slacks. He looked like the young academic he was, well-groomed and confident. He'd been one of the many doctors who wouldn't give her the time of day at Kronberg unless it was to treat her like an underling. He'd lied to Rebecca and Ariel. She'd thought the man barely noticed she was alive, but that wasn't true. He'd been watching them all those years ago. He'd known exactly where they'd been. "What the hell is he doing here?" Tucker asked the question before she could. "You weren't informed?" Arthur asked. "Perhaps that's why Miss Solomon is arguing with the intelligence officers. They're getting quite heated." Ezra stood. "I think I'd like a word, too." If Arthur was intimidated by all the eyes on him, he didn't show it. He merely looked around the room before settling on Ronnie. "I came because I made a terrible mistake before. I didn't understand what was going on. I should have known what Dr. MacDonald was doing and intervened. I didn't realize Stephen was playing such a dangerous game, and you were caught up in it." She felt a hand on her shoulder and knew exactly who was laying a possessive claim on her. The day had been brutal on him. She hadn't missed the fact that Levi Green had alluded to someone helping him trick her sister. It wouldn't have been Tucker. She had faith in him. He needed to know that. She reached up and put her hand over his. "No need for intervention. We're fine. And yes, Dr. MacDonald stole years from us. But we'll move on and have many more together," Tucker said resolutely. It was good to have a man who wanted her. Not for a second since he'd woken up had he made her question if he wanted her. His adoration was a balm for the years he'd been gone. "Many more." Arthur stared at them for a moment, as though trying to figure out how to handle them. "Well, it seems we were wrong about you, Stephen. I was told you didn't remember your past, and that was why we were needed." "My name is Tucker, and you're not needed at all," Tucker said. "I'd like to know why you're here, unless you're going to tell me you're German intelligence." Arthur shook his head and took a seat opposite Ronnie. "Not at all. Though I am working with them. I am exactly what I've been for years, a doctor specializing in neurology. But I recently moved into a new role at Kronberg. It has come to the attention of the board of directors that Dr. MacDonald continued her experiments after the board kicked her out. I'm ashamed to say my predecessor attempted to cover it all up, though I understand the impulse. When we realized we still had a problem, we immediately informed our intelligence agency. So when we broke in and grabbed all the files you've been hiding for years, you decided to come after your victims," Tucker said, his voice colder than she'd ever heard it. She wasn't sure that Tucker should be admitting to breaking into Kronberg. He's not being literal. When someone broke in, that's what he means. Arthur chuckled. "Oh, he's being perfectly serious. Breaking into his old employer's building is a minor crime compared to what MacDonald forced him to do. But you should know that Kronberg will not prosecute in any way. We're willing to ignore what happened if you help us find out who aided MacDonald. We mean to clean house. If anyone on the board or still employed knew what MacDonald was doing in our labs, we will deal with the problem." "Of course you will," she said demurely, because arguing with him would do nothing. There was the sound of hurried footsteps, and then Ariel and Robert were striding in the room. "Tucker, are you all right?" Robert walked right up to Tucker and pulled him into a fierce bear hug, complete with masculine back-pounding. "God, man, I was so fucking scared for you."
"I'm fine," Tucker said. "How is Jax and River?" Robert took a step back. "She's okay. She lost it that first night. Buster did too. I swear that dog howled the whole time she was crying. But she got to see Jax today. She said he looked good, but complained about the food. She's being positive. She's hoping this is over soon and they can go home." "She misses Bliss," Tucker said, with a wisp of a smile.
"We miss you."
Ariel moved in, wrapping her arms around Tucker too. He'd built a family from the ashes of his life. He hadn't been completely alone, and she was so grateful for that. He'd found brothers. Who was he? Not deep down. She knew his soul. But who was waiting for him out there in the world? What had he been doing at Kronberg? She'd been so worried about whether or not he'd been lying to her all those years ago that she hadn't considered he would have a family on the other side of this. Did Violet have another grandmother waiting out there? Did she have other siblings? He was young, but that didn't mean he couldn't have had a wife and kids. "Are you all right?" Arthur was staring at her. "It doesn't seem you're part of that happy reunion." Ariel was asking about Tucker's health, and Robert had a hand on his shoulder, as if he was worried about letting him go. Tucker was smiling again, looking open and happy with his friends.
"I've spent plenty of time with him over the last few days,"
she replied with a breezy smile she didn't quite feel. She didn't think he had a wife, at least not one he'd been married to at the time. He wouldn't have slept with her if he had. He wasn't that kind of man. Still, there could be an ex, and they could have had kids together. He could have a family waiting for him. If he got his memory back, how would it work?
"Hiding out from the bad guys is a great way to cement your relationship."
A single brow rose over his eyes.
"Bad guys? I certainly don't see myself that way. I'm a practical man. It does no one any good if MacDonald's research gets out. It would cause someone to take it up again, and it would make your boyfriend there famous. I don't know that he wants that."
"It also saves the company you work for from any number of lawsuits," she pointed out. "No one with any reputation would want their names associated with Kronberg. You wouldn't be able to recruit at all. You might end up having to hire more doctors of my caliber."
"Whatever do you mean?"
Arthur asked. "I didn't have the grades for that position, and you know it. You knew it then. It was why you were such a prick to me." Arthur shrugged. "Perhaps I'm just a prick to everyone." She watched him too carefully to buy that. "You were quite polite to those you thought were worthy. Some might even say you were good at kissing ass. Why did Kronberg hire me?" "I assume they hired you because they thought you would be a good fit."
"I wasn't in charge of that. Dr. MacDonald asked for you specifically. I was surprised she wanted such an inexperienced nothing of an intern, but that wasn't my place."
Ah, there he was. She'd been waiting for him to show up again. "You weren't at the airport that day. I'm talking about the day Stephen and I went to France. You were in the lab. So why would you tell Rebecca and Ariel that you saw us there? That's what you told them a few weeks ago when they interviewed you." His face went blank, and then a bland expression came over him.
"Memory is a funny thing. It's certainly not foolproof. Sometimes memories lie to us, and then we find ourselves lying to everyone else. I wonder how your boyfriend has lied to you. Do you think committing a crime shouldn't count if you don't remember you committed it?"
Arthur stood and smoothed down his blazer as Solo and Ezra entered, followed by the man she'd seen that night at the garden, the one Tucker had identified as the new head of MI6. There was another man with him, and he'd been there that night as well. He'd been standing with Solo explained she would show everyone to the rooms they would be using for their stay here. Still, she had an answer for Arthur. He was forced to commit those robberies. He was under the influence of powerful drugs. He didn't know another life. So no, even if he remembers them, they don't count. Arthur's eyes flared with something akin to victory, and she knew she'd made a mistake. Ah, but what about the crimes he committed before he ever took a drop of McDonald's drugs? What happens when he remembers why they called him Razor? And what happens when his victims were closer than he'd ever imagined? Think about that, Veronica, while you sleep beside him tonight. Think about all the things he could have done. Because you don't know him. He turned and followed Solo out. Ronnie tried to quell the fear his words had stoked. It was a rational fear because she knew him. She knew Tucker for who he was deep inside, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 11. Tucker stared at the man in the cage. It was a small cell that contained only a cot. It wasn't meant to function as an actual jail cell, though Ezra claimed it would work for their purposes. It was nothing like the stark white rooms he'd been kept in. His cell had been technologically advanced, down to the toilet that could also give McDonald medical data. The walls had been thick glass. There had been no privacy, nowhere to hide. She could plunge them into complete darkness or blind them with light. He'd always preferred the darkness. He could pretend in the darkness, pretend he wasn't where he was. In that bald, raw light, there was nowhere to hide. He almost felt sorry for Green. He knew what it felt like to be locked inside a cage with people staring at him from the outside. He knew what it was like to watch his brothers dying, and to not be able to get to them. He definitely knew what it felt like to be watched, to have no privacy at all. Green sat in the cell Clive Weston probably used for sexual games, and stared right back at Tucker. "You're sure you want to do this with her in the room?" He wasn't sure of anything. The answers he'd been waiting years for were about to be revealed, and he wanted to run. He wanted to take Ronnie's hand in his and leave. Fuck the past. He wanted a future. But he couldn't have one if he didn't do this. He was trapped again. He only knew one thing for certain. She stays if she wants to. I'm not hiding anything from her. Good or bad, she was part of this, and had every right to know. She sat beside him, their arms brushing. "We're all here now and you've had dinner, so could we get to talking?" Ezra wasn't sitting. He'd paced for the last hour like he was the one stuck in a cage. Levi had made a bunch of diva-like demands that hadn't gone over well with Ezra. Solo had argued that they should just give him what he wanted so they could get things moving. What Levi had wanted was a shower, fresh clothes, a 3-course meal with wine pairings, pillows and blankets made of specific materials, and access to Netflix. He'd gotten the shower and clothes, a sandwich Nina had made for him, and Solo had sat right outside his cell drinking an expensive red wine straight from the bottle and flipping the bird his way every time he talked. Tucker thought it was a misstep on her part because Levi seemed perfectly happy to get any sort of attention from her. But then maybe that had been her point. Solo was smart enough to know she was at least part of the reason Green was here. They all needed to remember that. Green sat back looking relaxed for a man in a prison cell, but then he'd spent the last several weeks in one. "What do you want to know? My life is an open book." His life was highly classified, and it was obvious that there were things not even Solo had been privy to. He believed her when she said she hadn't known he'd worked for Green. Rupert Milburn was seated on a bench that probably had been the site of many a spanking, a notepad in his hand. He'd taken off his jacket, but not the tie he was wearing. He looked very British and important. "You can make it easy.
and tell us where the subject left the intelligence he stole from Kronberg."
The German intelligence officer was sitting close to Dwyer. He was still in his full suit. He'd been the quietest of the three.
"Yes, I don't understand why we need all this drama. Mr. Dwyer has the date the intel went missing, if that will help this fiasco along." "The dates are meaningless since I have no idea where. What should we call you?" Green asked in an amused voice, staring Tucker's way.
"How about my name?" It was as good a place to start as any. His real name. It would be so odd to hear it. Would he recognize it? Or would it be one more meaningless fact that didn't connect to him in any way? That was his real fear. He would hear the truth, and it wouldn't mean anything. "What's my real name, and why was I at Kronberg?"
"I don't want to give away all my secrets," Green said with a smirk. "After all, the sandwich here was much better than my last prison. Bologna is another form of torture, and the view is superlative."
Ezra's face had gone red, because that last bit had been directed straight to Solo. "You can talk, or I'll make sure your view is of me waterboarding you." You like that, don't you, Levi? Does the agency know how you waterboard female operatives? Did you put that in your report? Or did you leave it out like the part where you shot me? It was a reminder of how much evil this man had done. Tucker had gotten the full report on how Green had treated Kayla Summers during a mission in Mexico. He'd had her waterboarded the same evening he'd put a bullet in Ezra and left him for dead. He'd been trying to find a way into the garden at the time. At the time, they thought he simply wanted access to the Lost Boys. Now it was easy to see what Green had wanted. Access to Tucker. In my defense, I wasn't the one doing the torture part. I did question her, but I was gentle about it, he said, affecting an air of innocence. The nearly drowning her over and over was the drug lord's part. Who you were working with, Solo pointed out. Allies can be found in the strangest places. Levi's head swung Tucker's way. Rather like I found you. Where did you find me? He needed answers, no matter where they led. I wasn't working for the CIA. Heavens, no. You were in the last year of your residency at a highly rated hospital, Green explained. He could feel the softness of the scrubs on his body, smell the fabric softener. He wore them pretty much everywhere. There wasn't time to do much more than sleep when he wasn't working. But it would all be worth it when he got home. He liked the city, but he missed the town he'd grown up in. He missed the way the mountains looked during wintertime. What hospital? He shoved the memories away. They'd been there all day, playing and teasing at the edge of his mind, tempting him. It would be better to view this all academically. He was investigating, nothing more. If I tell you what hospital, you'll send one of McKay Taggart's hackers in, and I might have missed something when I erased you from existence, Levi said with a shrug. You're the special one, Tucker. You got erased twice. See, I went to the trouble of creating the Stephen Reeser persona from top to bottom. Do you know how hard it is to create a person from nothing? It's not like the old days. I get so sick of boomers telling me how easy millennials have it. You know what those bastards had to do when going undercover? Fake ID, fake a couple of basic records, and they were in. Now I have to deal with the fact that every single record is online and I won't even go into social media. Do you know how long it took me to fake those pictures of you summiting Everest? We couldn't find any evidence of me. It wasn't like they hadn't all looked. They had facial recognition software scouring the web for any sign of him. MacDonald erased Stephen Reeser and she did a damn fine job of it, Levi revealed. I mean, she did it with the others too. But in Robert's case, he was in the military and her dad was on the Armed Services Committee. That's pretty powerful. But what she did to Reeser, being able to erase my work, well, that was impressive. Of course, by that point in time, she knew there was something smelly going on in her lab. "You're going to string this out as long as you can," Ezra said with a frown.
"I don't think this is what we agreed to."
Arthur Dwyer looked up from his tablet.
"He's supposed to give us the data we need, not turn this into some kind of weeks-long holiday. It's important we do this quickly."
Green groaned. "I told you this wouldn't move fast. The data we need is stuck in Tucker's head. He's not going to simply remember if I tell him he's from the western United States and he was the valedictorian of his high school. Will explaining he came from a small town help him find that data? Though I will note that it made things way easier when it came to erasing him from existence. Hamilton High School was so easy to hack." Hamilton High. He'd been a year behind his brother. There was something funny about that because he was years younger than his brother, but he knew, somehow, that he'd been a junior when Ace was a senior. "Tell me my brother's name. I know my mom called him Ace. I think that's a nickname." Green's eyes lit up. "There it is. You see, it's coming back." He really had a brother. The thought made every muscle in his body tense. Please let his brother be alive. "I want to know his name." Ronnie sat forward. "Are his parents alive? Do we know if he was married?" Of course she would worry about that. He put a hand on her back. "I don't think I was married, baby. I get flashes of someone who I think might be my mother, and I've had a vague recollection of a kid who I think is my brother, but there's no girlfriend or wife in my head. Only you." "You can't be sure, though," she whispered, gently biting her bottom lip. It was an easy tell that she was nervous. "He wasn't married, but that's all I'm giving you. If I told you everything, then you wouldn't need me anymore." Levi mused. "I think I'll keep those names to myself. But how about I do tell you that you were involved in this case for more than a paycheck? I didn't have to give you the old do-it-for-your-country speech. When you realized what I'd found out about Dr. MacDonald, you would have done anything to bring her down." Green watched him expectantly, as though he should do something now. But there was no whisper along his brain. There was nothing but that sense of something veiled in his head, like his past was hiding right under the surface of the ocean, and all he needed to do was swim to find it. But the fucking water was full of jellyfish waiting to sting him. A soft hand covered his, and he immediately relaxed. He glanced to his right, and Ronnie was there, giving him an encouraging smile. He wasn't alone. It gave him the strength to turn back to Levi. "So you're going to pepper this conversation with hints in order to tease my brain? Or is it torture? Because it feels a lot like torture." "Levi, you said you would cooperate." Solo stood, glaring into the cell. "If you're not going to, I can have Sparks take you home. I don't think he's left the country yet." "I am helping." Green stood, walking to the cell bars and grasping them while he stared at Solo. "I told you it won't work if I lay it all out to him like the plot to a movie. That's not how the cure works. And you're welcome for that. Ariel, could you explain this to them? I'm surprised Rebecca isn't here treating her precious patient." Ariel looked to Solo. "Earlier today, I received a couple of documents that supposedly make up the protocols surrounding the cure Dr. MacDonald may or may not have created." "Why would I lie about that? You wound me, lovely Ariel." Green put a hand to his heart in a dramatic gesture. "I can wound you." Robert offered the threat with a low drawl. "And none of us will let Rebecca around you. Not after what you did to her last time." A frustrated growl came from Green's throat. "Again, not my idea. I didn't kidnap her." Minions. You can't find good ones these days, can you? But back to the issue at hand. The cure and its protocols were among the treasures we found at the former Black Ops site known as the Ranch. He felt his teeth grind. The ranch had been their op. Jax had risked everything for that data, and Green had swooped in to take it, leaving a swath of destruction in his path. You stole that. Green shrugged. You say potato and all that. Now, Ariel, what did the protocols require when the subject is in the first few weeks of transition?
To wake that part of the brain up. It suggested that the subject be allowed to recover the memories using hints of the truth.
Ariel admitted grudgingly.
What I believe the drug did was close off the pathways to long-term memory storage. It's been suggested that even though the pathways are now clear, the brain has to relearn how to use it, to rewire itself. If we simply give Tucker the full story, his mind will work with whatever we say, rather than what's actually there. It's why I agree this might have come from MacDonald. It's rather insidious. We could present Tucker with memories, and he could potentially think they're his. I believe this was MacDonald's endgame.
The ramifications hit him hard and fast. Was this what she had been working toward? She erases our memories fully, and then she cures us, gives us new identities, and we don't even know what existed before.
Was that what she was planning to do to you?
Ronnie asked. Maybe, he replied. She wanted to create soldiers without ties to anyone but their commanding officers, and I believe she wanted to also create sleeper agents. He would be the perfect sleeper agent because he doesn't ever know he is one. Green agreed with what sounded like admiration. She could rewrite a whole human life. Is that what you want me to do with Tucker here and now? Because if I fill this out like a report, he won't have nuanced memory. He'll have what I tell him. I want to read those protocols, Ezra announced. Does Rebecca have them?
She's already sent me her notes, and our friends have read them too.
Ariel placed careful emphasis on the word friends to let him know exactly who she was talking about. The ones who definitely weren't friendly. I agree that we should attempt to follow the prescribed treatment according to MacDonald's work, Arthur said. But her work was also incomplete. I have some thoughts on a few pharmaceuticals that could help the process along. Yes, the intelligence officer beside him nodded. We've talked this over between the three of us, and we agree this is the best route to take. Ronnie stood. You are not giving him any drugs. Definitely not any drugs created at Kronberg. And we're going to read everything that Mr. Green sent. I might not have Rebecca Walsh's stature in the medical world, but I have a stake in this. And Tucker was an amazing doctor. He's not an experiment. I think reading Dr. MacDonald's scholarly works could help enormously, Green agreed. It's one of the things I was going to suggest you do, but she did mention some drugs she thought could help the process along. No drugs, Ronnie insisted. He reached up and laced their fingers together. He would likely do anything, risk anything to get those memories back, but he wasn't the only one making the decision. No drugs. He could make this work. We won't wait forever. Rupert stood. You should think about that. Arthur is offering you a way to speed this process up. The longer you wait, the less patience we all have. And don't forget you have a friend in a holding cell. We can only keep him for so long, before we turn him over to the proper authorities. It's obvious to me this is going nowhere tonight. Hopefully tomorrow morning will yield better results. The German officer stood with him. I agree. I think this is all a mistake. He shouldn't be in civilian hands. Arthur seemed to understand the evening was over too. I will write up my suggestions and let you all read them. It's ridiculous to discount what the drugs could do for him. Stephen, when you're ready to get serious,
Talk to me." They walked out the door. Solo stood, frustration evident in the set of her shoulders. "I'll talk to them. You don't have to take anything you don't want to, Tucker. I'll make that clear." Solo stalked out of the room, both Green and Ezra watching her the whole time. Robert moved over, taking a place beside Tucker. "I promise I won't let them near you with more drugs." What did Rebecca say? She was the expert. Ronnie would still make the final decision, but he thought they should listen to the doctor who was probably closest to MacDonald's research. Well, the closest one who could remember anything about it. "She said she wouldn't allow you to take anything manufactured at Kronberg," Ariel replied. "She doesn't trust easily." Green had to throw in his 2 cents. "I wonder if that was because she spent that night under the influence of the time dilation drugs. I think I have your notes on that experiment somewhere. I could be coaxed into sharing. How about it, Tucker?" Shame washed over him. He didn't even remember what he'd done to Rebecca, and he already hated himself for it. What would it be like to read his own notes on the subject? Ezra moved in close to the cell, every movement predatory. "This is your game, isn't it? You're going to parse it out until there's nothing left, and that's when you'll strike. You're a snake in the grass, waiting to sink your fangs in." Green didn't back down. "Oh, I've been waiting for this particular game to start for years, Beck. Years. Do you understand the patience I've shown? Lesser men would have caved, would have blundered when it all fell apart, not me. So yes, at the end of this I'm going to strike, but I assure you, you'll get everything I promised. That intelligence will come out and will move the game along. So what are you going to do about it, Beck? Ezra, whatever you want to call yourself, you can't get away from the fact that you weren't strong enough to hold her." Ezra's hands went through the bars and he pulled Levi roughly against them. "I held her just fine. I'm not the one moving heaven and earth to get her back. If I wanted her in my bed tonight, she would be there. You're the one she doesn't want." "If that's true, then why did I have her? She was good, you know. Solo's good at everything, and sex is no different," Levi replied with a smirk. "I will admit, it's hard to not compare every single woman I fuck with her." "Ezra, please don't kill him." Ariel sounded like she was talking to a tiger who hadn't decided to pounce or not. "I can probably figure the whole backstory thing out myself," Tucker offered. He would have slit Levi's throat by now. "And the flooring looks pretty easy to clean." Robert gave him a nod. "If there's one thing we've learned at McKay Taggart, it's to put down a tarp if you're on carpet. This is some well-sealed wood. Go for it, man." Ezra let go and took a step back. "He's not worth it. But I swear, if you say one more vile word about Solo, I'll change my mind. Now you're going to answer a few questions, and you're not going to play around. But playing is so much fun." Green seemed upset that he hadn't gotten the fight he so obviously wanted. "Isn't that what you all call it? Playing? I like to play." "Did you or did you not recruit Tucker?" Ezra got straight to his point. Green's lips closed sullenly. Ariel crossed her arms over her chest and faced him. "Short questions and answers are in the protocols." Green sighed. "Yes, I recruited him. I discovered something was going on with Senator Hank MacDonald several years ago. The agency had heard rumors that the senator might have sold out American military troop movements to the enemy in exchange for money and power. My investigations into MacDonald led me to his daughter. I needed someone who could get close to her, someone who could speak her language,
Surprisingly enough, most young doctors don't want to work for the agency and potentially get their balls shot off. I needed someone with a brilliant medical mind who didn't mind giving it all up. Why? Why would I give it up? A vision of a younger Levi Green floated across his brain. He was sitting across from Tucker at an outside cafe. Boston. They were in Boston. A cafe in the West End. I met you in Boston. Yes, Levi said. In a small cafe. That was where we met. Do you remember what we said? His whole body tightened as he searched for the memory. He could see Levi sitting there. He'd had a mug of something in his hand and he'd leaned over, an expression of concern on his face. He couldn't remember what season it had been, but an overwhelming sense of hope had come over him. This was what he'd been waiting for. All the months of worry, and now he finally had something he could do. I was worried about something. Something or someone? Green asked like he knew the answer to the question. Which he did. Someone. It was definitely someone. I was upset, and you gave me options I didn't have before. I'd almost given up when you came to talk to me. You had proof. Maybe it was a picture. A pain started in the back of his head, but he ignored it. Why can't I remember? Because you're trying too hard. Ronnie soothed a hand down his back. And you've had a rough day. I think we should try this again in the morning. He's been sick once today. Or we could do what we'll have to do in the end. Green rolled his eyes. We can go to Paris. The answers are there. Me telling him who he used to be won't work. He's got to see it, hear it, smell it. I'm sure you would love that, Ezra said. Every time we move you is a chance for you to get away. I don't want to get away. Green's voice went low. I'm right where I want to be. He straightened up and sounded more professional. I want that intel. I worked my ass off for that intel. Years I spent working with him to get the intel, and I think it all fell apart because of a girl. That's right, Veronica Croft. You took one of the best assets I ever worked with and cost him everything. You want to know why we're all here today? Why I'm in this cell and your boyfriend can't remember his own fucking name? It was you. Tucker stood up and kind of wished Ezra had followed through with his instincts. Hey, you don't talk to her like that. I didn't do anything, Ronnie whispered. I didn't know who he was. Wait until you realize what she cost you, Green replied, ignoring her entirely. When you remember what you gave up for her, that's when you'll understand why they called you Razor. I wonder what you would have done if MacDonald had given you a couple of days before she wiped your mind. I think you would have shown that betraying bitch beside you how you earned that nickname. Robert stepped in front of him, barring the path he'd been about to tread. Hey, he's pushing you. Don't let it work. I think Ronnie's right. It's late. We can start again in the morning. Get another couple of fucks in, Tucker, because I assure you when you remember, you won't touch her again. Green taunted. Tucker saw red and tried to plow his way to Green, shoving Robert out of the way. Levi took a step back, holding up his hands, but Tucker didn't care. He hit the cage, shoving his arms through and trying to get at the asshole. The tension of the day threatened to push him over the edge. Hey, hold up, brother, Robert said. But for a moment, it was another Robert he saw. He pushed back, and they weren't standing in Clive Weston's dungeon. There was dirt at his feet, and the bus had just pulled away. He was angry. So angry because someone had said something about him, something nasty. Something about all Seegers being trash, and how it wasn't surprising their dad walked out. Hey, come on, he's an asshole. What he says doesn't matter. Tim, calm down. Mom will kill you if you get suspended. A pain flashed through him as his knees banged against the floor. Wyoming. It happened in Wyoming. They'd been in the last days of fall. A sharp snap in the air that let him know it would snow soon, and the bus ride into the high school 3 towns over would seem to take forever. It was only okay because his brother was with him. This Robert was younger. He was wearing a letterman's jacket. Ace. Their mom called Russ Ace, and he was Bud because he was younger. He was Russ's little buddy. Russ was his big brother. His brother was always there for him. Russ was the best big brother, until he was killed in action. Except he'd known. He'd known it wasn't true. He'd known somehow that Emily was lying about what happened. I was looking for my brother. That's why I went into McDonald's team. So many things fell into place. Emily, Robert's wife, she'd told him. She'd freaking told him, and he hadn't been smart enough to figure it out. Yes. Levi Green was standing close to the bars again, looking like the manipulative asshole he was. Imagine it. You were a brilliant resident working at one of the most famous hospitals in the world, Massachusetts General. You gave it all up because you didn't believe that report, the one that chronicled how your brother and his whole team died. It was a good report. I believed it. But there was something in the records that made you think your brother wasn't dead. You always did suspect Emily, didn't you? Robert gasped, and his jaw dropped. What? Emily? My ex-wife? She's not really an ex. You didn't divorce her, Green pointed out. Ariel killed her, from what I was told. That makes you a widower, not divorced. Robert, what's happening? Ariel asked. Is it true? There were tears in his big brother's eyes. I was looking for you. Flashes of his life hit him. His big brother standing up for him, never leaving him behind, even though he was little and obnoxious. I couldn't leave you behind. I couldn't let you go. Even after I knew what she'd done to you, I knew you wouldn't remember me, but I had to save you. You're Tim Seeger. Ezra breathed the words. Holy shit. You went looking for your brother and you found Levi. He set you up to get on McDonald's team, gather all the intelligence on her project. And because of me, he found his brother. It just took him longer than expected, and that wasn't my fault. Again, you're welcome, Green replied. Ezra started to argue with Levi, but Tucker could barely hear them. Robert was on the ground with him, staring at him with what could only be described as wonder. Is this real? Tucker nodded, reaching out for the brother he'd spent years looking for. Is it weird that I don't think I can call you Russ? I think you'll always be Robert to me now, but Mom will definitely call you Russ, or Ace. She called you that because when you were a kid, you wanted to play baseball all the time. You wanted to be an ace pitcher. He tried to remember. It was still foggy. Mom's alive, I think. She'd been alive. She'd hugged him and asked him to bring his brother home. Alive and well and living in Wyoming, Levi answered. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to get her sons back. She could have had them back years ago, Ezra argued. You've always known, you bastard. Robert might not remember, but Tucker did. Robert looked shocked, but it hit Tucker like a freight train. He'd done everything to find his brother, to bring him home. A piece that had been missing, that horrible aching feeling that he could never talk away or drink away, fell softly into place. "Hey, brother." Robert smiled, lighting up his whole face. "Hey, brother." He hugged his brother, wrapping him up. "I know you don't remember, and I'm only starting to, but this is true and real, and we missed you. Emily lied about everything. Mom and we missed you so much. We never stopped wanting you to come home." Strong arms held him tight. "I knew you were special the first time I met you. Ariel, meet my brother." Ariel's smile was luminous, the tears on her cheeks glistening like happy diamonds. "My sweet brother-in-law, and I can't believe I get to be an auntie." For all the tension of the day, this was worth everything he'd gone through. And there was only one person here who was missing. Ronnie. He looked back, but she was gone.
"She snuck out," Ariel said quietly. "I think Levi got to her."
The truth should get to her. Green stared at the door Ronnie had left through. "I'm absolutely certain she's the reason you got caught. You were supposed to meet me that day. You didn't make it to the drop-off. You disappeared, and I didn't see you again until you showed up on the agency's radar. When you should have told us who he was." Ezra walked to the door. "Robert, I need to discuss the new situation with Solo and give Tag and Damon an update. That asshole is the reason we couldn't find your mother. I suspect he convinced her to hide for protection against retaliation." His mother. God, he had a mother, and she loved him. The thought made his heart feel far too tight for his chest. His mother would flip when she realized she wasn't only getting her sons back, she was getting a grandbaby to spoil. "I thought it was best," Levi admitted. "And then I didn't care." "I'll stay and watch him," Robert promised. Ariel went on her toes and kissed her husband.
"And I'll go make us tea. Tucker, you have to go talk to her. Unless you believe Levi."
He watched as Ariel and Ezra walked out the door. And he was left with his brother. And the man who'd given him a shot at finding his brother. The man he shouldn't trust in any way. "You should believe me." Green's eyes had gone hard. "Everything was fine until you got involved with that woman. We were almost out. You would have met me that day and we would have left. Instead, it went to hell." He couldn't see it. She wouldn't betray me. She would. She had a lot at stake. After all, her sister was involved, Green pointed out. "How did you know her?" Her sister's death was an agony for the whole Croft family. Green shook his head. "No. No more information tonight. I'm tired. I've been dragged across the ocean, and I'm not talking again tonight. In the morning, we can renegotiate." "Ezra will love hearing that," Robert pointed out. He turned to Tucker. "Go and talk to Ronnie." Why had she walked out? For all the joy he felt at the breakthrough he'd just had, anxiety bubbled up. Levi Green knew how to lie, but he also knew when telling a bit of the truth could be devastating. He nodded his brother's way and went to look for the woman who should have been his wife. To find out if she was the reason he'd been sentenced to hell. Chapter 12. Ronnie's hands were shaking as she walked out of the house and into the gorgeous gardens. Maybe she wasn't supposed to be outside, but she couldn't breathe in that house right now. She stood under the elegant roof of the gazebo at the edge of the garden and tried to calm down. "That's right, Veronica Croft. You took one of the best assets I ever worked with and cost him everything. You want to know why we're all here today? Why I'm in this cell and your boyfriend can't remember his own fucking name. It was you." The words rang in her ears. She'd sat and watched as Tucker had regained the precious memory of his brother, and all she'd been able to do was run through 1,000 scenarios where she'd tipped off Dr. MacDonald. It didn't make sense. She hadn't talked to MacDonald. Not often. She'd been the lowest-level researcher there, and MacDonald barely acknowledged her presence until the day she'd knocked on her door in Paris. Before that day, she would have said MacDonald didn't even know her name. But she had talked to people in the labs. She'd mentioned on more than one occasion in the beginning that she didn't think Stephen Reeser was the mean guy he pretended to be. He'd had a fierce reputation, and she'd told a couple of the women she'd worked with that she didn't think he was so bad. She'd even told one of her friends there that she'd spent some time with him. She'd wanted to gently rehab his image. Had that been enough to make MacDonald take a second look at him? Would he ever forgive her if it had? "Are you all right, Veronica?" a soft voice asked. She turned, and Arthur was standing just outside the gazebo she'd fled to. He was a shadowy figure, but there was no way to mistake his accent. "What are you doing here?" "I was out for a walk. It was tense in there, and the two intelligence agents are not great traveling companions," Arthur admitted. "I was getting a drink when I saw you running out here. I was worried. I know you don't believe me, but I really am here to save Kronberg's reputation. I'm not some undercover agent, and we used to work together." She wasn't buying that one. "You never liked me." He shrugged. "I didn't know you. I didn't think I needed to know you. Allow that it's been a couple of years, and discovering how MacDonald used us all was a humbling experience. I'm not as arrogant as I once was. Is Stephen all right? Or should I call him... what is his name now?" "Tucker." It fit him better than Stephen, though that wasn't his name either. Tim. Timothy Seeger was his legal name, and his brother was Robert. He'd gambled his life to find his brother, and then he'd risked years of his investigation for her. How close had he been to getting out? Would he have made it if he hadn't taken her with him? Tucker. I will try to call him that. It's odd because he's so obviously Stephen Reeser to me. Is he feeling all right? Have you examined him? I heard he was sick earlier in the day." Arthur managed to sound concerned. "Physically, he seems fine. His vitals are strong. Rebecca had been monitoring him," she explained. She knew she should walk away, but it occurred to her that Arthur had answers she needed. "He was sick earlier because he pushed a memory. How much do you know about what was done to him?" "Enough to have nightmares about it." Arthur stepped into the gazebo and settled himself on the bench across from her. "MacDonald's research is terrifying, and yet I'm intrigued. I can't help it. I'm a doctor. There are practical applications to her research that could do great good in the world." Yes, it was the ethical quandary they all had to face in classes and seminars. Most medical professionals didn't have to deal with it in the real world. They didn't have to decide on a basic level if the horror of how an idea came to be made the idea unusable. The end justifies the means? I think if we start down that road, you know where we go. "Of course," he said mildly, as though they were talking about the weather and not torturing people to further medical science. "That's the argument. If we use those dark experiments, we open them up to being normalized. It's Pandora's box. We all know that on an academic level. It's different when the box is sitting right in front of you, and all you have to do is open it, and almost guarantee yourself a Nobel Prize. You truly believe you could keep a lid on where the research came from? Because I know I would go straight to the press," she threatened. He needed to understand he couldn't walk in and continue MacDonald's research. He waved her away.
Too many people know. I couldn't kill them all.
I'm sorry. That was supposed to be a joke. She stared at him. My sister was killed because she knew about the research, so forgive me for not finding it funny.
I'm sorry, Veronica, he said quietly. I didn't mean to offend. I wanted to talk to you about my role in all of this. You were right that I wasn't at the airport that day. Yet you knew I went to Paris with Tucker. It was odd how easy it had become to think of him as Tucker. He was a new man, though she'd seen sparks of him in her Stephen. Who would Timothy Seeger be? His memory was coming back, and she would have to deal with a third version of the man she'd come to love. After Rebecca left, there were rumors about what had happened between them. Arthur's voice had gone low. Nasty rumors. She left without notice. A doctor of her reputation doesn't do that. It was the first time I got called into the corporate offices. They were worried about a possible lawsuit. Rebecca had told her a bit about what had happened. Tucker had told her more. I know what happened between them. What were the rumors? That Stephen had done something he shouldn't have. It ranged from him saying nasty things to her to outright physical violence. It was a nightmare scenario for the company, and they wanted someone to quietly investigate. They didn't trust MacDonald to tell them the whole truth. They didn't want anything on the record. I was on MacDonald's periphery. They asked me to find out the truth. I hired a private investigator. He followed Stephen and rapidly discovered that the two of you had a much closer relationship than you wanted people to understand. That was when the company brought MacDonald in. You being close to Stephen was a red flag, but it was another relationship we were truly worried about. She was confused, but then that seemed to be her perpetual state lately. What relationship? And why would I be a red flag? For the most part, Stephen was boring. He went to work and went home. But he did visit your sister on occasion, and that was why we brought in MacDonald. Arthur said every word carefully, as though measuring them and watching for her response. He didn't know my sister. She'd never heard the two connected in any way. Except apparently they'd both known Levi Green. Her sister had been incredibly secretive those last few months. The only reason she'd met Lewis had been by accident. She'd popped by her sister's place on a lark, and he'd been there. He'd been the one to introduce himself as a man who dated Katie. If she'd come a different day, would it have been Tucker who opened that door? She shook that feeling off. He did know your sister, Arthur said, not unkindly. I've got a file on Stephen. I haven't shared it with the agency, because they haven't asked. They can be a bit arrogant, I've found. I'll let you read it. I've got pictures of him at your sister's flat, 2 days before he left for Paris. When the investigator asked some of the neighbors about him, they said he frequently visited. Tears pulsed behind her eyes, but she wasn't going to cry. There was an explanation. My sister was working on a story about MacDonald. He and Levi Green were investigating MacDonald. Maybe that's how they met. But Stephen never told you he knew her. She shook her head. He was secretive about what he did. I think he was trying to protect me. Or he had another reason. She wasn't going to listen to this. I should go back to the house. You would have been excellent cover for him, you know. Arthur stayed right where he was. You gave him a reason to go to Paris that weekend. And a couple traveling together is much less suspicious than a man traveling alone. I find it interesting that he never asked you to go anywhere with him before that day, the day he was planning on turning over the information he stole. He'd kissed her before then. During those last few weeks, he'd carefully spent time with her. Had he decided she was a good bet as cover if he needed a traveling companion? Now that she looked back, she could see how he'd drawn her in over the course of a few months. He'd stayed away for a long time. He'd only gotten truly close when he'd decided he wanted out. He hadn't mentioned he knew her sister, even when she'd talked about her sister. But something didn't make sense. This information he stole, it was stored at Kronberg. You're telling me Kronberg didn't know what MacDonald was doing, yet the information was stolen directly from Kronberg? Well, obviously the man they stole the information from knew. Arthur replied as though it should be evident. The former CEO has been dealt with, as has his entire staff. But he was a careful man. He kept records of everyone who worked with MacDonald, and we want to know who else at Kronberg knew. That's all we're doing. Everything will be turned over to our allies, but we need that list in order to clean house. You need that list in order to cover it all up. She might be naive about a lot of things, but not this. I have to worry about our stock prices, he allowed. And I have to worry that the agency is going to screw us all over. All you have to worry about is whether or not Stephen is intending to use you again. He stood. I'm going back. I'll send you the file, and you can decide for yourself. She didn't want to see that file. She wasn't even sure if it mattered. He couldn't have had a hand in Katie's death. According to everything she knew, he'd had his mind erased days before Katie had been killed. But what if he'd given Katie up? He couldn't give her up. They'd already known. But they hadn't known how much information Katie had gathered. He could have told them everything, and that could have led MacDonald to kill her. It was an endless, agonizing loop in her mind. She didn't even realize when Arthur had walked away. Hey, are you okay? Tucker jogged up to the gazebo, glancing behind him to where Arthur was walking into the house. Did he do something to you? He'd caused her to doubt everything she knew. No, I'm fine. Tucker closed the space between them, and his hands cupped her shoulders, eyes shining in the moonlight. You can't leave like that. I don't want you to be alone with that man. We have no idea what he's capable of. We don't know anything at all. That's the real problem. She stepped back. There was so much between them that hadn't been there before. A mere half an hour ago, they'd been some undefeatable team. And now she wasn't sure what to do. Tucker's face fell. What's wrong? So much, but she settled for her original worry. You heard what Levi Green said. Somehow I'm responsible for you getting caught. Have you thought about that for 2 seconds? Have you thought about how you'll feel if you get concrete proof that I'm the reason you lost your memory? No, he admitted. Because it doesn't matter. Because I just found my brother, and that's way more important than assigning blame, Ronnie. Come here. I don't blame you for anything. If you somehow tipped them off, you didn't mean to. He looked so gorgeous in the moonlight, like her every fantasy come to life, and it seemed cruel that he could be taken from her twice. Kronberg hired a PI to follow you, because they were worried you'd raped Rebecca. Even in the moonlight, she could see the way he paled. I wouldn't do that. I didn't do that. I know I didn't. Rebecca would have told me. I hurt her. I did, but I did it to save her.
MacDonald was going to take her to Argentina, and if Rebecca had gone, she wouldn't have come back. She would have been forced to work for MacDonald, or she would have been killed. You couldn't tell her why? You couldn't warn her? You had to torture her. Do you know how insane that sounds? Anger was building, because they were right back to where they'd been before. He'd kept secrets, and it had cost everyone around him. Tucker stared for a moment, as though that had been the very last thing he'd thought she would say. I don't know what my thinking was at the time. I can't remember. But I know I'm sorry for hurting her. I had to have thought it was for the best. She knew it was the only excuse he could give, but she couldn't handle it right now. How about my sister? Was it for the best that you didn't bother to tell me you knew her? His eyes flared in obvious surprise. What? I thought you said Levi knew her. Are you saying you saw me with her? Sweetheart, I can't remember. I'm starting to get some of that time back, but I certainly don't remember your sister. That's an awfully convenient excuse. It's not an excuse. And I assure you it's not convenient. The words that came from his mouth were practically arctic. He took a deep breath. Look, it's been a long day. Why don't we go inside, open a bottle of wine, and talk about this? Whatever this is. She would be in his arms before she'd emptied the glass. She wanted to be in his arms right now. She wanted nothing more than to believe everything he said and write Arthur off completely. But why would he send her a file if he didn't have proof? I don't know that's a good idea. It seems to me we've both jumped into this relationship without thinking about it. It had taken him exactly a week to have her madly in love with him again. Even after everything she'd gone through the first time. Even as she'd been separated from her daughter, she'd wanted to be with him. His stare threatened to burn through her. I think about it all the time. I think about you all the time. Ronnie, what is this really about? It was about the fact that he was too good to be true. It was about the fact that she wasn't at all sure she could trust that anything positive could happen to her. How can I trust you when we don't know what happened? What do you think happened? She didn't want to go there, but they had to talk about Katie. You were involved with Levi Green. Levi Green was involved with Katie. Arthur claims he has a private investigator's report that puts you at my sister's apartment a few days before you disappeared. Why would you have gone there? Why wouldn't you have told me? He shook his head. Maybe I didn't know she was your sister. I showed you pictures of her. He might not remember, but she did. During the last 2 weeks before MacDonald took you, we had a couple of dates. Always away from the office. I had to meet you at the restaurants we went to. I showed you pictures of my sister and my mom one night when we were having dinner at a place in the Marienplatz. You looked at her for a long time and pointed out all the ways we looked like sisters. You even told me you didn't think your brother looked like you at all. We had a long talk about genetics. It had been a nice night. She'd enjoyed talking about their families and the long discussion about how DNA worked. He'd been so smart, but not in a way that made her feel dumb. He'd listened to her. He'd lied to her. If Arthur was right and Tucker had known Katie, he'd stared at that picture and not mentioned a word to her. He seemed to think about it for a while before he finally sighed. I don't know why I would do that, but I had a good reason. How do you know? Because just a few days ago, you made me believe in myself, he replied in a fervent tone. You told me a whole lot about how I'm good now, and that meant I had to be good then. Are you telling me one conversation with a man who is known to lie and is probably here to fuck us all over, and suddenly all the sweet faith in me is gone? She didn't want to think like this, but she also had a hard time wrapping her head around all of it.
She was my sister.
Yes, and Robert is my brother, and I gave up everything to find him. Everything, Ronnie. He put his hands on her shoulders, squeezing gently, as if he was afraid she would disappear if he let her go. I was working at Mass General. That means my degree is probably from Harvard. I was a kid from small-town Wyoming, and I had to have gone to an Ivy League school to have earned that residency. You know how much work that had to have been. I wanted to find my brother so much I was willing to erase my existence to do it, and I'm standing here telling you I don't care if you're the one who got me caught. She couldn't help the tears that fell now, because she felt the loss of her sister so deeply in that moment. That horrible emptiness made her reckless, and she didn't think about a thing she was saying. It was all there in her head, and it spat out like a noxious poison.
And your brother is alive. My sister is dead. I won't ever see her again. My mother is missing a part of her soul, and Violet won't ever know her aunt. I'm having a hard time believing that it didn't have something to do with the files you stole. You knew her. You spent time in her apartment.
He backed away, his hands coming off her like she was too hot to touch. Have you even seen this evidence? She hadn't. In a lot of ways, she was talking out loud, going through all the worst possible scenarios, because that was what she did. She usually didn't do it with the very person she was feeling threatened by.
No. But Arthur said he was sending it to me.
His gaze sharpened, and she wondered if she'd made a mistake telling him. Yeah, he's sending it to you. Did he ask for your email? She shook her head. He doesn't have to because he's had you under surveillance for years. He works for the company that let Hope MacDonald ruin lives, but he sends you some evidence that I'm a... What? I would love to know exactly what I'm being accused of. She'd been hasty, and she knew it, but she couldn't back down.
You lied to me.
Oh, it's more than that, he said, bitterness dripping from every word. We all know I was a liar. Let's get to the real problem. You think that if I knew your sister, then I probably slept with her. Even though from everything I've learned, I didn't have that reputation. I wasn't known as a playboy around the office, but you immediately go there. I think what you're really wondering is if I killed her. She shook her head.
I know you didn't plant the bomb. You were in Argentina.
Was I? Maybe I wasn't. Maybe Mother kept me somewhere closer so she could program me to kill your sister. Mother loved to play those games. She loved to pit us against one another, to show us how much control she had. He swore under his breath and turned away. MacDonald. I don't fucking call her Mother anymore. What was she doing? She hadn't meant to take him back to that place.
I'm sorry. Arthur was pretty convincing. He makes sense. You were working with Levi, and he had a relationship with my sister. We know that Kronberg probably hired me as leverage against her investigation. Why wouldn't you know her?
Knowing her and fucking her are two different things. And it's obvious you're questioning whether or not I got her killed. I don't even know how to defend myself.
I can't defend myself because I don't remember. He could show you pictures and I can't answer them. This is crazy. We should take a step back and think about this.
She hated the way his shoulders slumped. Is there anything to think about? He took a deep breath and straightened up. You should go and find Arthur and get the truth about me. Maybe you can write up a report and let me know how much I fucked up your life. Tears began to fall.
That's not fair.
None of this is fair. None of my life has been fair since the day my brother got sold out. He turned away from her. I meant what I said. I could have found out you turned me over personally to MacDonald, and I would have known you thought it was best at the time. I would have believed you. The fact that you can't do the same for me merely lets me know we don't feel the same way about each other. It had all gone so wrong. She hadn't meant for it to go this way. Can I not have a few minutes to think this through? He didn't bother to turn around. You can have all the minutes you want, Veronica. The truth is, I could get my memories back and lie about them. I could tell you anything at this point, and there would always be a question in the back of your head. If I had anything to do with Katie, you'll wonder if I had something to do with why she died. I don't come back from that with you, and I definitely don't with your mom. Her fists clenched at her sides. I just want to know what happened. And I can't tell you. He turned, and there was resignation in his eyes. Since the moment I realized I was Dr. Razor, I've had this sick feeling in the pit of my gut that I wasn't worthy of anything I've gotten since I was rescued. Until a few nights ago. You made me believe in myself. Like most things in my life, it wasn't real. But I'm going to hold on to it. Damn it, I'm not trying to... I don't know what I'm doing, Tucker. But you do. His hands were on his hips, and he was staring at her like he'd never seen her before. You're going to look at that evidence, and you think you're going to make a decision about our relationship. The truth is, you've already done that. You did it the minute you asked yourself if I was the kind of man who could sleep with your sister and then make a baby with you. You said you knew my soul. You won't be with a man like that. Suspicion is an insidious thing, and there will be a whole lot of it in the next few weeks. They'll come at us from all angles, and we won't be strong enough to withstand it. Maybe if we'd had more time, but we didn't. What exactly was he saying? He was blurry in front of her, tears affecting her vision, and she worried maybe he'd always been that way. A vague dream of something she'd missed out on. I don't understand. But I do. It will always be there in the back of your mind. He turned away again and was down the steps before he spoke. I'll sleep somewhere else tonight. You should be careful around Arthur. And Levi. They've both got their own agendas, and you are merely a pawn to them. When this is done, no matter how you feel about me, no matter what you decide I've done, I'm not giving up my daughter. You should understand that. I understand that you might think I'm not good for her, but she's mine too. I have no intention of giving her up, and tell Sandra if she thinks she can hide Violet from me or scare me off, she's wrong. After all, you know how far I'll go for my family. Tucker. She wasn't sure how it had gone so wrong. She hadn't meant to break up with him. When she'd first walked out, she'd been terrified that he would be upset with her. How had she ended up here? She didn't want him gone. She only wanted to understand what had happened. Tucker! She called out. But he didn't turn around. She was left alone with her doubt and the aching pain in her chest that she'd lost something she could never get back. Chapter 13. Okay, bud. How about you tell me what the hell is going on with you and Ronnie? Robert placed a beer in front of Tucker and sat down on the bench overlooking the front drive. It was a long, unpaved road that led to the highway. He couldn't see it from here even if it had been light enough to see much of anything at all. The road to the country house wound through the woods. They were isolated, and it was easy to imagine a time when carriages and horses would have been the main forms of transportation. A simpler time, when no one erased minds, and when a man could force the woman he loved to stay at his side, since she would be dependent on her husband. Yeah, men had it good then. No one forced drugs on them, and their wives and daughters were property who couldn't change their minds because some asshole planted a seed of doubt. Hell, back then maybe he could have simply shot Arthur Dwyer and gotten away with it. No pesky CSI types or tons of security cameras always waiting and watching and stopping a guy from having fun. See, when you don't talk, I wonder what's going through your head. And I don't think it's good, Robert was saying. You know you can't kill Levi. He was actually trying to be helpful today. You were the one who wasn't cooperating. It had been a rough day, and the evening hadn't been much better. He'd gotten very little sleep the night before, and it was starting to get to him. After the scene at the gazebo, he'd found a guest room and lain in bed for hours, going over all the ways he hated his former self. In the morning, he'd gone downstairs, but Ronnie had been in the breakfast room, and it was apparent she hadn't told anyone that they'd had a major blowout fight and broken up. She'd given him a wan smile and sat next to him during breakfast before going back to the room they'd shared. She hadn't come down to the holding room where he and the rest of the group had spent hours trying to jog his memory, with Levi Green pushing every single button he could. Then dinner had come, and while she'd cooked it, she'd announced she wasn't feeling well and had gone to bed early. He already missed her. So I'm going to assume that Ronnie's excuse that she wasn't feeling well was exactly that, an excuse to not be around today. His brother didn't seem to mind that he wasn't responding. Robert kept going. You weren't all over her like she was your dying child, so I'll make the secondary assumption that the two of you had a major fight, and that's why you've spent the entire day looking like a puppy who got kicked. I'm not a fucking puppy. He got enough of that shit from Big Tag. Robert groaned and sat back. Damn it. Ariel's right. You're being a dick. What did you do? He huffed and turned to his brother. You want to play Am I the Asshole? I want to know what's going through my brother's head. I'm worried about him because my brother can find a way to smile through the worst parts of life. He never gets dark unless he's worried he's done something wrong. He was the asshole in this case. Robert was trying to help, and it wouldn't work to tell him he wanted to be alone. He knew it wouldn't work because it hadn't worked when Robert had told him the same thing. He'd simply held on until Robert was ready to talk. He'd been his brother's shadow, and he hadn't even realized he was Robert's brother then. Now that they knew they'd grown up together, gone through life together, he accepted that there was zero way Robert gave up. It was a miracle he'd waited this long to confront him. He could talk now, or his brother would be on his ass for hours. We had a fight. Maybe they could handle this like men. He'd said what happened, and Robert would nod, and they would drink beer. Obviously. What was the fight about? See, this is why I think Tag is an asshole. He tells us to be men and suck everything up, but he made us go to all that therapy, and now we think we should talk about things. I don't want to talk about it. Robert chuckled and took a drink of his beer. That's the funny thing about Tag. He whines about men not being men anymore, and then he's the very person who makes you talk. Because beneath that veneer of toxic masculinity beats the heart of a man who cares. I also sometimes think Tag decided he wouldn't lie to himself, so why should he bother to lie to anyone else? On a personal level, of course. On a business level, he's a spectacular liar. Tucker went quiet for a moment, but his brother never moved, merely sat there waiting. She thinks I slept with her sister, Tucker admitted. What? This was why he didn't want to go into it. It was a shocking accusation, and yet was it really? You slept with her sister? That hadn't come from Robert. Solo stepped out from the side of the house, staring at him like her eyes were laser beams, and she could cut him right there. Robert frowned her way. Eavesdropping is beneath you. Hello, spy, Solo replied, pointing to herself. And besides, Beck is listening in on the other side. I told him my side was better, but he's got to be argumentative. Tucker stood, glaring as Ezra stepped from his place. Thanks, Solo, Ezra said, You know, just because you get caught doesn't mean you have to rat me out. Solo ignored him, turning to Tucker.
I'm sorry. You weren't cooperative today, and that's not like you. I had to try to figure out what's going on with you. I'll be honest, I hadn't thought about Ronnie. I thought she was tired. You two were fine yesterday.
Ezra shook his head. I knew it was Ronnie. They didn't talk at breakfast this morning, and I'm pretty sure he didn't sleep with her. I caught him sneaking into one of the guest rooms in the East Wing last night. I thought you went to bed. Damn, but he'd been certain he hadn't gotten caught. He wasn't sure why, but he wasn't ready to tell everyone they weren't together. Maybe he was still thinking, still trying to find a way out of the trap. I wanted to make sure our friends all stayed in bed, Ezra explained. He moved around to the porch. I don't trust them.
None of us trusts them.
Solo stepped up next to her ex.
But we need them.
He had to admit, they were a good-looking couple. Solo was a statuesque blonde, an Amazon of a woman. Most men would look small compared to her, but Ezra was her male counterpart. He was taller than she was, broader, and oddly his looks complemented hers. He actually looked more handsome when he stood beside her. He liked the way Ronnie fit under his arm when she cuddled up, how her head would rest against his chest. He'd missed her all night long. He was afraid he would miss her for the rest of his life.
And that means we need Tucker to work with them,
Solo continued. Robert stood beside him, completing the standoff. He's doing his best. That's not what you were saying 3 minutes ago, Ezra pointed out. I believe you came out here to do exactly what we're trying to do. Yeah, well, he's my brother. I get to be irrational about him, Robert replied. I don't like the two of you ganging up on him. We're trying to pull this thing off. That means we have to work together, Ezra argued. Normally, unlike Tucker here, I would stay out of all the personal stuff. I would love to give him his privacy, even though he doesn't deserve it. Hey, Robert began. Nah, that's fair. Despite the fact that his whole life seemed fucked, he had to concede Ezra had a point. I watched him and Solo fight once while eating a bag of popcorn and betting on the outcome with Owen. Still, they should be upfront about it. Robert didn't seem as eager to be reasonable. It was a big brother thing.
I think I asked about 10 times today what was wrong.
Solo's boot tapped against the ground.
Look, I get that you and Veronica are having problems. Maybe you could have a couples session with Ariel. But Rupert isn't happy with how this is moving along, and the Germans weren't thrilled either.
Tell Rupert he can bite my ass, Ezra replied. Solo's hands were fists at her sides.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Do you have any idea how hard it is to smooth things over for you? You've got the subtlety of an angry bear. We're not in a power position here, and we won't be until we know where that intel is. They won't let us sit out here forever.
And I won't let them rush my brother, Robert argued. I won't let them push a bunch of drugs on him. It's been a day. We all knew it would take a while. I want to know what happens if MacDonald took the intel and it's gone. Tucker had spent all day with that possibility gnawing at his gut. It's the most likely scenario. If I had it in my hands when MacDonald caught me, it's gone.
I don't think she had it, Solo said. If she had that information, she wouldn't have run from Kronberg.
She's right. Ezra was softer now, as he turned his focus from his ex-wife to Tucker. If she had blackmail material, MacDonald would have used it. She wouldn't have fled to Argentina. Her money dried up. She needed that money to continue her work. It's precisely why we started robbing banks, Robert said. So logic points to the fact that you had to have dumped the intel somewhere. You knew MacDonald was onto you, and you hid it.
I hid it somewhere in Paris.
It was a daunting thought. It's not exactly a small city. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Solo nodded. I agree. We've also got to account for the fact that it's been years, and it could have been thrown away or moved or destroyed. I know the truth is we probably won't find it, but I think they might be appeased if they know it's not out there. Tucker, if you remember what was on that report, I need you to never tell anyone, Ezra said, his voice low. My worst-case scenario is you're a living record of those names. Robert's hand came to his shoulder, and he took a sharp breath. I hadn't thought of that. You have to lie. If you remember those names, you can't talk about them. I don't know I'll have a choice, Tucker replied. I have to do whatever it takes to get Jax out. I'll get Jax out, Ezra promised. I won't let him rot in jail. I've already started looking at options. I will help. Solo moved up the steps to join them. I've got some safe houses he can use. You too, if you need them. But if we can find the intel or prove to them it's been destroyed, things will be much easier. We won't need safe houses or aliases. Jax and River can go home to Colorado. You can go to Wyoming if you want. We might be able to find Sasha's daughter, if there's any information about him on the report. He wasn't the only one with skin in this game. Robert had promised Sasha he would look for the daughter he'd only vaguely remembered. I'll try harder tomorrow. Solo sighed, and there was a weariness in her eyes. Thank you. I'm going to take the night shift with Levi. Nina needs a break. Ezra moved past her. No, you won't. I'll do it. I don't want you anywhere near him. He's in a cell. Solo started to argue, and then stopped. Thank you. I would prefer to not be around him. I appreciate it, but... Ezra. Don't. It sounds weird coming from you. Ezra had a hand on the door. The normally indomitable Solo suddenly seemed hesitant. Thank you for handling Levi, Beck. In the morning I'll talk to Rupert and smooth things over. I'll let him know we'll give it another shot, and maybe we can think about letting Ariel try hypnosis again. That would be good, Ezra replied. They were so going to do it soon. Like hard do it soon. Despite his own problems, he kind of wanted to pop some corn and continue watching this particular show. He deserved the eavesdropping. Think about what I said. Ezra looked back at Tucker and Robert from the door Solo had just walked through. I'll do anything I have to do to protect you. He would break Jax out of prison, help Tucker get away if he needed to. Ezra would put his own life on the line. Ezra Fane hadn't been born in McDonald's lab, but he was one of them. Thank you, brother. Ezra stopped for a moment, as if the words had shocked him. He nodded slowly. Always, brother. He disappeared, following after Solo. I don't think you can know what that means to him, Robert said. Tucker sighed because they were going to get back to what he didn't want to talk about. He knew it. His blood brother could be stubborn about getting to the root of a problem. I don't think I know anything. The things I think I know prove to be false. Now that the peanut gallery is gone, let's get back to the part where you explain to me why Ronnie thinks you're sleeping with her sister, Robert insisted. There was nothing to do but tell him the truth. According to Arthur Dwyer, I knew Katie Croft. He claims he has proof that not only did I know who she was, I spent a lot of time with her. She must have seen it by now, and notice how she didn't come running back to me today. What kind of proof? Robert asked. Tucker shrugged. I would assume it's photos and maybe correspondence. Apparently, during the last few weeks at Kronberg, they had a PI following me. He could be lying, Robert argued. Photos can be faked. That report doesn't mean anything. It does to Veronica, since I never bothered to mention that I knew her sister. He went back to the bench and his beer because he needed that damn beer. She showed me pictures of Katie, and I never told her we had a connection. Of course, now I have no idea what our connection was, so her mind has gone to the worst possible place. To say I did not take the accusation well would be an understatement. And I know what she's really worried about. She thinks you might have gotten her sister killed. Robert whistled and sank down beside him. Damn. I was hoping you'd been an asshole about her potentially outing you. I could work with that. I don't know how to work with you might have killed her sister. That neatly summed up the problem. Katie was alive after I was taken to Argentina, but we don't know that I didn't come back. MacDonald could have made planting that bomb my first assignment, and I was probably wiped a dozen times after that. I can't know. I'll probably never know, and that means this will always come between us. Unless I can prove who did it. Maybe the team should take a hard look at this case. Which team is that? His brother wasn't thinking logically. Because we're down a bunch of men. Sasha and Dante are dead, and Jax is in jail. I think the team is pretty much you and me and Owen. And Ezra and Ariel and Rebecca and River. Robert stared out over the yard. All we have to do is call Theo, and he'll come with us. Don't underestimate Buster. He can distract a person with his cuteness. Or his farts. That is one gassy dog. Like that rescue dog we had. Mom was always complaining that we needed to change Astro's food. The memory floated over him easily now that he wasn't fighting for it. He let the vision of a big dog who always looked like he was smiling settle on him like a warm blanket. He could see the dog trying to lick him, remember how much he'd loved him. He'd walked into the shelter he'd volunteered at when he was in high school and immediately fallen in love with the massive ball of fluff. Robert was quiet for a moment. Do you remember her at all? Mom. I remember she loved us. I remember her hugging me and begging me to bring you home. Green hadn't been willing to give their mother's name up. He told them they could have that information when they released him. Naturally, he'd tried to run an end around on the fucker. I gave Adam everything we've learned, including the fact that I went to Hamilton High somewhere in Wyoming. There's got to be something Green missed. Some thread Adam can pull now that we know where to look. I should have started looking weeks ago. Robert took a long swig of his beer. I don't know why I didn't. Because you bought into Emily's bullshit that we were all estranged. For a man who was married to a psychologist, he wasn't exactly self-aware. When his first wife had shown up in Munich, she'd caused all sorts of chaos. One of the ways she'd manipulated Robert had been to tell him he no longer spoke to his mother or brother. All the while, she'd known exactly who Tucker was to Robert, and she'd kept it to herself. It was cruel, but then she'd sold her own husband to MacDonald, along with Robert's whole unit. I didn't know any better, Robert said quietly. Kind of like you don't know what happened between you and Katie Croft. Tell me something. Did Ronnie ask you to leave her alone? Not exactly, but it had felt like rejection. She said we'd moved too fast. Robert chuckled. Yeah, that ship sailed. You have a daughter. You have to deal with each other. That's what I said. Right before he'd walked away from her. She was crying. A lot. I wanted to hug her and tell her everything would be all right, but I didn't think she would accept that from me. Did you offer it to her? He'd walked away because he'd been so angry. No, but I did threaten her if she tried to keep me from seeing Violet. So there's that. Robert finally looked at him, a frown on his face, and then he shook his head and laughed. Dumbass. All right, let's figure this out. You want to figure this out, right? Because if you don't, this is an excellent off-ramp. You'll have to decide how to co-parent when you're not together, but otherwise this could be a clean break. God, no. He'd sat up most of the night trying to find a way to take back the shit he'd said. I don't want to break up with her. I love her. I know that deep down. I loved her then. I was willing to risk everything to take her with me. I remember the feeling of looking down at her asleep in bed and knowing we were getting out. That had to be the day I got caught. And if Levi's right, and she's the reason you got caught? He shook his head. This was the easiest decision he'd made. She didn't mean to. She might have inadvertently tipped MacDonald off, but she wouldn't have betrayed me. You don't know her, Tucker. But I do. He wasn't sure how to explain it. It's a feeling deep inside. I trust her. It's the same way I trusted you when I first met you. I didn't understand it at the time. I thought it was me being needy, but I knew you deep down. I know her too. I reacted poorly. I can't stand the thought of her not feeling the same way about me. I'm in a corner, and I don't know how to get out. Then we'll figure it out together, Robert promised. He wasn't sure his brother was the best resource he had. Or we could go to Ariel and ask her what to do. Robert grinned. That's what I was going to suggest. Hey, I married a smart woman. Let's go catch her before she gets in that big bathtub. I want to live like English nobility, man. I'm pretty sure every room in this house is about sex. That tub is big enough for like 3 people. My shower has shampoo, conditioner, and what I'm pretty sure is lube. Right there in the shower. He hadn't gotten to use it on Ronnie. It was sad. He was sad. Maybe he should do what Jax had done. Go out and buy the cutest dog he could find, and they could both look miserable until Ronnie gave in like River had. The rich know how to live, brother. Robert stood up. They hadn't been rich. They'd been comfortable, though. Their mom had made sure they had a nice house and food on the table. She'd worked hard to ensure they had good educations. Was she still there, waiting for her sons to come home? We're going to find her, you know. We're going to find Mom. I hope you remember more, Robert admitted. I can barely get any of it. I worry I'm different and she won't recognize me. I don't want to hurt her. He stood beside his brother. He got the feeling they'd done this 1,000,000 times before. Brothers simply sharing space so they knew they weren't alone. Somehow, some way, they would find their way home. She will thank God every day for bringing you back. And she'll adore Ariel. I hope I get to introduce her to Ronnie and Vi. Despite what he'd said to her, he wasn't sure how much standing he would have when it came to custody of his daughter. Ronnie could tell the courts he was a danger to her, and given his history, it was a believable argument. That was, if he could ever show his face in a court. It was all fucked up, and he had to find a way to make things right between them again. The door came open, and Ezra strode out. "You need to come inside. We have a situation," he said grimly. "Tucker, we need your medical skills." He rushed in, terrified it might be too late to fix anything. Ronnie watched as Robert walked outside, 2 beers in his hand. She felt ridiculous skulking around like she was the spy. She wasn't. She was the woman who was trying to avoid another fight. Or maybe she wanted to avoid the fact that they might not fight at all. That Tucker might have written her off after last night's debacle. This was how she'd spent her day. Hiding out. Thinking way too much. Putting off that moment when she would have to talk to him again. Tucker was already out there. She'd seen him, staring out at the yard like there were answers there. She had a few answers, just not the ones either of them wanted to hear. Arthur had sent her the PI's file on Tucker's last few days in Munich. There were pictures that clearly showed Tucker walking into Katie's apartment in Munich. He'd stayed for an hour and a half and then gone home. 2 days later, they'd been in Paris, and it had all gone to hell. Seeing those pictures of her sister with Tucker had made her heart seize. Katie. She'd been dressed casually, and she'd given him her friend's smile. Ronnie had always been able to tell a lot about how her sister felt from her expression. In the picture the PI had caught, her sister had a smile that lit her eyes up. She'd liked Tucker. She'd been happy to see him. What the hell did she do with that? Her stomach rumbled, and she made her way to the kitchen since it appeared the brothers would be out there for a while. It was good that they were talking. It really was. She was happy he'd found his brother and knew exactly who Robert was to him. But God, it made her miss her sister. She had to get it together, because Ezra Fane had promised her a call to her mother and daughter in an hour, and she would have to sit beside Tucker and act like nothing was wrong. She couldn't bring her mom into this until she was sure of what she wanted to do. Sandra Croft could be a steamroller, obliterating everything in her path when she wanted to. She didn't want Tucker to get caught in that. If her mom even got a hint that Tucker had a hand in what had happened to Katie, she wouldn't ever listen to reason. She needed to figure out how to handle this before she ever breathed a word of the situation to her mom. It left her feeling incredibly alone. All through the last few years, her mom had been at her side. She'd helped her make the decisions when it came to Violet. She might have felt alone, but she hadn't been. "Hey, stranger." Nina stood in the kitchen wearing pajama pants and a t-shirt, her hair up in a high ponytail. She stood by the range, a tray of teacups by her side, as she waited for the water to boil. She wasn't alone. Arthur was there, placing some half sandwiches on the tray. He was still dressed for work. Despite the fact that they weren't in an office, Arthur dressed like he was. He'd shown up for breakfast wearing a jacket and tie and hadn't taken either off, though it was almost bedtime. Not that she would sleep. He glanced her way. "Veronica, we missed you today. Not that you missed much. We made absolutely no progress." Nina looked up from her task. "That's not what I heard. I was told he managed to remember something about you." Arthur went stiff. "Well, we did work together. He claims he can remember the day we met, but that isn't meaningful at all. It was the only thing we could get out of him today. Levi Green tried to pull some important information out of him, but to no avail. Your boyfriend seems to be having trouble focusing." Maybe she wasn't hungry. Tucker had walked away the night before, but she'd heard the anguish in his voice. She'd known how upset he'd been. Unlike Stephen Reeser, Tucker wasn't good at hiding his emotions. Or perhaps he didn't have to anymore. Perhaps he'd had to do it for so long, he simply couldn't when the reason for tamping it all down had been erased from his mind. "I'm sorry to hear that." She'd hoped there would be a breakthrough that led them back to the garden, or that would allow her to go to New York to be with her mom and Violet. She wasn't sure how long she could hold out when they had to stay in the same house. She needed time to think and consider all the ramifications of Arthur's information. Instead, all she'd been able to think about was how much she'd missed Tucker. In the course of a few days, he'd become necessary to her again. Maybe more necessary than the first time around, since now she knew how good he was as a father. Who was she fooling? The feeling in her heart wasn't about his skills as a dad. She liked him. Even more this time around. He was kind and thoughtful. He made her laugh. She felt more like herself when he was with her. "Don't listen to him. Ariel isn't worried. It's a process," Nina assured her. "This could take time. Can I get you something, love? You missed your dinner. I'm making a spot of tea. Arthur and the intelligence lads are having a meeting to discuss their reports. I offered to make them some tea because I could use a bit before bed. There's some roast left if you're hungry." "Tea sounds nice. She couldn't eat a bunch, but she'd seen some fruit, and Nina had made cookies earlier. That would do. And then maybe after they'd talked to Violet, she and Tucker could talk about how to proceed. They couldn't spend their days avoiding each other. "I brought along some excellent Schwarz tea," Arthur explained. "Like we used to have in the break room?" It was one of the only things she'd missed from Kronberg. They had tea in the break room in the afternoons, and she'd learned to love the rich black tea they served there. The English were known as the world's tea drinkers, but the Germans weren't far behind. Arthur smiled. "Exactly. I know I should switch to something that will help me sleep, but it's going to be a long night. I have a call back to Munich, and they won't like what I have to say. I promise, I'll let them know how important it is to not give Tucker more drugs. No matter what went on between them, she wouldn't change her mind about that. We don't understand how the first drugs affected him, or what was in them." "I still don't believe Levi Green doesn't have the formulary," Nina admitted. "I find it hard to believe there was a random dose of cure lying around." That was a good point. That does seem odd. From what I've been told, Green stole a lot of intelligence from the group. He did in Colorado, at least. I think stealing is a difficult word, since McKay Taggart broke into that facility, Arthur pointed out. It was a CIA base. At least Green was actually working for the CIA at the time. He had some right to be there. I can't say the same for what they did at Kronberg. That was theft, pure and simple. Neither the CIA nor a group of rogue citizens had the right to come into a private company and steal documents. I would like to point out that you're all lucky my company is being patient. If Kronberg doesn't want to be investigated, maybe they should vet their research more carefully," Nina said as the kettle began to whistle. "And perhaps they should stay away from Illuminati-like groups who try to influence politics in a way that corporations shouldn't." "If the CIA truly believed my company was a part of... what was it called?" Arthur asked. Oh, she knew this one. It was exactly what her sister had been investigating. "The Collective." Arthur's eyes rolled behind his glasses. "Yes, the Collective. It's ridiculous to think a group of corporations who are normally at war with one another could ever cooperate long enough to take over the world." What had Katie told her? They don't need to take over the world. Just push it this way or that. Just enough to keep them in economic power. All they need is a few of the right people in the right places to make things happen for them. The words played through her head as Nina and Arthur argued. Nina poured hot water into 2 separate pots. "We'll have to agree to disagree," Arthur said. "I find arguing with conspiracy theorists to be wearing. Facts don't matter to people like you. Veronica, I bid you good night. Perhaps you'll join us in the morning. It seems Stephen needs something other than the good of the world in order to actually focus on the job at hand. Maybe you can be that for him." He picked up his tray of late-night treats and walked back toward where the English and German operatives would be waiting for him. "There's an unctuous prick if I ever saw one," Nina said with a sigh. "Sometimes those big words come in handy." She placed some cookies on her tray and picked it up. "Let's sit and have a chat. Arthur might be an arrogant knob, but he's right about one thing. Tucker was off today. I suspect you had something to do with that. What's he done?" Nina was so nice it could be easy to forget she was a trained investigator. She'd spent years with Interpol running down some of the world's worst criminals. If she was still there, she would likely be looking for Tucker. Was she treating Tucker like a criminal? Had she lost faith because her grief had stricken out like a viper she'd thought was gone? "We had a fight," she admitted. It might be good to talk to someone. If she couldn't talk to her mom, it might as well be Nina. She didn't seem particularly close to Tucker. From what Ronnie understood, Nina had only been with the team for a few months. The only other person she might be able to talk to would be Solo, but she was oddly intimidating. There was a core to Solo that seemed a bit untouchable, despite how warm the woman could be. Ariel was Tucker's sister-in-law, so she was a no-go. She didn't think Ezra Fane would appreciate being made a relationship sounding board. Nina it was, then.
I assumed so, since you both looked utterly miserable,
Nina said, pulling out a chair.
He didn't sleep in your room last night. How did you know? I thought he snuck into another room.
He hadn't seemed to want anyone to know they were having trouble. He'd smiled her way when he'd come down for breakfast, and she'd noticed he'd come in from the direction he would have had he slept in their room, rather than the easiest route from the room he'd stayed in.
It's my responsibility to know everything that goes on in the house. Ezra is too preoccupied with Solo and vice versa. Robert can't think about anything but his brother and Ariel. I'm the only one who can think straight here, so I have to be careful.
She stood up and walked to the doorway, glancing the way Arthur had gone before returning to the table and picking the tray up again. She walked right back to the sink.
Is something wrong with the tea?
She'd been looking forward to it.
Yes, it comes from Arthur, who happens to travel with his own tea.
Nina poured the pot out.
Like I said, I have to be careful. And I would be an idiot if I let you drink something that man gave us. Right now, we don't eat or drink anything we're not 100% sure is fine. There are 2 spies in this house I don't trust, and Arthur Dwyer works for an evil pharmaceutical corporation.
Put like that, it did seem ridiculous. She wasn't built for the conspiracy life. She wanted what he'd promised her that day in Paris. A quiet practice where they cared for their patients, a life where they raised their children. She wanted more kids, and she wanted them with Tucker. But how could they go on? Nina dumped the tea but came back with something better.
I can assure you he hasn't put anything in this.
She held up the bottle of wine before opening it and filling 2 glasses.
You think he tried to poison us?
The idea sent a shiver down her spine. Were they not safe here? Were they safe anywhere? She hadn't felt safe for years, but now she realized she'd reached next-level anxiety. Nina shrugged and passed her a glass of the rich red wine.
I'm not taking the chance, but I'm also not going to accuse him of anything. I found it's best to smile and let whoever your opponent is completely underestimate you. What did Tucker do?
Arthur was the opponent. Why had she forgotten that? It didn't mean he was lying, but it did mean he didn't have pure motives for showing her that report.
He knew my sister. The one who was killed. From what I've read about her, she was possibly investigating the collective.
Ronnie took a sip.
She was. At the time, I thought she was crazy. She definitely wasn't, though I can understand how it would look that way, Nina admitted. Let me see if I can guess how this plays out for you. So either Arthur or Rupert showed you something that links Tucker with your sister, hoping that he didn't say anything back then when he was pretending to be Stephen Reeser. If Tucker never mentioned to you that he knew your sister, naturally your brain will put 2 and 2 together. If Stephen knew your sister and didn't tell you, he might have had a hand in her death. At the very least, Levi might have. Since Levi is connected to Stephen, you have to consider that he might have had something to do with it, even though she died after Stephen had already become Tucker.
Well, that succinctly summed her up.
Why wouldn't he have told me he knew Katie?
Nina chuckled, likely at how naive she sounded.
Well, in the first place, he was working for the agency. They tend to be tight-lipped. He didn't tell you his real name. There's a possibility that he didn't know she was your sister. No, he knew, Ronnie explained. I showed him pictures of her and he never said a thing.
Nina nodded.
All right. Then it might have been important you not know anything. I can't be sure. I might not be the best person to give you advice about this. Because you like Tucker? No. Because I've been used for information before. It's why I left Interpol," Nina admitted. "I was seeing a man there, another agent. I was on the biggest case of my career, investigating an international arms dealer. Unfortunately, he was working the case too. From the arms dealer's side. He slept with me to get information for his real boss. Is that what you think Tucker did? Slept with you to get information about your sister?" He never asked about her. He'd listened to her talk about Katie, but he certainly hadn't pressed her for anything beyond asking about stories from her childhood. Now that she thought about it, she wasn't sure hearing about the great soap debate of their teens would have done anything to help his cause. Not anything serious. Like he didn't ask about her work, obviously because he knew what she did. Nina nodded, as though she'd expected that was the case. "Then you've got two options for why he did what he did. Option A. He formed a relationship with you in hopes of eventually using you against your sister. I would assume they would have threatened you to get her to hand over her research or something like that." That was definitely a scenario that had gone through her head. "And the other option?" "He fell in love with you," Nina said simply. "He was in a position where he could have gotten you killed. He thought the less you knew, the better. I know that sounds harsh, and every person who's ever been on the other side of this argument thinks they had a right to know what was going on. But they're wrong." Ronnie didn't understand why. Knowledge was always better than ignorance. "At least I would have known what was coming for me." "What was coming for you, Ronnie? MacDonald? According to what you told Solo, she did come for you, and as your mind is still completely your own, she must have decided you didn't know anything," Nina pointed out. "Otherwise, you would either have found yourself without a memory, or more likely, without a life. According to your report, she showed up at that Paris flat you were staying at the same day Tucker went missing." "Yes." She could remember how carefully MacDonald had studied her, questioning her and finding her utterly harmless. She came by to pick up Tucker's computer and his tablet. Her stomach clenched as she realized who else had shown up. She'd known, but she hadn't realized the cruelty of it. It made tears threaten. She brought Robert with her. Robert was there. He took Tucker's computer and his things. Do you think... Nina took a long sip of wine. "Do I think that she brought Robert with her to taunt Tucker? To show him exactly how close he came to saving his brother, right before she took it all away from him? Perhaps. I also think that if you'd shown even a hint that you knew what was going on, she might have taken you to Argentina and let her boys have fun with you. She liked to let them sleep with women as rewards for good behavior, and then they would wake up next to a corpse in the morning. You could have been that for Tucker, had she not believed you." A fine tremble went through her. Tucker had known how cruel MacDonald could be. It was why he'd done what he'd done to Rebecca. If he'd told Rebecca, she would have confronted MacDonald. It was her nature. So he'd done something bad to stop something far worse from happening. He'd taken the sin on himself. She wasn't a great actress. She didn't lie well. If he'd told her what was happening, she likely would have given herself away that day when she was in the same room with MacDonald. She would have come off as scared and anxious instead of sad that her boyfriend had used her. "He really was protecting me. He promised he would tell me everything when he was done. I think he was planning on us leaving from Paris. Yes, I believe he was." Nina sighed, sitting back. "Believe me when I say I know how a man who's using a woman acts. He doesn't keep her safe. He puts her up as a shield to save himself. I don't know what Tucker was doing with your sister, but I don't think that man is capable of what you're accusing him of. Have you considered the fact that he might have been working with your sister, and they were both trying to protect you? That you had two people who wanted so badly to look out for you? What did Katie say when you told her Tucker had left?"
The tears flowed freely now, because in this she was absolutely the guilty party.
I never told her. She knew I was seeing him, but I avoided her after he left me. I dodged her calls, and then she died.
Would her sister have known something had gone wrong and saved herself if she'd talked to her about what happened to Tucker? Nina shook her head.
No, you can't go there. You can't. MacDonald took her out. Or maybe Kronberg did, for all we know. They would have found you, and then you and Katie would be dead. Violet wouldn't have been born. Can't you see that was exactly what they were both trying to stop?
She'd been wrong. She didn't have a lick of proof, but the scenario Nina had put out was the correct one. He hadn't betrayed her. He hadn't used her. He'd done everything he could in the best way he'd known how. She'd betrayed him. She stood up.
I have to go talk to him.
Nina smiled.
I'm glad. I honestly believe if he knows you're with...
Nina's words were cut off with the sound of a single ping. It was so quiet, nothing more than a brief puff of air whispering around her as the bullet entered Nina's chest. Bright red blood bloomed. Up and left of her heart, but it might have gotten her lung. She needed to seal the wound. It wouldn't be fatal if she could seal it and keep Nina breathing.
Well, you obviously didn't drink the tea as I had planned.
She was a bit too smart for her own good, Arthur said, staring down at Nina as she fell to the floor. He glanced back Ronnie's way. If you scream, I'll put one in her brain. I'm not good with the shooting business. I'm not a damn spy. I missed her heart. She might still live, but only if you come with me. Come now, Veronica. You're not so out of practice. You don't know that what I'm saying is true, are you? He was so close. He wouldn't miss this time. He couldn't. Nina wouldn't survive. You should hurry, or I'll shoot anyone who walks in here. Don't think I won't. I already drugged the head of MI6 and a German intelligence agent. I have nothing to lose. You have 10 seconds to make your decision, he said, his eyes lit with something that scared the hell out of her. Truth. He was telling her the utter truth.
I'll come with you.
She didn't have another choice. There was no way she could stand here and watch him kill Nina. He wouldn't stop there. If she screamed, he would kill her, too. Arthur grimaced as he approached her. I think you'll likely comply until we're far enough away that I won't be able to hurt your friend. I told them I didn't want this job. She barely managed to gasp before he brought the gun down on her head, and the whole world went dark. Chapter 14.
She's stable. You got to her in time and managed to keep her breathing, Ariel said over the phone 2 hours later. The doctors here say she was lucky.
What about the intelligence officers? Tucker asked. He'd had a lot to deal with, and he was only now starting to completely understand how fucked they all were.
They're both still sedated, Ariel replied. But the toxicology came back, and the doctors assure me they're going to be fine. No word on Veronica.
His stomach rolled, and Ezra nodded, holding his hand out to take the phone. We're working on it. I've already sent copies of the security tapes to Dallas. They'll go over it with a fine-tooth comb for anything that might help, Ezra was saying. We couldn't chase after that massive ass because we had to deal with Nina and then our sleeping friends. I suspect Arthur planned to drug Nina as well, but she chose wine over tea. He'd seen Arthur carrying an unconscious Veronica into the woods. It had been right there on the security cameras. They would have been minutes behind, but he hadn't been able to chase after them because he'd had a dying Nina, and he was the only one with medical expertise. Now it was too late, and she was gone. She was gone. They were supposed to be talking about how good Violet looked, and awkwardly trying to broach the subject of what had gone wrong between them, but he didn't even know where she was. Had she been drugged too? What did Arthur Dwyer want? If he'd thought to kidnap Veronica Croft, there was only one thing Dwyer could want. Him. I found where he had a car hidden in the woods. Robert strode in, Solo hard on his heels. We followed the tracks to the road and lost him there.
I've already talked to Damon, and he's got someone working on the traffic cams,
Solo explained. He could already see a problem with that scenario. You don't know what kind of car he's driving?
No, but we can make some educated guesses.
Solo had her phone out again.
We can check and see if a new car shows up between cameras. It's not foolproof, but we have to give it a shot. I'm also trying to figure out if anyone is scheduled to fly out of one of the private airfields. There aren't many around here. We're fairly isolated, so we have a shot.
They wouldn't find Arthur. He would be well-funded, and he would have a plan. Who will he call with the ransom request? Ezra hung up with Ariel. I suspect it will be Damon, or maybe me. I don't know, man. You know what he'll want, right?
We don't know anything yet,
Solo argued. He hadn't thought she could be naive. At some point he'll call, and he'll be willing to make an exchange. Me for Ronnie. Once he has me, I'll be taken to some lab Kronberg owns, and he'll give me all those drugs he's wanted to from the beginning. They'll do whatever they can to find that intel. And keep us out of the loop, Robert surmised. His brother was thinking along the same lines. I'm certain they'll say something about how Arthur was acting as a rogue agent, and they have no idea what's going on.
Then why would Arthur do it?
Solo asked. There was only one real reason he could think of. His name is on the list, or he knows whose is, and he thinks getting that list will give him all the power he needs. The question is, what will he do with Ronnie? I can't see him actually giving her up. Which is why this is an irrational plan, Robert said. He has to know there's zero way we give you up. Not when he'll kill Ronnie anyway. You have to know that. He can't let her live. Nausea threatened to overtake him. He can't think he'll get away with this if she dies. I won't stop, and Big Tag won't let him get away with killing me.
It's got to be bad,
Solo said with a shake of her head.
Whatever is in the intel you stole, it has to be damning if he's risking this much.
Her cell buzzed and she grimaced.
It's DC. I have to take this. Ezra, will you please check on Levi? He was fine when I left, but it's been a while.
She stepped out of the room, and after a few seconds, he heard the back door open and close. You have to give me up, he said. He couldn't see a way around it. You have to be careful and make sure you get Ronnie out of there. I'll make it a condition of turning myself over. He couldn't leave Violet without her mom. He couldn't let her die out there for him. He would do anything it took to make sure she got out of this alive and whole, and then his brothers would take care of her. All of his brothers. The blood one and the ones he'd chosen. How funny was it that when they'd been separated, they'd found their brotherhood again without ever knowing there was an ounce of blood between them. He trusted Robert would see to Veronica and Violet's health and happiness. He could do what needed to be done because his brothers would make sure the people he loved were okay. Ezra glanced outside, his eyes on his ex-wife as she paced. Or we could negotiate. How? Robert asked. We do something truly shitty to Solo because she would never go for this plan. He frowned. I know I talk crap about her all the time, but I don't want to do this to her. I can't think of another way out. I'm worried she's telling her boss what happened, and they'll come pick up Levi in the morning, and our shot will be gone. She won't have a choice. Come with me. Ezra turned and started down the hallway. It was the one that led to Levi Green's cell. But then didn't all the roads of his life lead back to that asshole? He followed along. How far away was Veronica now? Had they gotten her on a plane? Was she already en route to Germany? Would he ever see her again? "This is going to be all right," Robert was saying as he walked down the hall. "I'm going to make sure of it. I've already contacted Owen. He knows what's happening and he's monitoring things back in London. I think Damon's giving MI6 some serious hell." "And that will work in our favor," Ezra added, taking the steps down to the dungeon. "But I don't think it will work fast enough. We've got to move before dawn if we're going to do this." Tucker had a good idea of what Ezra was saying. It was dangerous, and he wasn't sure they could pull it off. "You think Green will go along with it?" Ezra slid his key into the door and unlocked it. He'd been down here when all the chaos had started, and Tucker was happy he'd been watching over Green, or they might have lost him, too. He and Robert had heard nothing, seen nothing, until Ezra had come running. "What the hell is happening?" Green was on his feet, his hands wrapped around the bars. "You think I can't hear down here? I might not be able to make out what you're saying, but I know when something's gone to hell. Don't you forget you need me. You let some fucking foreign agency take me and you get nothing. Where's Solo?" There was a wild look in his eyes that almost convinced Tucker he cared about the outcome. He supposed obsession was a kind of caring. "She's safe upstairs. Ronnie's the one who's gone, and Nina has a bullet in her chest because she preferred wine to tea." Green cursed under his breath before slamming his palm against the bars. "I knew this would happen! Was it MI6, or did that fucker Dwyer show his colors?" "Rupert is sleeping off a roofie," Robert explained. Green shook his head. "Kronberg is touchy. You know what they want, right?" "Me. But maybe he could find something they wanted even more." Green looked to Ezra. "What's Solo doing?" "She's out talking to DC," Ezra replied, his eyes stony. "I'm sure they'll have your transport logistics figured out in no time at all. Unless we can come to an agreement." Green was back at the bars, a fierce look in his eyes. "You know we can. You know exactly what we need to do. Solo won't go for it. She'll play it safe because she won't want to get you in trouble. Everything she's doing right now is to put you in a position to get your job back. She'll sacrifice this whole operation to do it, but you don't want that, do you?" Robert seemed to grasp what Ezra was offering them. "You want to break Green out before Solo's boss can come?" Tucker stared at the man who'd recruited him and left him behind when the tide had turned. He didn't want to have to depend on Levi Green, but it looked like he didn't have a choice. "We need to go to Paris. Green was right that first day. I need to be in the city. I need to stand where it all started and let myself trust my instincts. You remember what it was like when I got inside the Kronberg building a few weeks ago? He'd known where to go, known where the safe would be hidden. It had been as though his feet could remember what his head couldn't. It might be the same in Paris. His body might recall the terrible things that happened that day, but he would need Green to set him on the path. There might be a way around it, though. You can give me everything you know about where I was in Paris. Ronnie didn't know the address, but she gave me some landmarks. I think you know exactly where I was. Tell me, he said. I'll take it from there. After all, he hadn't needed anyone with him in the Kronberg building. He'd made that happen. Maybe he could mitigate the risk. Green shook his head. No, I'm going with you. Ezra's eyes narrowed. Or I could beat it out of you. You think I can't take a beating? How long do you have? A few minutes before Solo shows up again and you have to get physical with her? You won't like that. She will fight you on this. You ready for it? Because I survived weeks with some of the best torturers imaginable, and guess what? I didn't break. I won't break because I've waited too long for this. I'd rather die than stop now. How about you, Timmy? You got your brother back, so it's okay for the girl to die? I swear to God, I'll kill you if you stab me in the back, Tucker swore. Ezra's head fell forward with a groan. She's going to kill me, but I don't see another way out. Call Owen. Leave Damon out of it. He needs plausible deniability. But tell Owen to get his ass to Paris. You'll need support. I'll get to France if I can. But he might not be able to because Solo might take him into custody for what they were about to do. They were fucking her over, and hard. She might lose her job over it. And he would do it to save Ronnie. He would do anything to save her. But Ezra was missing one important point. How will they contact us? He didn't leave a note. Rob and I dumped ourselves. Won't he have to contact Damon? Ezra reached into his pocket and came up with a cell phone. It was the cheap kind that wasn't registered. I found it by Nina's body. I slipped it in my pocket, or Solo would have insisted on keeping it. You knew exactly what you were going to do the minute you realized someone had taken Veronica Croft, Green said in a silky tone. You might have been out of the game for a while, but you haven't forgotten how to play. Now go and do what you need to do. I'll take care of this. I promise on my honor, I'll do everything I can to help Tucker find that intelligence and bring it back to you. You don't have any honor, Ezra said, but I do, and I mean what I say, Green shot back. I won't even try to get away, and you know why? Because you're about to distract her, and she won't ever forgive you for that. She'll understand exactly what you did, and it will break her in a way you haven't yet. That's where I'll slip in. I'll come back and give her what she needs, and I'll be the hero. Ezra's hands fisted. Somehow I doubt that. Not that she'll be angry with me, but that she'll turn to you. But that's exactly what she does when she's upset with you, Green crooned. Do you want him to murder you, asshole? He needed to shut this down. Green's eyes slid to the floor. No. I'm sorry. I can't help it around him. I meant what I said. I will help you, Tucker. I owe you. I was the reason you were in Paris. Let's finish this up, once and for all. Tucker nodded. He couldn't find it in him to speak. He knew he was making a deal with the devil, but he was out of options. Ariel's going to kill me, Robert said with a sigh. I'll make the calls. There's a Land Rover in the garage and I know where the keys are. We have to move before my wife gets back. She won't like this. I'll go alone. I don't want to come between you and your wife, he said. I said she wouldn't like it, not that she won't understand. I'll ask forgiveness, not permission, Robert said resolutely. And I'll handle Solo. Ezra moved to the stairs again, a grim look on his face. Contact me on the secure line when you can. I'll be back in London by morning. If I'm not on my way to D.C. Because Solo would have every reason to turn him in for betraying her. If there was any other way. There isn't, and we have very little time. Keep that phone on you at all times, Ezra ordered. It's how Arthur Dwyer will contact you. I'll work on getting Jax out in case we need to go to ground. In case they failed. If he failed, he took a lot of good people with him. I'll meet you out back in 10, Robert promised. Ezra handed him the keys to Levi's prison. Good luck. He was alone with the devil. He was going to need it. Ronnie's head throbbed, but she kept as quiet as she could, because no blow to the head could possibly make her forget the nightmare she found herself in. Misery swamped her, but she forced herself to focus. What had her mother taught her? Assess the situation. She was moving. She could feel the motion of a car, but she was in complete darkness. Her hands were tied, but she could move her feet. There was a faint hint of gasoline and the muffled sound of a man speaking. Trunk. She was in the trunk of a car, likely whatever Arthur had waiting for him. How long had she been out? Were they still in England? Or had he made the crossing into France, from where he would have the ease to go almost anywhere in Europe, a road connected to? Did Tucker know she was gone? Did he care? Or had she killed whatever he'd felt for her with her doubt? It was funny that now she didn't have a single doubt in her mind. She knew Nina was right. Tucker and her sister had been trying to protect her as best they could. They'd been the ones who had paid, and they'd managed to spare her. She couldn't be angry. When she thought about it, she likely would have done the same thing. But none of that mattered now, because she was being driven away from him. Fast. She'd assessed her situation. Fucked. That was the only way to describe it. Now it was time to figure out what her assets were. Was there anything she could use to help get herself out of the situation? Suddenly having a locator in her butt actually did seem like a plus. If this was Tucker being stolen away, she could find him. He'd sounded insane that first day when he'd told her it was one of the things he brought to the table, but now she got it. He'd been in this position more than once, and having a GPS locator inserted into his body was a must. She breathed in, trying to find a calm place. Panic wouldn't serve her in any way. She needed a cool head. They wouldn't kill her right away. They would try to get Tucker to turn himself over, or turn over the intelligence she was absolutely sure he didn't have. Did they think he was lying? How old was the vehicle she was in? Newer vehicles had trunk releases in case someone got caught. If she could locate it, she might risk rolling herself out of the car when it slowed down. It was so dark she couldn't tell what direction she was facing. She reached out, trying to get a sense of how big the trunk was. She was facing inward. As gently as she could, she turned her body, head aching with every move. Arthur was speaking in German. She didn't hear a response. He was likely on the phone. She listened for a moment, but it was hard to hear over the hum of the engine and the drone of tires beating against the road. He was saying something about how he had to do it. The situation was getting out of hand. It wouldn't work without the drugs, and... She lost part of the conversation. Arthur mentioned her, and how she was the key to getting Reeser to play ball. Playing ball meant submitting to the drugs they wanted him to take. They wanted to be in control of his memories. He said something about what would happen if Tucker remembered and named names. They wouldn't have anywhere to hide. They needed control. She reached out, trying to feel for the release latch. Tucker would trade himself. There was no question in her mind he would do it. Even if he was angry with her, he would be there, trying to ensure her safety. He would do it for his daughter. Hell, he would do it for the woman who'd accused him of being a bad guy. He would do it because he was a good guy. The car started to slow, and Arthur said something about being close. Close to what? Were they near whatever place he intended to keep her in? Or was he turning her over to even worse people? They wouldn't let her live. Any more than they would let Tucker live after he gave them what they wanted. Her heart was beating in her chest, so hard she worried he would be able to hear it. The car was rolling to a stop. She worked, feeling for anything that might help her. She would run. It didn't matter that her hands were tied. She would run and hide and find a way to survive. It was all that mattered. Getting back to Tucker and Vi was all that mattered. The car rolled to a stop, and she still hadn't found the lever. It was hard to maneuver her body. She twisted, but couldn't get her hands where she needed them to be. Frustration welled, threatening to merge with the panic she hadn't quite banished. It made a big comeback as she heard the door come open and close. One shot. She would have one shot at this. Her legs were the only weapons she had. She would have to kick out and get to the ground, run as fast as she could without even knowing where she was going. She had to take the chance. There was nothing else to do except fight. Tucker needed her. She had to force herself to breathe as the trunk started to come open. She tried to kick her legs out, but strong arms caught her, and she felt the pain of a needle penetrating her leg, and the world immediately went fuzzy. "Sorry, Veronica," Arthur said. "I can't allow you to leave. My name is on that list." As she started to go under, she knew she'd been right. They would never let any of them live. Chapter 15. Tucker looked up and down the street, praying he recognized anything at all. Nothing. It was a lovely morning in Paris, and the people were already out en masse, walking into the gardens that ran the length from the Place de la Concorde to the Louvre. Tourists with cameras mingled with locals carrying their coffees and walking their dogs. He wanted to walk through the park with Veronica. They might not be able to come back to Europe for a long time. Of course, if they did take a nice traipse through the park, it might be the last thing they did. How did he explain to his newly committed girlfriend that he'd just made a drop to a CIA agent, and they had to run because all of their old colleagues would want to kill him now? And hey, how about a June wedding? Wyoming was nice that time of year. Tucker stopped, the feeling so clear in his head that it could have happened yesterday. He'd stood in front of the gardens and known that it was almost over. "Don't," a familiar voice said. "He's got the scent of something." "It would be easier if you would point out the damn apartment building," Robert groused. "And then he wouldn't have these lovely moments where he looks like a zombie," Green shot back. Levi Green was an asshole, but he hadn't tried anything. Yet. He shook his head, letting the feeling go because he was on a clock and he couldn't afford to get sick. He had less than 4 hours to turn himself over to Arthur Dwyer, or they would start sending him Veronica's body parts. They'd already sent him a video of her. She'd been tied up and unconscious, only the faint rise and fall of her chest reassuring him that she was alive. Would she still be alive at this time tomorrow? Would he? "Hey, you okay?" His brother had been with him the whole way. Robert had driven hours during the long night it had taken to get them to Paris. Much of that time had been spent with Big Tag screaming at them over a cell phone. He'd used words Tucker hadn't ever thought could be intimidating. But when Tag got going, he could really let his rage flow. He nodded his brother's way. "Yeah, but Green's right. I'm starting to get a sense of the place. I've definitely been here before. I've been in this park. We're close to the apartment I took Ronnie to. I think it was Levi's place." Green was wearing jeans and a t-shirt he'd borrowed from Robert. They were both slightly too big for him, and he'd complained endlessly about how basic they were. Tucker wasn't sure why basic was a bad thing, but it was the height of horror for Green. All in all, as road trip partners went, Green was an asshole. The man loved to listen to himself talk, but not about what they wanted him to talk about. He'd refused to divulge anything important, but he'd talked a lot about his many missions and how smart he was. If he got shot, Tucker wasn't going to save him. Well, he would try because he'd taken a Hippocratic oath, but he probably wouldn't try too hard. Was it wrong to call time of death while the patient was still breathing? "We should find the hotel." Robert was looking down at his cell phone. "Owen said he's already here, and he found a place for us to stay." "Or we could stay at my flat," Green offered. "It's close." Robert's eyes rolled. "Yeah, look, man, I've been up for hours, and my wife is ready to hand me my balls. I'm not up for playing Where's Waldo's French Flat. I know we don't have long, but we all need a nap and some food. MI6 is pissed, and according to Damon, they think they might have a lead on Dwyer. He didn't need a lead on Dwyer. Dwyer would find him. Dwyer might already be here, following him as he proved to be completely useless. He stared out at the entrance to the garden for a moment. There was a merry-go-round just inside the gates, with happy children bouncing on their seats as it went around and around. Violet would like that. Violet had been conceived in this city, not far from here. He was close, but they were on the wrong side of the gardens. Yes, they were very close. He needed to stop thinking about it and let himself go. Any word from Ezra? He moved down the steps, certain his brother would follow him. Hey, I thought we were going... Robert sighed and fell in step beside him. He texted a few minutes ago. He's going to try to get here later today, but Solo is pissed. She hasn't had him arrested, though. She won't, Green said, taking up on the other side of Tucker. I was lying about that. I don't think she could ever be angry enough with him that she would put his life at risk. I often think Solo's childhood led her to a bad place as an adult. She's not able to recognize real love. When it slaps her in the face? Robert asked pointedly. I regret that. Green managed to sound remorseful, but then again, if there was one thing he'd learned about the man, it was that he was an excellent actor. Solo and I can be quite passionate when it comes to our relationship. It's a bit twisted, but it's real. Far more real than anything she has with Beck. He'd talked about his girlfriend back then. Kim. They'd gotten to know each other during the training sessions Green had insisted on. Tucker had bemoaned the fact that his residency didn't leave much time for a romantic life, and Levi had countered with what happened when two CIA agents were in love and on different continents. How long had the man been delusional? How long had he been plotting to get Solo? It was starting to come back to him. Those months he'd spent prepping. Being around Green without bars between them was doing something to him. It was making it far easier to be back in those moments. We prepped for the op. You and me, he said, the path crunching beneath his feet. Yes, we did. Green's voice remained perfectly calm. Of the three of them, only Green seemed unaffected by the drama playing out around him. You were in physically good shape, but I thought you needed some defensive training. You knew how to use a rifle, but you weren't good with a handgun. We didn't have handguns at home. Though he remembered the gun case where his mom kept 2 shotguns and their granddad's rifle. They lived outside of town, where it was beautiful and quiet, and there were far more animals than people, some of which wouldn't mind eating him. What's your impression of how long we trained? Green asked. Tucker let himself walk as his mind roamed. He didn't think about where he was going. It was a couple of months, I think. I know we met in Boston. I can remember that meeting. I remember how I felt. It flowed over him easily now. He didn't have to fight for it. He could feel the breeze coming off the river, and he'd wondered if it was cool where Russ was. I was hopeful, for the first time in months. For the first time since I'd been told my brother died. I had been investigating some incidents surrounding classified intelligence getting out. I won't go into it too much, but troop movements were being leaked or sold. That investigation led me to Senator Hank MacDonald, and that's when I started watching his daughters. Faith was of no interest to me, but Hope was. Green had showed him a picture of Hope MacDonald that day, the first time he'd seen her. I thought she looked harmless. And I told you that was precisely why she was so dangerous, Green confirmed. He turned down a path, the memories whirling in his brain. You were the first person to believe me when I said I thought my brother was alive. How did you know I was alive? Robert asked. I've looked at the report on how my unit died. I didn't see anything that would raise a red flag. Emily did a good job. Oh, she didn't fake that report, Levi corrected. That was all Hank MacDonald's doing. He had connections in the military, corrupt individuals who sold out their fellow soldiers for the cash he was offering. I took care of them, by the way. It was a fun weekend project. He stopped and stared at Levi. Hey, I'm a lot of things, but I don't sell out soldiers. And before you say anything, Ezra isn't a soldier and we're at war, Levi said with a shrug. I keep telling you, I'm not the bad guy here. Taggart and his crew might have handled the MacDonalds, but there were plenty of people they missed. Retribution shouldn't simply be saved for the head of the snake. There was a body and a tail to chop up, too. But not Emily. I find it interesting that she was still hanging around. Robert's arms crossed over his chest. She had a role to play. When Tucker didn't show up for our meeting, I realized it had gone to hell, and MacDonald had him, and she had the intel. I had nothing without that intel, Green admitted. I wasn't exactly working on the books. The agency wouldn't have approved sending me in. It was the only reason he could think of. There were members of the agency who were well-versed in what MacDonald was doing. I found that out fairly quickly, Levi admitted. I had to work around people in my own group. I did not agree with the methods MacDonald used, and I really didn't like American soldiers getting treated like guinea pigs. But he seemed to have changed his mind. You've been chasing down her research ever since. Somehow I don't think you're going to destroy it. Another negligent shrug of his shoulders. Destroying MacDonald's research won't bring back the dead. It's out there, and someone will use it. I'll feel safer if it's in the right hands. Yours, Robert surmised. Mine are better than most. Tucker, do you want me to apologize for abandoning you? Should I have invaded MacDonald's compound to rescue you? First off, you wouldn't have even known who I was. If you do this and things go bad, I'll have to disavow any knowledge of you. You'll be on a tightrope, Tim, and there won't be any kind of safety net for you. He'd been warned, and he'd done it anyway. He'd had to. I don't need an apology. You were upfront about what could happen. You didn't sugarcoat anything. You needed someone who wasn't on the agency's radar to infiltrate MacDonald's operation. You had solid proof that Robert was with her. You showed me surveillance footage. And Robert, I knew you weren't dead because I went to the site of where your supposed accident occurred and talked to some of the locals. There was no accident that day. It was coming back in rapid flashes now. He'd gone into a damn war zone because he'd needed to feel close to his brother, needed to be where he'd died. He went in with a charitable group. Green sounded almost proud. He used the fact that he was a doctor to get into a place no one else could have gone. I got a report about an American in that area causing trouble. I investigated, and when I realized what he was looking for, I knew I had my guy. What happened to the rest of my unit? Robert asked. I can't be completely sure, Levi began. But I believe they went into MacDonald's program. They were some of her first subjects. You were the only one who survived. I think that's why you were her favorite. You were one of the first to handle the therapies well. I wish I could have saved them. He hated the idea that his brother's friends had been dying while he'd been working or sleeping or doing anything at all normal. When I think about what you gave up, Robert began. He shook his head. I would do it all again. He found himself on the other side of the park. He'd walked across, not lengthwise, but through the middle. He was here. It's on the second floor. He stared up at the elegant building with stone steps. He could see Ronnie there.
She'd stopped at the top of the stairs, and he'd had his breath taken away, because she'd been so beautiful, and he'd known that his job was almost done. Green nodded. Yes. I don't own it anymore. I gave it up after you went missing. The heat was on when MacDonald left Kronberg. I had to cool my heels for a while. I knew what had happened when you didn't show up for our meeting. I knew she had you. I honestly figured she'd gotten the intelligence, and that was why she left Kronberg so quickly after. You didn't bother to look for him? Robert was staring up at the building, too. I knew where he was. I knew he was in Argentina. Again, should I have stormed the building and given up everything for a man who no longer remembered who I was? Green glanced down at his watch. We're down to 3 hours now. I personally don't care if we get Veronica back, but it seems like a deal-breaker for you. You did what? You do understand if she sees me, the whole fucking thing could blow up in our faces. She's met me before. She thinks I'm fucking her sister. Do you even remember why you're here? We were supposed to meet here, but I brought Veronica. Green had been angry with him, but he couldn't have left her behind. He'd intended to tell her everything when they got free. Katie Croft was working with us. Yes, she was. She had a lot of information about Kronberg, but she had no real idea what to do with it. She couldn't corroborate it enough to report it, but she could give it to us to help our investigation. You were key to getting her to talk to us. Green leaned against the half wall that separated the building from the sidewalk. You did an excellent job convincing her. You played the do-it-for-your-country card. I think the fact that her mother was a soldier helped her along. She was trying to make Mommy proud. I told you there was no way you slept with her, Robert said. Of course he didn't, Green agreed. No, he had a professional relationship with Katie. She wasn't the problem. If you say one more word against... He could feel the cell phone in his hand. It was early. The sun wasn't up. He'd stood right here and argued with Levi Green about where they would meet since he'd fucked everything up. In a heartbeat, he was back in the past. 3 years before. Timothy Seeger held the phone to his ear and glanced back up at the building, wishing he didn't have to leave. The night before had been everything he'd thought it could be. Ronnie was the one. His brother would love her. So would his mom. God, if this worked, they would be a family again soon. Russ would have problems. Given what he knew about the drugs MacDonald had used on his brother, he wasn't fooling himself. They would face an uphill battle when they got Russell back, but they would get him back. Do you even remember why you're here? Levi did not bother to hide his irritation with the situation. I know I changed the plan, but after what happened with Rebecca Walsh, I couldn't leave Veronica behind. It still made him sick to think about what he'd done to Dr. Walsh, but he'd had to step in. Dr. Walsh had been ready to leave. Hope MacDonald had given her a dose of the time dilation drug in a mad attempt to convince Walsh to stay. She'd needed Rebecca's genius. For all her cold ruthlessness, MacDonald lost her shit from time to time. She'd panicked at the thought of Rebecca leaving and tried a partial memory wipe. It hadn't worked, and that was when they'd started to talk about killing the pretty doctor. He'd offered them an alternative. It had been up to him to ensure Rebecca ran and never looked back. He'd used a virtual reality headset to simulate hurting the doctor. He'd known the memories would be vague and murky, and they wouldn't jibe with her physical health. But it had worked. Rebecca was safely back in the States. He couldn't put Ronnie through the same thing. A long sigh came over the line. MacDonald doesn't give a damn about your girlfriend. She couldn't care less. Do you know who she does care about? You. And now we have to meet in the open because I can't show up at my own damn safe house. He couldn't help it. He wasn't going to risk Ronnie.
He was too close to getting everything he wanted. What he wasn't about to tell Levi was that he wasn't going back to Munich. MacDonald was acting suspicious, and he wasn't entirely sure she didn't know something was going on with him. It was there in the way he caught her staring at him, like she had plans. MacDonald's plans always involved pain. "Tell me where to meet you. I've got a flight back this evening. I would like to spend some time looking like the tourist I'm supposed to be." "Meet me at Père Lachaise Cemetery. Go in the main entrance and walk straight up the main street. It will take you to a monument. You can't miss it. It's quiet at this time of the morning. We should be able to talk without being overheard. Take the metro. I'll be waiting for you there at 9. And watch your back. MacDonald isn't in Munich right now. She's getting the lab in Argentina ready." She'd been planning on moving Dr. Walsh there. If she'd accepted the job, Rebecca Walsh would have found herself a prisoner. She would have been forced to work or die. MacDonald thought she was close to a breakthrough, and she wasn't about to let a thing like ethics keep her from getting what she needed. Was his brother in that lab in Argentina? "I hope so. I don't like not having eyes on her," Levi admitted. "I'll see you in an hour, and maybe we can talk about how to use this to get your brother. Things are shaking out in a way I hadn't planned. There's a group in Dallas I'm worried is about to make a move." Levi had been talking about some ex-military guys getting involved because their brother had gone missing. "I thought the Taggarts believed Theo is dead." He wasn't. Tim had seen the man not a few weeks before. MacDonald had brought him in to work with Dr. Walsh. "It would have been best for me if they did," Levi admitted. "I don't need that group fucking things up. I've had this planned for a very long time." "I don't see why we couldn't do this back in Munich." Things would have been far easier if he'd made the handoff and gotten straight to the States. "Well, I'm sorry my day job is inconveniencing you," Levi shot back. "I've got more than one operation I'm working on. You're lucky I could get into Paris today." The line went dead, and he took a deep breath. He glanced back up to where Veronica was sleeping. She'd looked so delicious wrapped up in the blanket, her hair spread out across the pillow. He would tell her everything this afternoon, and pray she forgave him. 40 minutes later, he jogged up the steps that led him out of the Père Lachaise metro station, along with what seemed like half of Paris. It was easy to get lost in a city this size, but it was also why it was good cover. He'd dressed for the occasion, a ball cap covering his head, and plain t-shirt, jeans, and boots. He could be anyone. He glanced at the cafe across the street and realized why Levi hadn't picked it as their meeting place. It was mobbed. Sometimes chaos was good, but not in this case. They needed to talk. He had a flash drive to pass off. The last thing he needed to do was drop the drive in the crush of bodies. The flash drive in his pocket was the most important thing he'd ever done. It was proof of what was happening at Kronberg. Everything he'd observed and documented was in his report. The whole of Katie Croft's investigation was documented there. Conversations he'd managed to record were on that flash drive. All those names, all the people, companies, and politicians who supported the MacDonalds. There were even a couple of CIA agents' names in there. Levi had made sure his people got called out too. Levi had been open and honest about the corruption in his own organization. He was going to owe Levi Green so much. He oriented himself and started walking toward the main entrance of the famous Paris cemetery. Tall white stone walls rose to the sides. He glanced down at his watch. He was early, but he still found himself walking to the entrance. The minute he walked past the main gate, it was like the world receded. The bustle of the street outside was replaced with an odd quiet, an almost eerie quiet. Levi had been right. The place was almost empty at this time of the morning. It wasn't tourist season, though there were always tourists in Paris. A chill was in the air as he started up the stone path that promised to lead to the monument known as the Aux Morts de la Commune. He'd had some time on the metro to look it up. On either side of him were monuments to the dead. They looked like small stone rooms in the middle of the forest, some ornate, others much simpler. It was utterly unlike anything they had in Wyoming. His grandfather's grave was a simple thing. The cemetery there was small. It was pretty, but nothing at all like the lush garden that was the Père Lachaise. Russell had a headstone there. Beloved husband, son, and brother. If he was right about Emily, he was damn glad there wasn't a body buried there, because he would have to change that stone. Emily had ties to the McDonalds. He was almost certain she'd had a hand in what happened to his brother. She hadn't loved Russ at all. Veronica would love him. He was going to marry her and have kids with her. 3 would be good. He'd loved having a brother, but sometimes brothers got in trouble, and it would have been awesome to have another one to have shared this particular load. So 3 it was. He felt a goofy smile cross his face. He was stupid in love. She might like this place. It was peaceful. He could hear birds calling. Their sound split the silence in an eerie way. Even the people around him seemed to move solemnly. There was a road wide enough for cars that seemed to lead to the monument where he would meet Green. There was a single van parked to his left. He moved quickly past it. It was likely a service van of some sort, though he noticed the tinted windows. He should have grabbed a cup of coffee. He trudged up the road as it gently ascended. He would make this as quick as possible, get back to Ronnie, and get to the airport where they would find the first flight that could get them to the States. It would be so fucking good to be Tim Seeger again. How fast could Levi Green turn his real identity on? He wouldn't be able to go back to Mass General, but he could finish out his residency in Laramie and be close to home. Be close to his brother. When they took down MacDonald, he would get his brother back. He had to believe that. He had to trust that Green would do what he'd promised and save Russ. Up ahead, he saw the place he would meet Levi in about 20 minutes. He took a deep breath and tried to banish the anxiety playing in his brain. He felt like someone was watching him, but then he'd felt that way ever since the day he'd accepted the job at Kronberg and gone undercover. He didn't like that van. He moved off the main road, taking a right and walking on one of the smaller paths. The path here wasn't cobbled. It was well-worn dirt and gravel. The graves and tombs seemingly hundreds of years old. Some of them were phone booth-sized, the doors on the front mostly closed and locked, though he could see through the fronts. There was no glass in the windows, so a person who wanted to could see inside to the stones that marked the actual grave. Some of the tombs had chairs inside, or old planters where once flowers had grown. The spaces were dark, disuse apparent. His mother kept Russell's grave perfect, despite the fact his body wasn't there. She went to the headstone once a week and laid out flowers as though she needed the connection to her son, no matter what it was. He was getting maudlin. "Hello, brother." The sound made him turn, and then his heart threatened to stop in his chest. Tall, with broad shoulders and a jaw that could have come from a comic book hero. His brother. Russ? Was he dreaming? Had all of this been one long dream and he was back in bed with Veronica? Russell's lips turned up in a grim smile. "No, my name is Robert. I'm sorry you've been neglected, brother. Mother told me you were left behind on a mission. It was an accident. Apparently it was my fault. You know how the meds can be. I forget things. I won't do it again." What the hell? His brother was standing right there, and yet every word that came from his mouth sounded wrong. "Russell, Your name is Russell Seeger, and I'm your brother, Tim. You are from Wyoming. You were in the Army when a woman named Hope McDonald kidnapped you. He wanted to reach out and get a hand on him. If he could just put a hand on his brother, he could know he was real. He looked leaner, his body more sculpted than it had been even during his Army days. I know what you're trying to do, Russ said with what sounded like sympathy. It's hard when you haven't had your meds for a long time, but I'm not leaving you alone. I promise. It's going to be fine when we get back to base. And please, call me Robert. His body seemed to go cold. This was his brother, but he didn't know this man. This man stared at him like they hadn't spent their lives together, like they hadn't built pillow forts and chased each other across the lawn, like they hadn't sat up at night and wondered where their dad had gone. Your name is Russ, he said as though he had to remind himself. This was his brother. This was Russell, and he could save him. He could find his way back. Mom misses you so much. His brain had started to function again, the shock of seeing his brother giving way to questions. Why the hell was his brother here? He glanced behind him, and sure enough, they weren't alone. A big man with dark hair was walking up the path behind him. They'd been following him, waiting for a chance to get him in between them. McDonald was here, and she'd sent her boys after him. Please, Russ, you have to listen to me. You don't understand what's going on. He pleaded, his heart rate tripling. This couldn't be happening. Not now. Not when he was so fucking close to getting out. He couldn't be killed by his own brother. Mother can't miss me. I'm with her all the time, the man in Russell's body said with a humorless chuckle. It's you she misses. I know you don't remember it, but you're part of a team, and it's time for you to come home now. You're off your medications, and it's making everything seem confusing. That was her game? He stood in the middle of the path, the dead all around him. It was the living that he was worried about. The big man who'd come up at his back was still, a predator waiting for the right time to pounce. I'm not the one who's confused. She's feeding you a ton of drugs. She's lying to you both. She took away your memories. Do you honestly believe you were born fully grown in a lab? If he could reach his brother, make him see some reason, there might be hope. Of course not. Russell started to move his way. Everything is going to be so much clearer when you're back on your meds. Dante, don't you dare hurt him. You know Mother wants him brought in alive. She said alive, Dante replied with a shrug. She didn't say we couldn't play with him a bit. Dante lunged, and Tim took off, leaping over a stone tomb and hitting the ground on the other side. His knees hit the soft earth, and he forced himself up. He had to move and keep moving until he could find a way out. There weren't enough people here, and he would bet anything his brother and Dante had continued their training. They would be lethal, and they likely wouldn't mind hurting a few tourists to complete their mission. He needed to get back to the street where he could lose himself in the crowd. They wouldn't want to bring attention to themselves. He had to shove his way between tombs to get to a parallel path. He turned to his left, but Dante was already there. He took off to the right as his brother managed to make it through the thicket. He shoved at Russell, rushing past him and turning the first chance he got. Where was he? He had to get back to the main road. It was his best chance, but he could hear them running behind. He cut through another set of graves, scrambling over low tombs. He was confused, and probably heading the wrong direction since the path he found himself on started to climb. Don't do this, Tucker! Russ's voice rang out. That's your name, you know. Mother said you likely don't even remember your own name. He slowed down because they hadn't caught up to him yet. He slid his body between two standing tombs. They were so close together he could barely manage it. Which way did he go? Dante asked in what sounded like a thick Eastern European accent. You know what she'll do if we fail. I'm not going to fail, Russ replied. I won't let another brother down. Emotion welled inside him at those words. He was letting his brother down by hiding, but he needed more time. He couldn't let MacDonald take him. If MacDonald knew about him, had she already taken Veronica? Had she been waiting when he walked out? Don't let her be dead. She couldn't be dead. He bit back bile. How soon would Levi be here? He needed to find the monument. That's where Levi was supposed to meet him. Levi would be ready for this. All he had to do was get away. And if he didn't? He reached into the pocket of his jeans and felt the thumb drive. If she got it, there would be no need for him. If he hid it, he had something to hold over her. He could buy himself time to save Ronnie. He's hiding, Dante said. He didn't get away. He's in one of these bushes, or he's gotten inside the tombs. The standing tomb in front of him had elaborate grating. If he went up on his toes, he could push the drive through. If this was one of the older tombs, there might not be maintenance to sweep the inside. The little drive might survive. He might survive. He couldn't get caught with that drive on him. MacDonald would have everything she wanted, and no reason at all to keep him or Ronnie alive. If she thought Ronnie knew anything at all, she would take her out, or use her in her experiments. That couldn't happen. He could hear someone moving behind him. He had to run again, or they would be on him. He pressed up and let the drive slip through the grate. He turned and started to run. And was tackled from behind. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, all the air leaving his lungs. It's going to be okay. You'll see. His brother. He was getting taken down by the very person he'd come to find. So close. Very good, Robert, a familiar voice said. Though you could have taken him closer to the van. Now we have to get him all the way back. Or you could go and ask Tomas to move the van a bit closer. That would be best. Dante can do it, Russell said. He could feel his brother's knee on his back, keeping him right there in the dirt. That's not what I asked, Robert. MacDonald stepped onto the path. He could see her shoes. High heels, even in the middle of a deadly chase. But then she hadn't really been the one chasing. She'd done what she loved to do. Ordered someone else to do her dirty work. The knee on his back eased up, and he found himself hauled to his feet by the big, dark-haired man his brother had called Dante. Russell! He started to shout, but felt something hard against his spine. I can shoot you, and you'll still live, Dante whispered. It didn't matter, because his brother never looked back. Hello, Stephen, MacDonald said, looking him over. I was surprised to hear you came to Paris. I was even more surprised to hear you talking to that man on the phone. Who is he? She'd duped his phone. He was usually careful about it, but phones weren't allowed in the labs, and she could have gotten to it in the locker where he left it. That explained how she'd known where he would be. He's a friend of mine. He's a CIA agent, I suspect, MacDonald said. I don't know what you're talking about. He couldn't give Levi up. She waved it off. If you think I don't have my own CIA contacts, you're more naive than I thought. So the agency has some leaks, it seems. I'll have to deal with that. It's harder since that bastard killed my father, but I'll make it work. How long have you been watching me? He wanted to know how long he'd been fucked. Oh, Kronberg has had someone watching you for days now, she said. Ever since that incident with Rebecca. It was kind of you to handle that for me. I didn't realize how seriously they would take her defection. You probably saved me a lot of headache. I was going to kill the bitch.
I think that would have gotten me in trouble. Instead, you're the one who got in trouble. The man they put in charge of investigating is a smart man. He came to me when he realized you were talking to that reporter. You know she's Veronica's sister, right? Of course. He had to protect Veronica. She was completely innocent in all of this. God, he loved her, and she didn't even know his real name. I've been seeing Veronica on the sly. Wouldn't do to let anyone know I'm fucking the underlings. He smirked, an expression he'd perfected over his time as Stephen Reeser. Her sister lives in Munich. She's a kook, a crazy conspiracy theorist, but she's harmless enough. Now let's negotiate. I'm meeting with another pharmaceutical firm. You're right about the CIA guy. He wants information about Kronberg. He's going to use his influence to get me on somewhere else. All I have to do is a little espionage. I'm sick of Kronberg, and I'm sick of you putting women like Rebecca Walsh above me. She stared at him for a moment. You fooled me. Not many people can manage to do that. I will admit I find it fascinating. The man on the phone told you to remember why you're here, but he didn't mention the reason. I'm curious. That wasn't a good thing, since she was a woman who liked to study the things she found fascinating, usually by cutting them up and examining the pieces. I told you. I'm here to trade information about Kronberg for a new job. Are you going to kill me over it? He was trying to be as cool as he could. He wasn't going to give up information if he didn't have to. It was obvious she hadn't been listening in for long. He'd been careful. Not careful enough. But perhaps she truly didn't understand what he was doing here today. He called Robert Russell, the man with the gun to his spine said. Isn't that his real name? Shit. He'd forgotten he'd already given himself away. Maybe he could still work this. Sorry. He looked like someone I used to know. And then he attacked me. I didn't realize you were sending your... Who are these assholes? Bodyguards? Henchmen? Dante handles certain problems for me, she explained. As far as Robert knows, Dante is just like him and Victor and Tomas. I've got another site. One not even Kronberg knows about. I keep a few of my boys there. Robert is special. But then you know that, don't you? So you're his brother. That's how the CIA agent got to you. How did you find him? I told you, he started, but Dante's hand twisted his arm. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out one way or another, she promised. I believe Robert has the car here. It's time for you to meet Tomas, though I suppose you'll try to call him Theo. He started to struggle, but Dante wrapped a meaty hand around his throat. I heard you. I know the truth. If you don't get into the van quietly, I'll kill Robert. Will you watch your brother die? He knew the answer to that. He couldn't do it. MacDonald had questions, and that meant he would have a shot to get out. Levi would know something was wrong when he didn't show up for their meeting. Levi would find him and save both him and his brother. He forced himself to get into that van. It would be all right. It had to be. Tucker blinked into the bright light of the midday sun. That day so long ago had come back in vivid color. His heart was racing as it had done that day, beating against his chest until he'd been knocked out. When he'd come to, he'd found a whole new world of agony. Hey, you okay? Robert asked. He looked to his brother, who would never know he'd been the one to turn him over. He wouldn't put that guilt on him. Both Robert and Levi were looking at him expectantly. Yes. And I know where to schedule the meeting with Arthur Dwyer. He would get his girl back. And then he was going to take them all down.
Chapter 16. Veronica had learned a lot about Arthur Dwyer in the days she'd been held by him. He was a brilliant doctor. He was a terrible criminal. Unfortunately, even terrible criminals could get in a lucky shot from time to time.
"You're staying here,"
Arthur said from his seat in the front of the vehicle. He wasn't driving. Kronberg had sent 2 security team members with Arthur, and they had become her watchers. One of them had been with her every moment of the day. She'd woken up on a bed, and it hadn't taken her long to figure out she was in Paris. She'd listened to her captors, who seemed to think they could talk all they liked in German. Kronberg kept the apartment for their executives, and they were awaiting the outcome of Arthur's endeavor. But the bed was nice, and she would have been entirely comfortable if she hadn't had her wrists and feet bound.
"I'll take Kurt with me,"
Arthur continued.
"Your boyfriend claims he remembers where he hid the thumb drive he stole. When we have the data, we'll bring Risa back here."
The man named Kurt frowned. "How will we be sure he doesn't have a copy of the data?"
"Well, I wasn't planning on giving him the girl. I was planning on letting him see the girl. Then you'll give him a dose of the sedative, and we'll have a long talk about corporate espionage,"
Arthur explained.
"I'll have to figure out how to deal with our own intelligence agency. According to the CEO, they're not happy with my play. If I can clean up the data and give them a sanitized version with all the proper scapegoats, perhaps they'll forgive my hasty actions."
She would have said something about how it wouldn't work, because there was no way Tucker hadn't shared what he'd found with his group before turning it over. But she was gagged. She didn't think he would appreciate her logic anyway. But she was worried, because Tucker would absolutely turn over whatever he had, and he would come to this car looking for her. He would put himself at risk. For all Arthur was a moron when it came to criminal enterprise, if he managed to get Tucker in this car, he would be able to pass him off to more competent people, and they would both be in trouble. She'd been so wrong. It had been all she could think about since the moment Arthur had captured her. She'd been stupid to doubt Tucker. If only she'd had a little faith, Nina wouldn't have been shot, and they wouldn't be in this position. She would have to find a way to warn him what Arthur was planning. She glanced out the tinted windows of the van they'd placed her in. She couldn't tell where they were, except that the streets were crowded. It looked like some kind of park.
"Keep her quiet," Arthur instructed. "If she makes trouble, dose her again, but don't kill her. I'm going to need her alive. I think our friend will speak much more freely if we've got the mother of his child as a hostage. It's too bad we couldn't nab the kid."
She hated that man.
"I'll be back soon."
Arthur and Kurt got out of the car, and she was left alone with the guard they'd called Oscar. He sat in the driver's seat and stared straight ahead. Her hands were bound on her lap, and she was pretty sure she'd lost all feeling in them. She might have nerve damage. They hadn't cared about her circulation the way Tucker had. God, would he ever forgive her? She'd put them in this position. She'd made him risk everything he'd worked for. Had he been able to find the data, or was he lying? He would lie to save her. He might walk away from her afterward, but he would never leave her in this position. How long would it be? How long would she be sitting here waiting for him? Damn it, she had to do something. She couldn't sit here and let him sacrifice himself for her. She was not this girl. The back door was child-locked, and the windows were heavily tinted. If she kicked at the door, would anyone on the street notice? Could she make the vehicle move enough that someone realized something was wrong? Oscar was in a bad position. He couldn't simply turn and get his hands on her. It would be awkward to get to her while he was sitting in the front seat. Another way they'd underestimated her. She was about to start moving when there was a knock on the car door. "Hey, you can't park here," a masculine voice said. A familiar voice. She would have gasped had it not been for the gag in her mouth.
Hey, I'm with the police. You can't park here, he insisted. You're going to have to move. But French police officers didn't have Scottish accents. Oscar started to lower the window, and that's when Owen's hand reached in, shoving a rag at his face. He was stuck there, caught between the seatbelt and what was likely a very potent form of chloroform. He slumped over quickly. Owen unlocked the doors, and Damon Knight was at her side untying her hands. The minute her hands were free, she pulled the gag from her mouth. "What are you doing here?" "Tucker forgot Tag. Well, Tag tagged him," Damon admitted. "I've been following the little bugger since he left the country house. I knew he would bring Owen in." Owen was grinning as he made his way around the car. "I actually went to the boss when Tucker called me. MI6 was so angry with Kronberg that they're willing to work with us. So is German intelligence. We might get out of this after all. Only if Tucker's right, and we can find that data." Damon seemed far less optimistic as he went to work on her feet. She became very aware that they weren't alone. Several men wearing suits surrounded the car. One of them pushed Oscar over and took his seat. "Don't mind them," Damon said. "They're French intelligence. Yes, we are the whole bloody world today. Let's get you out of here. Tucker's going to try to get Dwyer to admit what's going on at Kronberg before we arrest him." "Is he all right? Is Nina okay?" She had a million questions, but she remembered something important. "Arthur has a gun. So does Kurt." "And Tucker's got back up too," Owen said. "We couldn't move into place fast enough to get Green out, but we've stuffed him in a van. We've got people stationed at all the entrances and exits. He won't get away this time." "I don't think he wants to," Damon admitted. "I think he believes whatever's on that thumb drive will get him back at the agency." She slid out of the car the minute her feet were free. Blood started to rush back into her hands, and she winced from the pain. "Come on," Owen said. "We've got a couple of cars parked inside the cemetery. You can wait for Tucker there." "Or she can go back to the hotel," Damon countered. "Rebecca and Penny are there. As soon as we can manage it, we're going back to London. But we've got a bit of clean-up to do. Firstly, we'll have to debrief with the French, since we're doing all of this in their backyard. You have no idea how happy I am that Tag is in Dallas. Getting him to sit through a debrief with 4 bloody intelligence agencies without starting a war would be a miracle." "What is going on?" She didn't understand a thing. 1 minute she'd been sure everything would go to hell, and now they were joking? Owen stopped. "It's all right, Veronica. We've got everything under control." "Well, that's not exactly true." Damon moved to her other side so she was surrounded as he herded her along. "We're not entirely sure Tucker knows where the data is. He says he stashed it somewhere in the cemetery. It's been over 3 years. We're not sure it's still here. If it's not, we'll have some work to do. Tucker remembers what happened, but without solid proof, we'll have to maneuver our way out." "Tucker's all right? I don't even understand what's going on. Arthur got scared. His name is on that list. Kronberg never wanted it found. I think the drugs they were going to use on him would have done the opposite of what they said." She hurried to keep up with the taller men. "Yes, I think when Dwyer realized no one would let him use his drugs, he panicked, and Kronberg likely did too," Damon concurred. "From their end, this whole thing is a mess. German intelligence was working with them, and now I suspect they won't listen to anything Kronberg tells them. They've got agents watching the houses of the board of directors in case one of them attempts to flee the country. They'll throw Dwyer under the bus," Owen said with a shake of his head. "No doubt about it. Those big companies know how to survive." Why let Tucker meet with him at all? She didn't like the idea. Why not simply arrest Arthur when he shows up at the meet site? Damon stopped as they reached the massive entryway to the Père Lachaise cemetery. She recognized the twin pillars that marked one of the entryways because she'd come here years before with her sister. She and Katie had spent the weekend in Paris.
and a whole afternoon wandering the peaceful grounds of the cemetery. "That's about you, I suspect," Damon said. "He wants to get as much information out of Arthur before the Germans take him. We had to agree that they got custody of Dwyer and any Kronberg employees. Tucker is recording everything the man says."
"He's alone out there?"
She didn't care how many agents were in that cemetery. She didn't want Tucker going up against Dwyer and the big guard without someone directly at his side. Hell, she didn't want him in there at all. "Robert is with him." Owen gestured to the main road through the cemetery. It wasn't a thoroughfare and was supposed to be used only for special occasions, but there were several vans parked inside now. "Levi Green turned himself in. Ezra's watching him in one of the vans. I don't like it, boss. Green is planning something. I don't see what he can do. Don't think I haven't gone over it again and again in my head. He can't steal the data. He won't be allowed close enough to it," Damon explained. "That is, if it's even here. Anything could have happened to it over the years."
"Happened to what?"
she asked. "The day he was taken, he was supposed to pass off a thumb drive to Levi Green," Owen explained. "He was supposed to meet Green here at the cemetery, because you were back at the original meet spot."
"The apartment?"
God, it really had been her fault. If he hadn't taken her with him, things might have been different. Yes, that's where they had been planning to meet, Damon agreed. Unfortunately, Tucker didn't realize that they'd tagged his phone. It was a rookie mistake, and I blame Green. He should never have sent in a civilian. MacDonald knew he was going to be in Paris, and she followed him. Owen continued. Green and Tucker discussed where they were going to meet over their mobiles, and she set up an ambush. She didn't even realize he'd stolen the intelligence from Kronberg. She thought he was passing off your sister's research. And this is why I think something's up. Why didn't Green let him copy the drive and send it to him? All of this could have been avoided with a simple email. That's not how spies work, Owen, Damon said, as though they'd gone over this. I don't know what his thought process was, but I know I've worked operations this way from time to time. If the material was sensitive enough, they wouldn't want any chance that it could have been hacked. There's also the possibility that there are agency names on that list. It still doesn't seem right to me. Owen put a hand on her shoulder. Come on, Ronnie. You can stay with me until Tucker has got what he needs. There was the sound of a shot splitting the peace of the cemetery, and then shouts. Bloody hell. Damon cursed and took off running. I would tell you to stay behind, but we might need a doctor. You stay close to me, Owen ordered. But she was already following Damon, and praying she got there in time. Tucker took a deep breath as he realized he was in the right place. You do understand that all I have to do to end Veronica's life is send the text that's on my phone. Dwyer had his phone in one hand, and his other was in the pocket of his coat, where he was carrying a semi-automatic pistol. He'd flashed it when they'd first met, before he'd had Kurt frisk them both. You've said that a couple of times. He wasn't sure how they'd done it, but this part of the cemetery was quiet. Oh, there were enough people walking by that he was certain Dwyer wasn't suspicious, but Tucker knew an agent when he saw one, and the pair that had just passed them while arguing over a map of the cemetery had definitely been agents. Damon had worked quickly, but then the whole London team had been monitoring his ass. Literally. He was fairly certain the tracker was in one of his butt cheeks. He was going to put one in Ronnie's. Except she likely would hate him, because from what he could tell, he had been involved in her sister's death. He'd been the reason Kronberg decided to kill Katie Croft. Do you want the actual data I stole or not? Rob, can you check this one? Shine a light in there. Robert stepped up and pulled out the small flashlight he was carrying for just this occasion. He'd been frisked by the big guard Dwyer had called Kurt. This one has nothing at all in it. They were moving down the row of tombs. The cure hadn't crystallized his memory down to the actual tomb he'd shoved that drive into, but he was sure he was on the right path. It was one of these. He remembered the grave he'd had to scramble over to get away from his brother. "Of course I want that data," Dwyer replied, "but we can't spend the afternoon here. We should come back when it's dark. I'm not leaving Ronnie with you." He knew exactly what would happen if he allowed himself to be taken into custody. He wouldn't ever leave it again. "Give me 15 minutes. If I can hand it to you, we can make this a clean break." "You remembered where it was. How do I know you don't remember what's on it?" Dwyer asked. Robert sent him a knowing look as he moved on to the next tomb. They'd already figured out that Dwyer's name was on that list. Kronberg had panicked when he wouldn't take the drugs they'd offered to help his memory along. "I never looked at it. I had a mission. I was supposed to break into that safe and get the thumb drive. I then went to Katie Croft's house, and I uploaded the information she'd found during her investigation. I read neither report. I uploaded Katie's information with her permission. She'd been working with my CIA contact for months." "You could be lying," Dwyer countered. "Do you honestly believe I memorized a list of names?" He was glad Damon had been in the city. It made him perfectly safe to do what he needed to do. And there would be none of these questions when he did find the drive, because someone had been watching him all along. It would make it far easier for him to have a normal life if the world's intelligence agencies believed they had what he'd stolen that day. He could fade into the background and find a normal life. He would move to where Ronnie wanted to raise Vi and be a part of their lives. If she would let him. Dwyer looked around, his anxiety apparent. In some ways he felt sorry for the bastard. He knew what it was like to be shoved into a job he hadn't been prepared for at all. Green might have given him some training, but there was far more to the spy business. After all, he'd proven to be bad at it. He hadn't even known he was being followed those weeks before that fateful day in Paris. "I would have tried," Dwyer said, looking around again as though he were starting to understand something was wrong. "I think we should go. You've already broken our agreement once." "By bringing Rob with him." "He's my brother. He wouldn't let me come alone." The tomb in front of him made the hair on his arms stand straight. The grating on the dilapidated door was so familiar. "How can I know you didn't bring someone else?" Dwyer looked to Kurt, who was guarding his back. Kurt simply frowned. "I didn't see anyone else, boss." "Robert, I think this might be it." He pointed to the door. "I was in between these two tombs, hiding from MacDonald. I made the decision to dump the thumb drive because I didn't want her to get her hands on it." "It's here." Dwyer moved forward. Robert shined the light inside. "There's a statue. I'm sure it's some kind of memorial." "Open the doors," Dwyer ordered. "It could have fallen on the floor and been missed. I doubt they do more than basic maintenance on these. Some of them are covered with leaves and vegetation." He had to hope that was the case here. He would hate to think someone had found it, and it had sat in a lost and found or been dumped in the trash. "It's locked." Robert gently pulled on the ornate doors that locked the tomb off from the world. "Does anyone have something I can use as a pick?" He'd come prepared. After a heinously long lecture, where Damon used some very British threats, they'd prepped with the flashlight and a couple of paper clips he'd manipulated. "Here, try this." Rob took the paperclip and went to work on the lock. "I don't like this," Kurt said. "It's too quiet." Kurt proved he was far better at this game than Dwyer. He wouldn't have long to get the information he wanted. He turned to Dwyer. "Did you have a hand in Katie Croft's murder? I mean, we're sharing, right?" The question seemed to shake Dwyer. "She was close to putting together some details we didn't want connected." That sparked his memory. Katie had done excellent work. He hadn't read her final report, but she'd walked him through her research. She'd managed to get financial records that tied Kronberg to a man named Neeland. He ran a vast corporate empire. She connected Kronberg to the Neeland Corporation. She thought Al Neeland was the head of the collective. Simon and Chelsea Weston had taken him down with the help of the McKay-Taggart team long before MacDonald came on the radar, but the connections had been there for a brilliant reporter to find. Katie had been putting together the labyrinthine arms that connected the collective. She'd given him her data because she'd worried about reprisals. She hadn't trusted anyone with the story because the collective owned many media outlets. She'd put all her hard work in Tucker's hands because she'd believed he loved her sister. He'd failed her so badly. The gun made an appearance. Yes, the board knew about her investigation. It was precisely why we brought Veronica onto the team. We thought she would be a good tool against her sister. She turned out to be one for you, too. MacDonald didn't understand how bad it was getting. She should have handed you over to us, but she was arrogant. She thought she was the only one in danger. She didn't think about the company at all. Instead of learning your secrets, she dosed you with the drug, and anything you knew was lost to us. How odd to think that MacDonald's mistake had very likely led to Ronnie's relative freedom. If she'd known he had valuable intel, she would have used Ronnie against him. She would have tortured her and given her any number of drugs that could have hurt their baby. Losing his memory had saved his daughter. He would take that. Rob, I think we can finish this now. He had enough. He knew what had happened. I've been here before. Rob had gone an ashen shade, and he stood in front of the door, the makeshift lockpick in his hands. He hadn't counted on this. Not for a second had he thought Rob might remember. Hey, let it go. You can't get sick now. Open that door, Dwyer insisted. Kurt moved in. I'll do it, and then we have to go. Something is wrong. I think we're being watched. Robert had a hand to his head. I was here. And you were here. Let it go, Rob. It doesn't matter. The last thing he needed was his brother to lose his shit. You tried to tell me. You begged me. God, you begged me, Rob said. There was a loud bang as Kurt kicked the door to the tomb in. He had to pray he'd given Damon and Owen enough time to get Ronnie out. They'd promised they would do it the second Dwyer walked away. What's wrong with him? Dwyer glanced around like a man who knew something was about to happen. That was the moment the intelligence agencies made their play. The couple who'd argued moments before were back, guns drawn and shouting in German for Arthur to put the gun down. The head of MI6 rushed in from the right with a couple of his people. Stand down, Dwyer. You're not going anywhere. Oh, he will come home with me and face what he has done, the German intelligence officer said. Dwyer looked like a deer in the headlights. He started to turn, but Solo was there. She frowned at Dwyer, cutting him off. She looked Tucker's way, her eyes narrow with irritation. You're going to get a spanking, little boy. Yeah, he'd known he would be in trouble with Solo, but they would have to work that out later. Robert was standing by the doors of the tomb, and the man who'd just walked in had a gun. Robert, get out of the line of fire, he said. Kurt stepped out of the tomb, holding the drive in his hand. It was there. The moment he realized he was caught, he brought up his gun and fired at the first person he could. Solo. Luckily, Solo moved fast. She ducked and rolled, and before the shot had stopped ringing through the trees, she'd taken her own. Dwyer turned Tucker's way as his guard hit his knees, a hole in his chest. Why couldn't you have stayed dead? Dwyer asked. And Tucker knew what he was about to do. Dwyer raised his weapon, and he heard Solo shout out. The world seemed to slow down, and he knew Dwyer wasn't going out alone. But then Arthur had always been that way. Arthur had been far closer to MacDonald than he'd let on. Yes, now that he was staring at Dwyer, he remembered how the man had worked with her, had been the bridge between her and the higher-ups. This was what he'd been trying to protect. He'd panicked when he'd realized Tucker might actually remember working side by side with him. But it didn't matter now, because Dwyer pulled the trigger. He heard a roar, and suddenly he was tackled, his body slamming against the rocks and dirt. His head hit, and the world went woozy. His breath knocked out of his chest, and pain flared through him. He could hear the sound of another gun going off. He saw Dwyer hit the ground not far from him. And then his brother was staring down at him. Robert. Robert had thrown himself in front of Dwyer's bullet. Rob. He could barely speak. His head was throbbing. Robert's head came up. Couldn't do it again. Couldn't let them take you. I'm so sorry, brother. Forgive me. What? Are you okay? He was pretty sure he was okay since he hadn't felt a bullet hit his body. Tell Ariel I love her, Robert said. What the fuck was happening? His brother was draped across him, dead weight on his body. But he couldn't seem to make his brain work. His vision was in and out. Concussion. He'd hit his head. But something worse had happened to Rob. He was sure of it. Hey, Tucker. Solo was above him, staring down. I'm not great with the medical stuff. He's got a bullet in his abdomen. Should I wait for an ambulance? Rob? He was so woozy. What was happening to Rob? His brother stared down at him. We almost made it. Almost made it all the way home. Robert's head dropped down, and Tucker's heart threatened to explode. Move him off now, a familiar voice said. Lay him out, and I'm going to need something to stop the bleed. Ronnie. Ronnie was here, and she was taking charge. In a group of intimidating people, all of them with guns, his Ronnie was handling them, ordering them around. He prayed his Ronnie could save his brother. They'd almost made it. It was his last thought, as the darkness took him. Chapter 17. Is he here yet? Ronnie turned at the sound of her mother's voice. It had been a week since that horrible day in the cemetery, and it felt like everything had changed. Not all of it for the better. One thing was fantastic, though. Her mom and daughter were back. Her mom walked out of the apartment with Violet on her hip. He's supposed to be here any minute. Tucker hadn't left Paris when the rest of them had. He'd stayed at his brother's bedside while he recovered. He texted me that they were in London finally. Texted you? Her mother's brows rose. He can't call? I told you we're in a weird place. She'd saved his brother, and he'd been profuse in his appreciation of that act. But he'd also been distant. He'd been diagnosed with a concussion, and he hadn't complained when she'd stayed with him that first night. When he'd been released, however, he'd explained that he could take care of himself, and she should go to New York to be with their daughter. Instead, she'd come to London and brought her family here, to wait for him. Physically, he's all right, her mom asked. She reached out to her baby, who grinned that adorable, way-too-like-her-father grin, and came into her arms. Ronnie breathed her in, so grateful to have her back. He's fine. Robert's fine. They wanted to hold him for a few days because he started to develop an infection, but it's cleared up now. Her mom put her hands on her hips, her general pose,
Then what's the problem that he can't call? Does he even know Violet's here?
She grimaced as Vi started bouncing up and down in her arms.
He doesn't know I'm here, so he wouldn't know about Vi either. Or at least, I'm not sure he knows. The last time we talked in person, I was going to New York to be with you. It's what he suggested. Because he thinks you turned him into MacDonald.
She shook her head. Despite her mother's attempts to get her to talk, she'd worked her way around this subject.
No, he knows that's not what happened. According to Taggart, it was Tucker's relationship with Katie that got him in trouble,
her mother said flatly.
That and a true clusterfuck of a situation. It seems to me everything happened at once, and that led to him being caught. I don't understand why he would blame you.
She felt her eyes widen, because she'd been trying for days to figure out how to tell her mother Tucker had known Katie.
Mom, I don't think he was using Katie.
A frown crossed her mother's face.
Of course he wasn't. I'm a little worried Katie was using him. She was always ambitious. If anything, it was that CIA agent that used them both. What does that look about? I didn't think you knew about the connection between them. I've been trying to figure out how to explain it to you. And you're right about Green. We had this big debrief, and Solo got Levi Green to admit he was the reason Katie didn't think anything was wrong. When she didn't hear anything from Tucker, she called him, and he told her to hang tight.
Anger welled fast and true. She hated Levi Green. When everything had gone to hell, Levi Green hadn't tried to save Tucker. He'd shut everything down, including leaving her sister in the dark about the fact that MacDonald and Kronberg were onto them. He'd planted that bomb as surely as whichever Kronberg-paid assassin had. Her mom reached up and gently wiped away the tears she hadn't realized she was shedding.
I know about that too. I'm angry, but anger isn't going to help us today. We'll get that bastard in the end. I promise.
She sniffled, shoving the rage down because her mother was right.
How did you know? Taggart's been keeping me up to date on everything, her mom explained. I've been playing this online war game with the Dallas boys. Taggart's a fairly good tactician, but no matter what he says, his hand-eye coordination could use some work. In the middle of shooting the shit out of each other, he gave me updates on what was happening. I also know way too much about his wife's pregnancy cravings. They are not all food. I'm still trying to process the fact that Katie had this whole thing going on in her life that she never talked to me about. I really thought Green was a guy she was dating. I'm kind of shocked my sister thought she needed a cover with me. She was obviously trying to protect you, her mother pointed out. She knew she had something dangerous and she tried to turn it over to a professional. And don't start in on how you probably could have saved her. She didn't talk to me about it either, and I had connections that could have helped. Your sister was always independent. I would give anything to have her with us today. But I'm not going to play games with what could have been. That's the way to waste your life. The thought of her mother finally moving on brought tears to her eyes. I think Tucker was trying to help her. But, Mom, when I first found out about their connection, I accused him of a whole lot of things that weren't true. I don't think he's going to forgive me for that. Have you asked him to? She'd tried to connect with him. She'd sat at his bedside while they'd diagnosed his concussion. When they'd gone to the debrief, she'd been beside him as she'd told her side of what had happened. But after it was over, he'd sent her away. Not directly, but he's been so worried about his brother that I didn't want to push him. There was the sound of a door closing, and then Nina Blunt was walking down the hall. The lovely redhead looked like she'd never taken a bullet to the chest. She was coming out of the apartment Tucker had once shared with Robert. She locked it behind her and smiled as she caught sight of them. Hey, you two. I was wondering if you were going down to greet our lads. Ariel texted me to say they're almost here. I wanted to make sure Tucker's place was ready for them. He's staying in his apartment.
The minute the words were out of her mouth, she realized how dumb they sounded. Of course he was. As far as she knew, he wasn't aware she was home. When had she started to think of the garden that way? It wasn't, truly. Tucker was home, and wherever he was, that was her home. Nina's bright expression dimmed a bit.
Yes, he didn't say anything about moving you in. He told me he needed to make sure he had some clean sheets because he'd left so quickly. We all did. I made sure it was comfy for him. I checked on Rob and Ari's place, too. Rob's being a massive baby about getting shot. It's surprising, since it happened so frequently to him. You would think he would be used to it by now. Men. They should think twice about getting dangerous jobs if they're going to whine every time someone shoots them. Me, I was up the next day. I had my surgery, and then it was back to work.
Her mom nodded. Males are always the worst patients. They're all as soft as their mamas made 'em. And it sounds like Tucker's being a whiny man-baby. He got his feelings hurt, and like all men, he's extra sensitive. Nina looked Ronnie's way.
I thought for sure you would have worked it out. Usually watching a loved one be kidnapped does the trick. Is he making you work even harder? Have you pointed out that you were kidnapped, and that means everything should bloody well be forgiven?
She kind of thought Nina had been reading too many romance novels.
I don't think it works that way.
There was noise from down below, and she watched as a massive ball of fur barreled across the garden's floor. Buster barked wildly, and his whole body wriggled and squirmed and jumped as Jack Seaborn walked in, followed by the rest of the party. River was right behind her dog, running to her husband and jumping into his arms. She couldn't hear what they were saying. Well, what the humans were saying. But she knew the words. I love you. I missed you. Let's never be apart again.
Pup, pup,
Vi said, looking down at the happy reunion. Her girl was going to be a dog person. No doubt about it. She loved watching Buster's antics. It wouldn't be long before she would want a pup of her own. Tucker walked in and smiled at his friends, his brother right behind him. Ariel had a hand on both of them. Ariel was part of Tucker's family. She'd been the one he was comfortable with. Ronnie was the one who'd been left out. He hadn't wanted her there. He looked up, and their eyes caught. A look of complete shock hit his face. Tucker dropped the bag he'd been carrying and said something to his brother, who looked up too. Robert caught her gaze and put a hand over his heart, as though touching the place where the bullet had almost killed him. He nodded her way and said something to his brother. Tucker took off. He jogged to the elevator and pushed it several times as though he could force the thing to come open. He was coming for her. Her heart was in her throat because he hadn't looked like a man who was unhappy to see her. Maybe he'd forgiven her in the days they'd spent apart.
He doesn't look like he's mad at you,
her mom said with a shake of her head. She felt a smile cross her face as the doors to the elevator opened and Tucker strode out. I thought you were in New York, he said, opening his arms. I thought it would be weeks before I saw her. Hey, baby girl. God, I missed you. She felt like someone had tossed a vat of freezing water her way. He was talking about Vi. All that sweet energy and enthusiasm had been for their daughter, not for her. Vi was already reaching out for her dad, and she had to move fast so she didn't fall. Father and daughter hugged, fitting together like two puzzle pieces. He wrapped her up in his strong arms, and she snuggled against him. His eyes closed, like this was what he'd been longing for. Tears welled hard and fast, because it was a beautiful sight, and it also made her heart ache. When his eyes came open, he looked her way. Thank you for bringing her here. All she could do was nod. Words completely escaped her. "Can I take her for a while?" She nodded again, and then watched as he walked back to the elevators. "You want to go see Buster, Vi? Pup," he was saying as he whisked her away to show her off to his family. Vi was bouncing happily in her father's arms as the doors closed.
"That was cold,"
Nina said with a frown.
"He does remember you got kidnapped, right? I heard he took a blow to the head."
"He knows." She wiped away tears. They wouldn't do her any good. At some point she would have to sit down with him, and they would be adults about the situation. They would calmly and patiently talk about how best to raise their daughter. They would have to decide if they were going to try to live in the same city, maybe even the same country. Her mom was going back to the States. She'd already accepted a job at McKay Taggart in Dallas. If she was going to stay a single mom, she would need to be close to her mother. Would Tucker be satisfied seeing his daughter a few times a year? "Or he's a dumbass," her mom pointed out. "Like I said, men are sensitive and sometimes they need to be taken in hand. You just let him walk out. You didn't even try, baby. That's not who I raised you to be. I know you want a knight in shining armor to come and sweep you off your feet, but sometimes a woman has to put that armor on herself and fix the situation."
"Oh, I don't think she should put on armor,"
Nina disagreed.
"I think she should take it all off."
"Boobs can be like armor at the right time," her mother mused. Maybe she shouldn't try to live too close to her mom.
"What are you saying?"
Nina moved beside her mom, a united front.
"Do you want him?"
Yes. She wanted him more than anything. And not for his fatherly skills. Not for his hot bod. Not even for the tracker in his buttocks that came in handy. She wanted him because no one in her life had ever had a stronger heart, a more open and loving soul. She wanted him because she'd never loved anyone the way she did him.
"Then fight for your man,"
Nina said.
"And by fight, I mean let's tempt him until he can't see straight. You see, everyone will tell you the way to a man's heart is through his stomach."
Her mom shook her head.
"It's his penis. It's always his penis."
Yep, her mom was a bad influence. Was she brave enough to try it?
"What are you thinking?"
Nina got the brightest smile on her face. She leaned in, and they began to plot. Hours later, Tucker looked around his brother's apartment and realized he would have to go to his own soon. "That woman is incredibly intimidating," Robert said, closing the door on Sandra and Vi. She'd been the one to come down to take Violet to bed. She'd been the one earlier in the evening who'd dropped off Violet's bag with a smirk and told him not to let her explode. He hadn't been sure what that meant until about 30 minutes after he'd fed her dinner. Robert and Ariel were definitely putting off the baby-making for a while. Sandra had facilitated his evening with Violet. She'd also facilitated Ronnie not having to see him. They hadn't spoken at all. She'd nodded twice, and then he'd walked away. He'd been shocked to see Ronnie. He truly hadn't believed that she would be waiting here for him. Seeing her standing there with Violet had made his heart threaten to stop. And then he'd remembered all the accusations, all the suspicion. Every reason he'd sent her away had come back to slap him in the face, and he'd forced himself to focus on Violet. "She is," Tucker agreed. "That's probably why Tag hired her. She's going to work at McKay Taggart. I'm not sure what she's going to do there." "Amuse Big Tag, I suspect," Robert said, easing into the chair across from him. "You sure you didn't want to go with her and help put Violet to bed?" She was already asleep. She'd drifted off while he'd rocked her and talked to Robert. "I think you were trying to avoid Ronnie." Ariel walked out from the kitchen and put a mug of tea in front of them both.
"He was definitely trying to avoid Veronica. He hasn't even walked into his flat, because he would have to walk past hers, and he's afraid he'll knock on the door. Or maybe that she'll be there, waiting for him. She's not, by the way.
Of course she wasn't. I'm not afraid of Ronnie. I'm giving her space. You're giving yourself space, Robert argued.
Maybe he was. I thought she would be in New York. Someone should have told me she was here.
Ariel sighed and leaned over to kiss her husband's forehead.
I think they were worried you wouldn't come home. Or maybe they thought it wasn't a terrible thing to have your daughter waiting here for you. You can't ignore Veronica forever.
I'm not going to. But a few days wouldn't hurt. I'll talk to her in my own time.
Fine. I know when I'm not wanted, Ariel said. I'll be in the bedroom reading. You take it easy. I don't want you to overdo it. The docs are going to look you over tomorrow. You should know I told them to be very pessimistic about your outlook.
Rob smiled up at his wife. I'm sure you did. Love you.
Ariel winked and walked away.
What did that mean? Why would they be pessimistic? Had his brother been holding back on him? Because Ariel wants me to take a couple of weeks off, he replied. She thinks I need the excuse to relax, but she's wrong. I'm seriously thinking about heading to Loa Mali for a nice long vacation before we decide what to do with the rest of our lives. We're done. I'm still having a hard time believing it. I mean, I know we still have work to do, but we're all free. Nothing's been decided yet. They're still analyzing the data. Solo hasn't even seen it yet, Tucker pointed out. With all the chaos, we weren't able to make that copy I was planning on. The agency has a copy, and so do the Germans, MI6, and the French, Robert said. Connor Sparks said he's going to make sure we get to see that data, too. He's also assured us the president will do everything Solo promised. He's working on getting you a proper passport. With his real name. He still wasn't used to Tim. Tucker might be his nickname for life, but it was damn good to be a Seeger again. I believe that. You and Jax are going to get your lives back, and we have some decisions to make. I want to find Mom. It was distressing that he'd remembered so much, but he couldn't remember her name. He couldn't remember the name of the town they'd grown up in. I do too, Robert said. And I suspect now that Green is back in custody, he won't be giving us any more information. I don't know. I'm hoping Solo will find something. She's supposed to be back here in a couple of days to update us. If Green won't tell us, then we'll go to Wyoming. We both seem to remember best when we're in the actual places the events took place. We'll rent a car and go to every single small town we can. About remembering things, he began. I didn't tell you what happened that day because I don't blame you. Robert picked up the tea Ariel had left. I wish this was a beer, but I'm on tons of meds and that means no alcohol. He took a quick sip and grimaced. And it's herbal. That day has been haunting me ever since I got a hint of what happened in that cemetery. I remember you begging me. Tucker shook his head. You didn't know who I was. I didn't even listen. Guilt flavored every word that came out of his brother's mouth. Maybe if I had, I could have saved all of us. You were trained not to listen. He'd been thinking for days about how to handle this particular conversation. Luckily, he had history on his side. Hey, you remember what happened after you got out? A wary look came into his brother's eyes. I went to Dallas. Yes. You went to Dallas with Theo, and you both worked with that team for a while. You used to go grab lunch with him. Do you remember? You and Theo were grabbing lunch at a park, and what happened? MacDonald tried to get us back, Robert replied, his jaw tightening with the memory. MacDonald had given her B team a mission. They were to recapture the A-team at all cost. And it had cost them much. He'd lost 2 of the men on his team that day. I was there. I was one of the men who tried to drag you back to hell, and I did it because I genuinely believed it was my job. Jax was there. Robert sat back, shaking his head. God, I hadn't even thought about that. If it hadn't been for the guys from MT, you and Theo would have gone back into the program, and it would have been me taking you there. He needed to press this point home, because he didn't want this guilt to come between him and his brother. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be honest with yourself and with me. Would you have blamed me? Absolutely not, Robert said as quickly as he could. That was not your fault. And it wasn't yours either, he replied, making his point. But saving me in the cemetery was. And we need to make sure we never do that again. I don't think your wife can handle you getting shot a 3rd time. Oh, I've been shot way more than that. But I guess it has been a bad run lately. Robert sighed, a relieved sound. Okay, I promise to try to never get shot again. I've got too much to live for, and so do you. What are you going to do about Ronnie? Did she ask you to stay away? He shook his head. Not at all. She tried to stay with me in Paris. I asked her to leave. A brow rose over his brother's eyes. Really? Why would you do that? I thought you wanted to get back together with her. Did you change your mind? No, but think about it. She doesn't mean it. She went through something traumatic, and I look safe to her. When things calm down, she's going to still have all those questions. He didn't think he could handle living with her and being a family only to have this all come back up again, a few months down the line. Robert shook his head. She won't have questions because now we have answers. She knows you didn't sleep with her sister. She knows Green was the reason Katie was still sitting there when Kronberg decided to take her out. If he'd given her a heads up, she would likely have taken Ronnie and run. He would love to pay Green back for that bit of business. He hoped the asshole was getting tortured again, but feared turning that data over meant Green might get out free and clear. Yeah, but I was still working with her. I still got Katie into a situation that ended up getting her killed. Ronnie will always remember that. Do you honestly believe Sandra doesn't know what happened? Robert asked. Because I happen to know she talks to Big Tag on a daily basis. She didn't kill you when she saw you. She took Vi, said you looked like hell, and told you to come by for breakfast in the morning if you found your balls. That was practically a declaration of love from one of the toughest women I've ever met. She doesn't blame you, and that means neither does Ronnie. I don't know. She didn't talk about it back in Paris. We didn't talk about anything, really. She told me about Violet and what she's been doing, he admitted. And we talked about you and your recovery. We pretty much avoided anything personal. We? Or you? I don't know. But he did. Ronnie wasn't good at hiding her feelings. She wore them all over her face. He'd seen the hurt in her eyes when he'd explained he thought she should go to New York to be with Violet. Okay, yeah, it was me. I avoided it because I didn't want to hear her say she wanted me again. I know she knows now. She knows she was wrong about me betraying her with her sister. She might even be okay with me lying about knowing her sister, but she didn't believe me. Shouldn't she have had faith in me? That was what gnawed at him. He could still remember how she'd looked at him, like she hadn't known him at all. He'd felt so small, and coming from her, it had been awful. You know relationships are rough, and they're especially rough in the beginning. What Ronnie's been through, I can't imagine that it's easy for her to trust anyone. I know you're the weirdo who can go through all the pain in the world and still not expect to get kicked again, but the rest of us aren't like that. I held Ari off forever because I didn't think I deserved her. It's not the same, Tucker argued, but it is. I know you had a good reason, but you lied to her. It might have been a good thing at the time, but it impacted her, and she needed time to process it. You think she shouldn't have a single doubt about a relationship that's already devastated her once? Put that way, it did seem like he was being sensitive. I didn't mean to hurt her. And it sounds like she was trying to forgive you. I don't think Sandra is that kind to you if she believes her daughter wants to cut you out of her life. Kind? What conversation had his brother overheard? She asked if I needed a cream for my vagina. Robert snorted. Yeah, she's not the most politic of mother-in-laws. She's going to be a blast at Thanksgivings. Mom will think she's funny. His family life would be interesting, and yet he wanted it. Turning Vi over for the night had been rough. He'd wanted to take her back to her mother himself and lay down the law. They were going to be a family. They were going to be together, and he would spend the rest of his life showing her how much he loved her. You should go to her, Robert said. He really should. Ariel popped out from behind the bedroom door. I think he'll find she's downstairs. Why would she be downstairs? It was late. Damon had closed down the club for a few nights while they all recovered. Ariel's eyes glittered with mischief. I think you should go find out. And it took you long enough. He stood up. Maybe it was time to be brave. Chapter 18. The ground floor of the garden was quiet, and he started to get suspicious that this was a setup. Ariel had known something was going on, but she wouldn't say a word. Ronnie was making her play, and he didn't think it was to shut him out. He wasn't completely foolish. He'd seen the way her eyes lit up when he'd walked out of the elevator, and he'd seen the way she'd shut down when he'd taken Vi and left her behind. Could he trust that she wouldn't change her mind? That these feelings for him weren't the result of almost dying? No one was down here. Had she gone back to her place? He glanced to his right and realized where she would go. The privacy rooms. He stepped up, and the doors opened with their high-tech swish. Nina sat at the security desk. She gave him a brilliant smile and hopped off the stool, her arms open in greeting. Hey, you look amazing for a woman who was recently shot. He hugged her, grateful he'd been able to have a hand in saving her. Well, I had some very good doctors, and I suspect I had an angel who sacrificed herself to save me. Nina stepped back. She won't admit it, but I'm almost certain she went with him when she had a chance to run. She did it because he threatened me. I can believe that. Ronnie was good deep down, and that was why he worried she would have trouble forgetting the past once the glow of surviving the storm had passed. She's in room 4, of course, Nina said. I'm going to leave you two alone for the evening, unless you're planning on telling her you're done. Then I think I should go back there. She's not exactly dressed for the breakup conversation, if you know what I mean. Every muscle in his body tightened at the thought of what she was, or wasn't, wearing. She was waiting in that room where they'd made love, and he wanted so badly to walk back there and take her, imprint himself on her. But he had to be careful, for both their sakes. It's not my intention to hurt her. But she was having second thoughts, he said, hating the fact that he couldn't make this simple. It felt like it should be simple, but he'd learned that nothing in life was. She's not having them now, I assure you. She's been through a lot. Nina shook her head. No, you don't get to do that, Tucker. You don't get to decide how she's feeling.
You don't get to know better than her. If you're hesitating, be honest about why you're doing it. You got hurt, and you're scared you'll get hurt again.
He needed to see her. Maybe he would walk in that room and it would all be clear to him. I don't know. I guess I've been through a lot too. But maybe she's right. Maybe this is how we should work things out. They could talk and not get to the heart of the problem. Sometimes words got in the way. Go ahead and go. I know the security code. I'll take care of her.
See that you do,
Nina said with a jaunty salute.
She's a smart lady. She knows what she wants.
The doors opened and then closed as Nina left, and he was alone with the only woman in the world he wanted. She'd hurt him. He'd hurt her. He hadn't meant to. He hadn't meant to leave her, but he had. She'd spent years believing that he'd dumped her and left her pregnant, and she'd still come back to him, still found a way to shove that ache aside. He'd asked her to have some faith. Shouldn't he have some too? He strode down the hall and opened the door to number 4. And stopped entirely. His breath held for a moment because she was on the bed, her arms tied down, her body completely naked. She was soft and vulnerable. And what had it taken for her to open herself up like this when he'd basically rejected her hours earlier? Hey, gorgeous. He loved her. In the end, it really was simple. He loved her. If she had doubts, he would put them to rest. If she questioned his devotion, he would give her answers with his lips and his tongue and his cock. He would love her so long and so well, she would know he would never leave her again. Her head came up, and she gasped before settling back and attempting to look like she wasn't nervous. She was. He could tell by the way she bit her bottom lip.
Hi. Is Vi asleep?
All of his own doubts slid away. Robert was right. A relationship would always have its troubles, but it was up to them to stick together, and they couldn't do that if he was off somewhere nursing his hurt feelings. Ronnie was offering him everything, and he wasn't about to turn her down because it might, somewhere down the line, get difficult. It would get difficult, and they would fix it. Yes. But I don't think you brought me down here to discuss our daughter. Did I mention how happy I was to see you earlier? Now that he was here with her, a peace overtook him. And an amusement. She wanted to discuss their parenting duties when she was all tied up and ready for play. No. They did have things to discuss, but it wouldn't be Vi, and it wouldn't be polite. It would be dirty and sweet. Her lips turned down in the most delicious pout. I got the idea that you weren't happy to see me. Oh, I was happy. He walked over to the small table someone had kindly set up for him. At least now he knew where Ariel had disappeared to after dinner. She and Nina seemed to have set up an array of treats for their friend. I was also surprised. You were supposed to be in New York. I didn't want to be in New York. When he'd suggested she should go to be with their daughter, and she'd agreed, he'd been disappointed. It was perverse, but he'd wanted an argument out of her. You didn't tell me that. You didn't want to hear it. Fair, he agreed. But not because I didn't want you, baby. I was hurt, and I didn't talk to you about it. I was scared because you mean everything to me. Getting my memory back, getting my life back, means nothing if you're not in it. I'm sorry I doubted you. It all happened so fast, she began. He shook his head. He didn't need to have some big fight with her. He'd thought he did. But all he'd truly needed was to give up his own insecurities. Of course she'd worried. He would have worried too. No apologies. It did happen fast, and we were both caught in it. Here's the thing. I love you. Do you love me? Her eyes were steady on his, emotion shining in them. So much. I loved you as Stephen. I loved you as Tucker. I'll love you as Timothy Seeker. He picked up the deerskin flogger. The falls were buttery soft and perfect to warm her up a bit. But then he wouldn't be touching her. He wanted his hands on her skin. Toys might have to wait. Then a little jar caught his eye, and he thanked the universe his sister-in-law understood how fun torture could be. He didn't need a damn thing to get warmed up. He was already hot for her. He could fuck her hard right that second. However, she'd set this scene up, and he wasn't about to fail her. But he had made a few decisions. I think I like Tucker. I consider it a nickname, and I earned it. I like the way you say my name. Tucker. A smile settled on her face. I love you, Tucker. The words were a balm to his soul. I love you, Ronnie. I'm sorry I hesitated back in Paris. Like I said, I was scared. You were worried I would change my mind. I won't. And I won't either. He pulled his t-shirt over his head and tossed it aside before picking up the jar they'd left for him. Well, for him to use on her. I think, though, that you forgot something. What's that? I'm in charge in this room. He moved to the bedside and opened the jar, getting a dab of the cream on his fingers. Spread your legs. Her eyes widened, and he was pleased with the bit of trepidation he saw there. What is that? She asked, the question a breathy huff. It wouldn't do for her to be completely comfortable. The main ingredient is menthol. Can you guess what it does, and how I'm planning on using it? Her nipples had tightened. You're going to put it on my clitoris. It's going to stimulate the nerves there, make it easier for me to orgasm. He loved the fact that she could barely get the words out. Precisely. Now do as I asked, and spread your legs. Her knees came apart, giving him access to what he wanted. Her pussy was lovely and soft. His cock thickened further at the sight of that sweet part of herself. He palmed her, easing his hands across the soft, smooth skin of her pussy. He slid his fingers between her labia, loving how wet she already was. What have you been lying here thinking about? Her eyes closed as she obviously reveled in the contact. Mostly about the fact that Nina was sitting here talking about her favorite books, and how weird it was that I was naked and she wasn't. You took your time. That hadn't been all she'd thought about. Either that, or he'd had a quick effect on her. He rubbed the cream on her clitoris, taking his time and watching how she responded, how her breath deepened, her toes curling as he worked the cream all over her clit. Her hips moved, pressing herself up against his fingers. He set the jar down, because a little of that stuff went a long way, and he wasn't ready for her to come yet. Not until he'd had a bit of fun. He reached over and undid the tie on her right hand. I want you on all fours. I think you earned a spanking. Earned? How? He could come up with a million ways she'd scared the hell out of him, but one was enough. Well, let's see. You got yourself kidnapped. Her eyes flared. I did not get myself kidnapped. Play with me. I spent hours and hours worried you were dead. I should get to spank that pretty ass. She wasn't used to the lifestyle, so he had to coax her. He knew if she tried, she would enjoy it. Her eyes went gorgeously wide and innocent.
I was terrible. I got myself kidnapped and worried my poor husband.
He felt a brilliant smile cross his face as he released her other hand. I like the sound of that.
See how I worked that in?
She replied with a grin, and then she gasped.
Oh, that stuff works fast.
She turned over, and suddenly that pretty ass was in the air, waiting for his caress. She was all his. This was what he'd wanted as he'd walked through the streets of Paris that day. He'd wanted a life where she was waiting for him, where she trusted and loved him. They had a shot at it now. You are so beautiful. He ran his hand over her back, tracing the graceful line of her spine from her neck all the way down to her ass. He cupped a cheek before bringing his hand up and back in a sharp arc. Her whole body shuddered. Do you have any idea how scared I was I would lose you? He spanked her again. Easy slaps to her flesh meant more to sensitize than to punish. He didn't want to punish her. He simply wanted this connection with her. And he had been scared, terrified. He'd come close to getting what he'd wanted once before, and that bastard Dwyer had almost taken everything from him again. Did he hurt you? The question was accompanied by another smack.
He hit me with a gun. He properly surmised that the minute I thought Nina was safe, I would scream my head off. That's why he knocked me out with the gun, she admitted. After I woke up in the trunk of his car, he dosed me. The sedative was surprisingly easy. Good rest, no nausea afterward. I think Kronberg has a winner there.
This smack was harder because he didn't need her sarcasm. Except he did. It brought a smile to his face. I wouldn't go buying stock. I think that company is going to undergo some big changes soon. They would burn to the ground if he had any say in things.
Okay, but that was seriously good stuff, she replied, giving him a wiggle of that gorgeous ass.
He spanked her again, loving the way her skin pinkened. He set in on his task, smacking her cheeks over and over again. He watched her carefully, studied how she responded. Every smack and caress made his cock ache. Never again, he swore. You are not allowed to be kidnapped again. I'm not going to be shot at again or mind erased. We're going to find someplace nice and quiet and raise our kids, and life is going to be boring. And he would love every second of it. He would love every boring, normal, not getting shot at or under threat of arrest moment.
I promise. God, I promise, Tucker. I'll promise you anything if you'll please fuck me. I'm dying, and I like the spanking thing, but it's got to stop because I'm dying here.
He slapped her backside one last time, and then lifted her with ease. It was time to please his woman. She could medically explain what that damn cream had done to her clitoris, but academic words couldn't possibly express what she felt. Fire, want, desperate need. It had taken the normal desire she had for him and turned the dial up to 100, but then it fit. She'd already been at the extremes of need on an emotional level. Since the moment she'd decided to make her play for him, she'd been a bundle of nerves, knowing this might be their last shot. Nina had brought Ariel into their plot. It had been Ariel who convinced her to show Tucker how much she trusted him. Naturally, Ariel's way had been to tie her up naked and make her wait until Tucker came down and found her, and all of his doubts magically drifted away at the sight of her naked boobs. Nina had sat in the room, chatting as though it wasn't abnormal at all to hang out with a naked chick. She'd only left when Ariel had texted her Tucker was on his way down. Tucker lifted her and rolled her over, moving her onto her back. There was soft material under her, caressing her slightly sore backside. That spanking had been a revelation. The minor pain had been overwhelmed by the sensitivity she'd received. It was like every slap of his hand went straight to her pussy. Even now, she could feel how warm her skin was. The thought that she might feel it the next day made her perfectly happy. She watched as his hands went to his waistband, shoving down his jeans and showing off that body she craved. He was a stunning man, even more so than he'd been years before. She let go of all the time that he'd been gone. They'd been taken from her, but she wouldn't let those lost years cost them their future. Not that she was thinking of the future. Nope. She wanted the right now. He climbed on the bed, but didn't fall on top of her, and that was annoying. She started to reach for him, but that was the moment he pounced. He pinned her hands above her head and pressed her into the mattress with his body. Even the feel of his skin against hers was almost enough to make her shout out in pleasure. "God, I missed this," she managed to breathe. He lowered his head to hers. "I missed you." He took her mouth in a long, luscious kiss that had their tongues tangling. After a moment, he released her wrists, and she let her arms wind around him. Everywhere he touched her, she was warm, her skin tingling like it had been asleep without his to press against. "Did I say thank you for saving my brother?" He whispered the question against her ear as his hands smoothed back her hair. He leaned over and dropped light kisses on her nose. Her hips moved restlessly, trying to make harder contact with him. She was so hot, desperate to have him. "That's wonderful. You should reward me." His lips curled in the sexiest smirk. "I should. I'll reward you with kisses. Lots of kisses." His mouth covered hers again, and she moaned. It wasn't enough, but she couldn't force him to move faster. Every kiss drugged her with pleasure, with connection. He held her still, forcing her to focus on him. She let her legs tangle with his, moving against his muscular ones. "Do you know what else I should reward you for?" He kissed his way over her cheek and to her ear where he licked the shell. "I should reward you for everything you had to do for our daughter while I was gone. For being the best mom." "You should reward me with your cock." It would be the perfect way to celebrate motherhood, doing the very thing that had caused it in the first place. I'll get to that. His hips were moving, gently rocking against her, making her light up. "I have to find a condom first. I think your friends forgot them. They weren't on the table. But I did spy a pretty butt plug." She would have to thank Nina and Ariel for that. She intended to avoid the butt plug for the evening. It would have to wait. "They didn't put condoms out, because I told them we didn't need them. I think Violet would make a great big sister. And you owe me." He stopped, his whole body going still. His blue eyes were wide as he stared down at her. "What are you saying?" Oh, she had him now. She could see it plainly. He'd likely had plans to keep her on the edge as long as he could, but she was going to make that impossible for him. She was going to make him totally lose control. "I'm saying I want you with me this time. I'm saying you're going to rub my feet and get me Chinese takeout when I can't go another minute without cashew chicken." He smiled, an expression of pure joy. "I will. I'll have to have it brought in from somewhere else, because Jennings only has 2 restaurants and they're both burger joints. But I'll make it work." There had been something wrong about what he'd just said, but he'd moved down her body and taken a nipple in his mouth. Sparks seemed to shoot through her, and she lost her train of thought. He licked and sucked her nipples, moving from one to the other. She let her hands roam across the smooth skin of his shoulders and back, reveling in the muscles she found there. I'll give you everything you need this time. I won't miss a minute, he vowed, as he nestled beside her, and his hand skimmed down from her breasts to the apex of her thighs. I love you so much. You won't regret it. She never would. Even during the dark times, she hadn't been able to regret being with this man because he'd given her Vi. The minute his finger slid over her clitoris, she could barely breathe. I need you to give me one because I'm already close. I lose all control when I'm with you. Maybe after we do this a couple of 100 times, I'll be able to make it last, he whispered. You drive me crazy in the best way possible. He'd told her to give, but he was the one giving. His fingers pressed and rotated, igniting a spark she couldn't deny. Sensation swamped her, and every inch of her flesh seemed lit from within as the orgasm took her. Then he was moving, turning over and offering himself up. Even through the haze of her pleasure, she could see he was in the same position she'd been in when he'd entered the room, on his back, giving himself to her the way she had. I want to watch you, he said. I want to watch us. He wanted to watch as she sank onto his cock. She could make that happen. Every limb felt loose, but she straddled him. She gripped him, stroking that big dick of his, and watching as he gritted his teeth and his eyes threatened to roll to the back of his head. Ronnie, please. Everything about him pleased her, but she knew what he wanted. She lined his cock up and let herself sink on. He filled her up, every inch a new decadent sensation to be had. She lowered herself onto his dick, going slow and watching his every move. His hands came to clutch at her hips, but she wouldn't hurry this. It was a gorgeous sight, his stark blue eyes watching her body. Nothing in the world had ever made her feel as powerful as when Tucker looked at her like she was a goddess, like he needed her more than air or water or food. She began to move, lifting her body up and letting it slide back down. Over and over she impaled herself on his cock. That's what I want, Tucker groaned, and his hands tightened around her. He moved against her. He never took his eyes off her, his gaze shifting between watching her face, moving to her breasts, and then down to the place where he could watch her take his cock. She tightened around him, feeling the orgasm about to take over again. It sent a shudder through her, and then she felt Tucker's body go taut beneath her, felt him shake as he came deep inside her. Peace overwhelmed her as she let herself fall forward against his chest, listening to the thundering beat of his heart. His hands wound around her, holding her tight. Oh, we're going to have to practice that a lot. I mean a lot, baby. Maybe I don't always have to be in control. You seem to take the reins nicely. She was so happy. I can do that. Especially if we move back to your hometown. It sounds like we won't be going out. She rolled to the side and sat up, her heart thumping for a different reason. Jennings. You called it Jennings. He smiled and reached up to cup her cheek. I know. I remember where it is. I remember that it's beautiful when the snow falls. I remember we used to keep horses. I remember what our cabin looked like and how good it was to be warm and safe inside it. When did you remember? Shouldn't he have led with that information? Have you called her? I didn't remember until you called me your husband, and I thought about how we could get married in the mountains, he said quietly. I saw you standing there on our big front porch, you and Vi, dressed for a wedding. Our wedding. My mother's name is Sharon Seeger, and she will be waiting. She won't have moved. She won't have given up. In that cabin in the woods where I grew up, she's going to bed tonight and she'll pray that I come home. She'll do it every day, until she gets her sons back. Her tears began at the thought of her future mother-in-law waiting for her babies. She'd been apart from Vi for a few days, and it had seemed like forever.
We should call her.
He tugged her back down. We will. We'll go upstairs and get my brother, and we'll call Mom. You know why I really remembered? She looked down at him, at this man she was going to spend the rest of her life with.
You remember best when you're in the place, so no, I don't.
He held her tight. I was thinking that you're my home. I was settled and happy, and I realized no matter what, I'm home with you. And that's when I remembered. She laid her head on his chest and held him, her whole soul complete. Chapter 19. Jennings, Wyoming. 4 days later. Stop. I want to look at it for a minute, Robert said, his voice going hushed. I remember this. Tucker parked the car at the beginning of a long gravel road that led to the house he and his brother had grown up in. It was the road that would lead them home. But then they'd been on it for a long time when he thought about it. Ever since that day when he'd realized his brother was alive, he'd been driving them right back here.
It's beautiful,
Ariel said. She was seated behind her husband, leaning forward, her hands on his shoulders as she looked out the window at the sea of trees around them. In the distance, snow-capped mountains marked the horizon. Those mountains always had snow on the top, even in the middle of summer.
It is.
Ronnie sat behind him, Vi in a car seat between her mom and her Aunt Ari. This is where the bus would drop us off, he said to his brother. Robert was remembering more and more, but Tucker's memories of this place had practically flattened him the minute he'd heard his mother's voice over the phone. So much of his life had rushed in, overwhelming him with precious memories. The smell of her banana bread, the way she kissed his boo-boos before putting a bandage on them, the way she'd leaned over and kissed his chest, right over his heart, when his first girlfriend had broken up with him because she'd said a broken heart was far worse than a skinned knee. The way she'd loved them. It had come back in a wave of emotion that had left him shaking and happy. Ronnie had sat up all night listening to stories about his childhood, about his mother and grandfather, and how he and his brother had run wild through the Wyoming wilderness. Up ahead, they could make out the big log cabin they'd called home. Rob unhooked his seatbelt and got out of the SUV they'd rented in Laramie. He stepped out and looked around, taking in his home once again. It was 30 minutes into town, but longer in the winter. God, this place is beautiful in the winter. Rob might remember some things, but he was selectively forgetting a few. He eased out of the vehicle and moved to stand by his brother, looking out over the long drive that led from the road to the big cabin their grandfather had built with his own hands back in the 50s. It was cold, Rob. So freaking cold. We complained bitterly during our high school years. Rob's face lit up. I didn't. You were the whiny one. I was built for the cold. And Mom would stand out here with us. She would have a thermos of hot chocolate to keep us warm. God, we're about to see our Mom. He put a hand on his brother's shoulder. We are.
Hey, why don't you two walk down there and Ronnie and I will follow you?
Ariel suggested. Ronnie had gotten out of the SUV and leaned against the side.
Vi's asleep anyway. And you said the walk after school from the road to the house was a special time for you two. You're home. Take that walk with your brother.
He strode to her, closing the space between them. That space meant nothing, since she was always in his heart, no matter where she was. Give us a couple of minutes, and then join us. It's not that... She went on her toes and kissed him. No explanations are necessary. That woman has waited a long time. She deserves a couple of moments with her boys. You should enjoy the attention, because once she gets a look at her grandbaby, it will all be over. She'll fall madly in love with Vi. God, he loved this woman. It had all been worth it, because she was here with him. She will indeed. See you in a few. He handed her the keys as his brother kissed Ariel and joined him at the top of the drive. Granddad didn't want to pave this because he said it would make it easier for people to get to the house. You know, for a small-town doctor, he was a little curmudgeonly. Rob stared straight ahead. It was good his brother was remembering on his own. He was a character. I'm nervous, Rob admitted. The hard dirt and gravel crunched under his feet in a beautifully familiar way. Why? If anything, I should be nervous. I believe I promised her I would have you home soon. It took me a long time. She might make me sit in the corner. Rob snorted, an amused sound. She was a terrible disciplinarian. All we had to do was look sad and she gave in. I loved her. I loved her so much. She was always worried that she wasn't enough after Dad left, but she was. She was everything, and there's nothing to worry about. I'm glad it happened, and I'm going to tell her that. I'm glad because we're here, he admitted. Rob nodded. I'm glad we're here too. Here meant Ronnie and Vi and Ariel. Here might not have been where they had thought they would end up. Something terrible had happened, but they'd survived. They'd lived and sacrificed and built families. Even though we couldn't remember her, she was with us, Tucker said, emotion welling as the door to the cabin came open and a petite woman with steel-colored hair walked out, her hand to her heart. Rob stopped and stared. Mom. Tears started streaming down his brother's face. Oh, I missed her. I missed her so much. Last one home has to do the dishes. Tucker felt a fierce smile cross his face. It had been their game. It had taken him years to beat his brother, though Rob had always winked and helped him after supper anyway. Because he'd been the best big brother. Tucker took off, jogging to meet the woman who had waited so faithfully for her sons to come home. All the years they'd been gone, she'd hoped and prayed and never given up. Rob fell in beside him, racing toward their mom. And when her arms were around them, when they were finally together, his job, the one he'd begun so many years before, was done. He was home. London, England. The man who called himself Ezra Fane sat back and wondered how bad this particular meeting was going to go. Because it was definitely going to go bad. He could feel it. There had been something in Levi Green's eyes as they'd hauled him away that day in Paris. He hadn't been upset. There hadn't been worry or even hope in his eyes. There had been something far more frightening stamped on his face. Triumph. I hear the lads are happy. Damon Knight sat across from him, looking like he fit perfectly well in the efficient conference room. Though it wasn't the one at the garden, Knight still looked like he owned the place. Of course, at one point he'd belonged here, since this was MI6 headquarters. Yes, I talked to Tucker and Rob last night. They're thrilled to be home. I think Rob will come back to work, but you've probably lost Tucker. He's already talking about finishing up his residency as soon as he can. He and Veronica are both looking to restart their medical careers. Damon nodded at him from across the conference table. I always knew I would lose some of them. Most of them, really, since Sasha and Dante are gone. Jax and River are already on their way back to Colorado. Owen and Rebecca are spending some time in Scotland, but he's assured me he's coming back. Of course, at some point Rebecca will need to move, and we'll lose him too. Funny, isn't it? When Tag first foisted that crew on me, I couldn't wait to get rid of them. I suppose we all get attached to strays. Makes it hard when they find their homes. I think they'll always come back for a visit. You won't get rid of them so easily. But damn, it's good to see them happy, he admitted, although it left him wondering what the hell he was going to do next. The Lost Boys had found their places in the world, but he was still floating, still completely unanchored. Because she was always the one who grounded you. Or rather, you grounded her, and that was your place in the world. Watching her fly. He shut that voice down, because he wasn't giving in. Being around her so much in the last few months had softened him up. Being around her smile, and all that freaking blonde hair that ended up everywhere, and the way she could look at him like he was a god on earth. Solo really came through, Damon was saying. Once we turned over that data, she got pardons for Tucker and Jax within hours. I have to say I'm impressed with how quickly she worked, especially since she was rather annoyed with you. Annoyed wasn't the word he would use. Kim had felt utterly betrayed by him. His plan to distract her had worked. He'd started a fight. She'd never been able to back down, and he could keep it going forever. Of course, he'd considered distracting her another way. He'd thought about backing her up against the wall and pressing his body to hers. Kim was the single most sensual woman he'd ever met, and she'd always responded to him like he was the only man she wanted to touch her. Unfortunately, he definitely wasn't the only man she'd wanted. Yes, she seems determined to do this right, he replied. And then it would be over. That's what she'd told him. She'd told him he'd finally gone too far when she realized he'd distracted her and let Levi Green escape with Tucker and Rob. The look on her face. He'd thought he was over such silly notions as shame, but he'd felt it in that moment. He glanced toward the doors. Where is everyone else? Damon looked down at his watch. They should be here soon. I was disappointed we were left out of the initial meetings. Have you been out of the game so long you forgot how this works? He'd known damn well the minute the agency got their hands on that thumb drive that they would only see the information the agency wanted them to. We're private citizens. We're lucky they're willing to talk to us at all. Damon frowned, a supremely arrogant look. I don't like being on the outside. I don't like not controlling things. I know Rupert has been accommodating since that bloody Kronberg employee he brought along went rogue, but I have a bad feeling about this. It was good to know he wasn't the only one. I do too. Something's off about this whole thing. The door came open, and there she was. Kimberly Solomon. Used to be Kent. His one-time wife. The only woman he'd ever loved, and the only one he'd ever hated. Sometimes he thought he clung to the hate with every bit as much vigor as he'd held on to the love. Hello, Beck. She moved to the seat furthest from him, putting her ridiculously expensive handbag on the table in front of her. Damon, it's good to see you. And you, Solo, Damon returned. I want to say thank you for everything you did for the lads. I suspect you're the only reason we're here today, too. I appreciate it all. She sank into her seat, not looking his way. I'm glad it worked out. But I've got to admit they've been stonewalling me about the drive.
I tried to go back to D.C. to help analyze the data, and I was told to stay here in London to liaise with MI6. I think someone convinced the big bosses that I'm too close to the subject. I have to wonder if that was you, Beck." He shook his head, rather hurt at the suspicion in her eyes. Even when he was horrible to her, when they fought like cats and dogs, she didn't look at him like he was the bad guy. "No. Why would I try to put you on the outside? We kind of need you on the inside. Are you telling me you haven't seen the report?" He didn't like the sound of that. This had been Kim's op. She should have been the one trying to decrypt the data, or at least it should have been her team doing it. Damon seemed to have the same concerns. "Who is running the op now?" She shrugged. "No idea. I suppose it's one of the big guys. I'll find out when they walk through the door." Kim. Whose name is on that list? A chill crept up his spine. There was supposed to be a list of everyone who'd worked with MacDonald. What had Levi said? That he'd been waiting. That he'd been patient. What if this had been Levi's play all along? She blinked as though thinking. "What do you mean?" The doors came open, and his worst fear walked right in wearing a three-piece suit and looking like a complete douchebag. Levi Green was back, and he'd prettied himself up for the occasion. And he'd brought friends. Friends who probably had lots of guns. Fuck. He was caught, and he was about to be arrested because that fucker had stacked the deck. Anger flushed through his system, and he thought seriously about going down in a blaze of glory. This was what Levi had waited for, why he hadn't broken under torture. He'd known this was coming because he'd set it up years ago. He'd set up his worst enemy to take a fall no one would see coming. Somehow, Levi had put his name on that list. He just knew it. Levi smirked as he stood at the head of the table. "Hello, all. It's so good to be back." Kim stood, a look of horror dawning on her face. "What are you doing here? Why have you been released?" "My darling, not only have I been released, I'm back to my full duties, and unfortunately, the first is a bit distasteful," Levi said, his voice silky smooth. He glanced back at the small army he'd brought with him. "Gentlemen, it's time." Ezra stood, ready to fight. "Mr. Knight, I invited you here because someone should be a witness," Levi said as 4 large men walked into the room. "Don't make me regret it. You'll have full access to the data after I do what needs to be done. Arrest him. Take him out of the country and put him at Green's mercy." "Kimberly Solomon, I'm placing you under arrest for treason," Green said, as his men put hands on her. Damon had moved quickly and gripped Ezra's arm, stopping him from what he wanted to do. Tear apart the men who were manhandling his wife. Ex-wife. "Don't," Damon whispered. "You have to let her go. We're outnumbered. There's a reason he's doing it here. He's got the full cooperation of MI6. "What is happening?" Kim tried to pull away, but they held her tight. "Be careful with her," Levi barked. "I told you I'll kill the first person who hurts her. She's an important prisoner, Levi. I swear if you take her, I'm going to kill you," he said, his heart racing. He thought he'd found the worst-case scenario, but Levi had taken it a step further. "I'm sure you'll try," Levi replied with a calm that unnerved Ezra. "Damon, I wish you hadn't stopped him. I wouldn't mind shooting him right here." "Solo, your name was on the list. We know you were working with MacDonald. What a pity." Kim had gone completely white. "That's not true. You're lying,"
Damon's hand tightened as they began to haul her out. "There's nothing you can do now. Patience. We'll get her back if we need to. I promise, brother. Don't make things worse right now." It was the word brother that did it, that calmed him and made him believe every word Damon was saying. Kim looked to him. He waited for her to plead with him to save her, but then her shoulders straightened and her chin came up. She didn't believe he would fight for her, because he'd given her no reason to think he would. She walked out, the betrayed queen on her way to the execution, her head held high, her whole demeanor defiant, even as she complied. His queen. He watched as Green turned and walked after her, but not before he'd winked his way. "I'm going to kill that man," he vowed. "I'm going to help you," Damon promised. He was left shaken. Now that she was gone, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he couldn't let her go.
This concludes the reading of Long Lost by Lexi Blake. Copyright 2020 by DLZ Entertainment, LLC. This book was read by Ryan West. This unabridged recording was produced in 2020 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.